Tens of figures appeared in the air, surrounding them. However, it was the side that had more people that seemed to be feeling dread. Perhaps only existences at Morning Star and above have the qualifications to take part in this battle. The old Magus sighed inside and flew even quicker. Chapter 653, Crushing and Sneak Attack. Crushing and Sneak Attack. Seeing only a few streaks of light fleeing from the range of their attack in Duz City, Lei Lin sighed in disappointment. Even Magi have lost their awareness of danger. It's not that they've lost their awareness. It's just that they don't believe it. The safety of Duz City is as guaranteed as the fact that the sun rises in the east and water flows downhill. It is their truth, their law. They never considered that there would be a day when their city is attacked. Melinda spoke disdainfully. Magi like these are a disgrace to our Magus world, vermin. Let me purge them. Her hands pushed downwards with complete coldness. Rumble. Ka-cha. The earth rumbled and countless lightning snakes crackled, their berserk behavior intensifying tenfold as they charged towards Duz City. The earth seemed to cave into some formless pressure, forming a pit. It was as if the air itself was being crushed. Countless acolytes and regular humans instantly turned into a bloody mist. The thunderstorm crashed down on Duz City, causing the rank 2s and 3s who'd been lucky enough to flee to suffer massive losses. Thunder purgatory. Wash away all that filth. Melinda's expression was callous, her voice strangely spreading far and wide. Lightning struck down violently, plowing through the city. This woman is insane. Leyland's pupils shrank as he felt the power hidden within the rank 5 spell. Though he wasn't any sort of good Samaritan, he wouldn't kill people for no reason at all. His murders were committed for benefits. Melinda's actions made it seem like she was venting some repressed emotions after a long period of time. Leyland touched his chin, having some conjectures of his own. Enough. It was at this juncture that someone like a retainer to the monarch yelled from amongst those Magi at Leyland and the rest, even if all of you are Radiant Moon Magi, you can't trample on the territory of a breaking dawn like this. The blazing flame monarch will punish you. The tens of Morning Star Magi surrounding Leyland and the rest all wore Magus robes with flame runes carved into them. It was similar to a uniform. This Magus who was like a retainer was their leader. Ho ho. He said they want to punish us. I'm so scared. Melinda covered her mouth, voice turning into that of a young girl. How are you going to punish us? Just burning our souls. It's been long, have you no creativity? Though she looked innocent, what Melinda said caused the surrounding Magi to shrink back. What? Aren't you going to come and punish me? Melinda took a step forward, and the tens of Magi around her couldn't help but retreat, cold sweat on their faces. Good heavens. While they were subordinates of the blazing flame monarch, they were only Morning Stars facing 5 Radiant Moon Magi. If Carol, Eugene or the other Radiant Moon were around, they definitely had the courage to do so, but now. Hee hee. If you're not coming here, then I'll go there. Melinda's eyes seemed to flash with white lightning, and she turned into a gust of wind. What do you want to do? I won't let you do whatever you want. Morning Star Domain. Arcane Art. The Morning Star Magus that looked like a retainer struggled, the rings of light that represented 4 innate spells beginning to flicker behind him. Boom! In that moment, Melinda had arrived in front of him and raised her arms, her pale slender palms penetrating his innate defenses. Under his astounded expression, the rings from his innate spells were extinguished. You! How's that possible? The old retainer spat out blood. The backlash from his spell being interrupted had even cracked his sea of consciousness. Power of isolation again. You really do lack in creativity. Melinda shook her head, grabbing him by the neck. Peak Radiant Moon. She's a peak Radiant Moon Magus. Everything Melinda had just done was executed exquisitely, but even so, it would require a strength at the peak of rank 5. Only that would suffice to suppress a Morning Star arcane art and even cause a backlash. After this was made obvious, the many Morning Star Magi stared at Melinda in immense fear. The retainer who was being held by the neck flushed red, gritting out a few words from between his teeth. Master Blazing Flame Monarch won't let you off. I'll be waiting. Even if your master doesn't come for me, I'll go look for them. Melinda chuckled. Her outrageous words resulted in even more dread on the part of the Morning Stars. Warning! Warning! Large numbers of enemies have appeared. Determined to be at rank 5. Automatic defenses have been activated, dispatching Discipline Legion. A robotic voice sounded in the golden flames at the heart of Duz City. This was the spirit genie that controlled the city's defenses. The giant adamantine cannons and defensive runes on the city walls that were yet to be destroyed flickered to life with its words. Rumble, a short distance away, 2 legions of magi advanced like a black tide. It reacted in less than 10 seconds and even dispatched troops. Not bad, Lei Lin praised. Hee hee. That's the monarch's elite corps, the Crimson Fire Legion and the Discipline Legion. It's a pity that their leaders have all fallen at our hands. Melinda surveyed the area, and then asked disdainfully, which of you are going to take care of this? The moment she jabbed forward, a black streak charged into the Discipline Legion. A gigantic black sword could be seen weaving through the troops, spilling blood and flinging flesh. Their terrifying magic attack seemed to have no effect on the giant sword, and the Legion immediately fell into chaos. Kiki. Since Clark has chosen the Discipline Legion, I'll go for the Crimson Fire. Just as well, I need a large number of spirit bodies as supplements anyway, Jean snickered from nearby. He currently looked like a hologram, his extremely blurry body suddenly increasing in size. His black robe spread around to cover the Crimson Fire Legion like a curtain. Woo-woo, with a strange whistling, the magi of the Crimson Fire Legion collapsed one after another, rays of light that seemed like souls floating from their heads. These things that were similar to white flames were all absorbed by the black robe. Whether it was rank 1 and 2 magi troops, or even the squadrons of rank 3s and 4s, everything completely fell apart. Numerous magi howled as they cast blindingly bright spells, with some Morning Star arcane arts even, but Jean easily blocked them. With ruthless resolution, the black robe continuously absorbed the souls. A spell that specifically targets the soul. Leyland's eyes flashed. Though it can only deal with magi below rank 5, it's best for harvesting weaklings. In their short confrontation, the Blazing Flame Monarch's 2 elite legions completely crumbled down, and many of their magi immediately tried to flee. The few Morning Stars at the corners exchanged glances, coming to a mutual understanding as they turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. Don't go. The Magus that Melinda was holding onto by the neck was still struggling, but unfortunately, it was to no avail. In a situation where the 2 elite legions were decimated, and the Blazing Flame Monarch was not showing himself, the Morning Star Magi would be fools if they continued to stake their lives on this and fight Radiant Moons. Let me do something as well. Lei Lin stood up at the moment, staring at the giant cannons and adamantine puppets controlled by the city's spirit genie. It'll be strange if I don't. He laughed slightly, producing a few grey test tubes from his pouch and tossing them into the air. The sound of shattering glass sounded as the test tubes collided in midair. A white powder spread from the point of impact, constantly increasing in volume until it covered all of Duz City in a few moments. The giant adamantine cannons on the city walls creaked as if under an incredible burden, eventually collapsing with a rumble to reveal a frame that had been completely corroded. A thick layer of rust formed on numerous adamantine puppets, as if a long period of time had passed. They turned into a huge pile of scrap iron. Numerous runes lost their luster inch by inch, and even the spirit genie's voice from the heart of Duz City seemed to lose its coordination, as if something powerful was interfering with it. Hee hee, good job Lei Lin. If the spirit genie continues to control the defensive forces of the city, it would have been comparable to a radiant moon. Though we aren't afraid of it, it's best to eliminate such troubles. Melinda encouraged him with a smile on her face. How did you know? The retainer in the air widened his eyes in astonishment. You don't need that information. Look how the city has crumbled, you should die and rot with it. Melinda sighed, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Swish, at this moment, something strange happened. The void beside Melinda crumbled, and a translucent figure emerged to form a bayonet spike that pierced towards her abdomen. Rank 5 energy was emitted from this translucent figure, even if only at new moon. This sudden attack was enough to land Melinda in trouble. However, she still chuckled as she let go of the retainer's corpse, a crystal shield appearing in front of her. In the distance, Joanna suddenly ended her inaction. Large amounts of vines spread through the space, wrapping around the assassin. So you're the hidden trump card of the Blazing Flame Monarch. A Radiant Moon assassin? Just Duz City alone has tens of morning stars and a Radiant Moon guarding it. I'm growing more interested in my future profits. Chapter 654, Control and Discovery. Control and Discovery. The translucent figure being bound by the vines had a pair of deathly still eyes. Even though the assassination had been unsuccessful, there were no undulations whatsoever despite his life being at risk. Rumble, a terrifying force from his true soul, formed 5 different rings of light. Radiant Moon arcane art, his voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long time. The surrounding morning star magi also gritted their teeth, power pouring forth from their point masses to support their morning star arcane arts. This radiant moon evidently had made contact with these morning star magi at some point and arranged a counterattack. Hack, Ley-Lin instantly came before a morning star Magus, a giant serpent figure from his hands ruthlessly piercing through the other party's innate defenses, causing him to cough blood while quickly retreating. The backlash from a morning star arcane art being interrupted caused that Magus to howl in agony. If the 10 or so morning stars were to attack me together, I might find it slightly troublesome, but now. Ley-Lin looked towards Melinda. A terrifying rank 5 energy storm was swallowing the region around her. However, Ley-Lin could sense Melinda's aura. She was fine. After so many years, it's only these few magi that are loyal to the blazing flame monarch. How pitiful. As Ley-Lin's eyes scanned past the area, the morning stars could not stand the immense pressure and the rings of light from their arcane arts collapsed behind them. They held their heads and escaped. Rumble, radiant moon soul force spread brazenly about the battlefield. A few rays of light suddenly pierced through and dispersed the energy storm, revealing the figure of that rank 5 radiant moon Magus. Although there was a cross-shaped wound on him that was corroding into his body, a terrifying radiant moon arcane art had taken form in his hands. Void flames, the radiant moon murmured under his breath. A formless flame energy emerged from the void that caused even Leyland's expression to change. Melinda and Joanna, those two idiots. How could they let their opponent finish his arcane art, he cursed, fingers pressing on the grey ring causing fog to permeate the area. Melinda saw her opponent casting void flames from in front of her, but surprisingly her expression was as if she'd gotten away with something. She began chanting, seriousness emerging on her face. Her right hand pointed in the direction of the void flames. Adhering to the ancient agreement of the true soul, void flames. Devour everything before me for my sake. The formless flames crackled and flowed backwards, enveloping the very Magus who'd cast them within. Boiling heat spread through the area as the sound of an innate spell crumbling mixed with cries of disbelief and pain. Impossible. Why can you manipulate the flames? He was cut off at this point, devoured by the formless flames. His blood and flesh separated from his skeleton, and in the end even his bones melted down. The energy from a true soul being destroyed spread out, this radiant moon arcane art even targeted the soul. Seeing the opponent's figure being annihilated, Ley-Lin removed his palm from his ring, pupils shrinking, controlling a radiant moon arcane art and causing it to act on the user. This is more difficult than interfering with it. Unless. Swish, seeing that their radiant moon had fallen and the blazing flame monarch still wasn't showing himself, the remaining morning star magi completely lost their will to battle on. Air exploded and light flashed as they fled or teleported away. This radiant moon should have been the blazing flame monarch's last line of defense. Having done all this, Melinda seemed to be in a strange state. She seemed sorrowful yet relieved, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off her shoulders. The rule of the blazing flame monarch hereby ends. Melinda sighed, hand making a grabbing action towards the heart of Duz City. Rumble, a large white palm appeared in the air, grasping the holy fire right at the center. Under such an attack, even the tower genie was completely wrecked instantly. Duz City quieted down, and the light from its large-scale defensive spell formation dimmed. Could it be? Is Duz City going to have a different master from today on? What about the blazing flame monarch? Where is he? The surviving magi let out noises of disbelief. Yet all of them had one premonition from the extinguishing of the holy fire. Today would be a turning point in the history of the central continent. Groups of magi wearing robes with lightning patterns on them arranged the defenses outside in an orderly manner, gathering resources, and the like. Occasionally, a few old people worked on decrypting the warehouse's defensive formations. These lightning-patterned Magus robes were the signature of Jupiter's lightning. Besides them were magi with a Gemini sign on their robes, doing the same thing. Seeing Melinda and Clark so brazenly ordering their organizations to plunder the area, Ley-Lin was left speechless. He hadn't considered these matters when they'd set out. Even if he wanted to dispatch the warlocks of the Union, he didn't have the authority yet. As for the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan, they were too low-ranked, and would only serve to embarrass him. Melinda approached Ley-Lin and stared at the magi of Jupiter's lightning outside, her eyes undecipherable. My subordinates will set up defensive spell formations and guard them, which will help us gain some time. She had helped Zegna build Jupiter's lightning, and now the whole organization was in her hands. If Zegna were still alive, he might have died of rage. The Magi with a Gemini symbol on them belonged to Clark and Joanna. Seeing the bulging sacks under their clothes, it was obvious that they had obtained many treasures. Duz City was the core of the Blazing Flame Monarch's territory, and the precious items within were innumerable. If not for the Blazing Flame Monarch currently being in a weak phase, staying somewhere else to avoid danger, Lei Lin and the rest would not have taken the area down so easily. With the action of 5 radiant moons, the change in leadership of Duz City had occurred smoothly. Besides Lei Lin and the rest who had obtained some great items, even their subordinates had gained ample rewards. Asterisk Awu. Roar, asterisk at this moment, Lei Lin saw a monster formed of several gigantic beasts charging forward, showing berserk determination and bloodlust. What is that thing? Lei Lin stared at what seemed to be a giant mutated slime formed from gelatin and was stunned. That's the biological laboratory of the Blazing Flame Monarch. I let out all the experiments being imprisoned there. Melinda took out a mirror and tidied her long hair, not really caring about this. Such a dangerous thing, Lei Lin was speechless. Some of these monsters were evidently as powerful as morning stars. One of them was laying low, and Lei Lin could sense its desire for slaughter. Once let out, a calamity would descend on this region. Even morning star magi would be in trouble if they were besieged by these creatures. It's not our organization nor our territory. Is there a need to worry about this? Melinda blinked at Lei Lin, seeming innocent. All right. Come with me, everyone. I've already analyzed the coordinates of the fiery world from the astral gate. Joanna's voice sounded, and all the magi gathered at the heart of the room. A flaming astral gate was there, already activated. This was the gate in Duz City's astral laboratory, and the coordinates had been decoded from it. It was also why Melinda was confident in bringing Lei Lin and the rest to their final target, the place where the Blazing Flame Monarch was hiding. The Blazing Flame Monarch was currently at their weakest. Lei Lin and the rest had already plundered Duz City, which would completely offend the monarch anyway. If they didn't want to be attacked in revenge, the only way was to strike first and eliminate the monarch. Perhaps this was also why this woman had us break Duz first, to compel us to follow through. Lei Lin shot Melinda a glance. The female Magus seemed to be very calm now, but he could see a trace of emotion in her eyes. The opponent has hidden the coordinates to the fiery world within a pile of wrong data, but I still managed to find it. With a tap by Joanna, a few sparks flew towards Lei Lin and the others. Beep. Discovered spiritual force information, determined to be astral coordinates. No records in database. The AI chip immediately intoned. All the information in the spark was immediately transmitted to Lei Lin. Melinda nodded. The coordinates to this world was one of the prizes from this operation. We've agreed before on everyone having it. Immediately after, the spark was flicked into the astral gate. Blue flames flickered violently, forming something like a door. A terrifying boiling heat was transmitted from behind the astral gate. The last step in our operation shall be completed in the spatial crack of the fiery world. Let's go. Melinda was the first to step into the astral gate. We've all left behind puppets or clones here. If the situation is off, we can immediately open the astral gate and return. Joanna spoke slowly. Outside there's the chaos from the beasts, and we have subordinates keeping watch. We have ample time for warnings. Having said this, she walked in together with Clark. Let's go. Lei Lin watched Jean, who was in void form, and rubbed his nose. They stepped into the radiance of the astral gate together. Chapter 655, Maze. Maze. Lei Lin had already experienced space-time travel several times, and by this point was used to it. The moment he passed through the astral gate, the peak new moon true soul in his sea of consciousness began to twinkle, a layer of gentle and quiet yet very solid soul force enveloping his body. Whether it was spatial turbulence or terrifying worlds will, everything was kept out by it. Even morning stars could roam around nearby world cracks using just their body defenses. This was no issue at all for radiant moons. Through a soul force scan, Lei Lin sensed a world full of fire elemental particles. Unlike the lava world he'd been to before, this place lacked rocks and other energy particles. It was a world of pure red, filled only by fire. The world's origin force of fire elements was several times greater than that of the lava world. If the lava world was a celestial body, then although one couldn't liken this world to a boiling sun, it would be a moon. The larger a world, the richer its world origin force. Under the influence of the origin force here, it's not strange for a rank 6 Magus to comprehend some laws of fire, Lei Lin sighed. As a rank 6 Magus that had taken over the whole flame world, the blazing flame monarch was undeniably the world's child here. With the support of the world's origin force, his comprehension of the laws of fire could progress rapidly. It was natural for him to understand them. Lei Lin suddenly understood a fact: it's no wonder that all magi, whether ancient or recent, frantically take over the surrounding foreign worlds. So there's this type of benefit to it. Once you take over a world, you can gradually combine with the world's origin force and finally comprehend laws, breaking through into rank 7. If one Magus can completely take over the Magus world, which is much more powerful than the fiery world, and be nurtured by its origin force, what sort of benefits can they get? Lei Lin's heart was set aflame. The Magus world was vast, and even the surface had yet to be explored, not to mention the countless subterranean worlds. It was much easier for a Magus now to conquer these areas as compared to the ancient era where there were many existences who comprehended laws. Just taking over a small world would bring immense benefits. What about taking over the largest, the Magus world? If someone can successfully unify the Magus world and obtain the nurture of its world origin force, they can make use of this strength to reach the limits, to reach rank 9. Lei Lin mumbled to himself. He could not conceal his desire to enter the highest realm that a Magus could achieve. Did achieving the peak of rank 9 grant immortality? This was a question that was whirling through Lei Lin's mind. However, it was also a question that he could probe into only when he did attain that rank. Immortality was Lei Lin's goal, magic simply a means to an end. If a rank 9 Magus was not immortal, then he would explore further and look for something else. He would not regret it even if he died in the process. This was a path of hope. He would not tolerate doubt, weakness, he would not waver. Not even ancient magi could unify the Magus world, but I'll take this task on. Lei Lin clenched his fists. Golden and crimson was everywhere in the flames, and the already boiling heat only continued to increase. The air was very dry, to the point that one felt suffocated. A few fire elementals roamed within the flames. Although the fiery world was hell for any life form made of flesh and blood, it was their heaven. Lightning flashed in the void, opening up a gigantic, sparkling door. The door opened to reveal the figures of Lei Lin and the remaining magi. Energy at Radiant Moon caused the flames to part automatically, not daring to approach and harass them. What high temperatures! The fiery world really isn't a place for non-elemental life forms. Melinda carefully placed a defensive layer of icy water on her skin, something that caused Lei Lin to roll his eyes secretly. She turned around after taking care of her skin, looking serious. Be careful. The fiery world is the blazing flame monarch's nest. Most of the fire elementals at Morning Star and Radiant Moon are stationed here. If not for having to suppress the rebellion of the fire elemental particles and the pressure from the world, he would long since have sent these elementals to the Magus world. Lei Lin and the other nodded. How many Morning Stars and Radiant Moons could a world produce? If they went over to the Magus world, they could probably cause a huge ruckus. However, there was an issue with this as well. Not considering their duties as guards of fiery world, a change of environment and the additional suppression from being inside another world were large issues. The Magus world was one of the most powerful worlds, and its suppression of foreigners would be one of the most terrifying. A drop in several ranks would be considered slight. The unlucky ones would directly be crushed by the world origin force itself, joining the boundless dust in the void. For Lei Lin and the rest, going from the Magus world to other worlds was like going from a high-ranked dungeon to a lower-ranked one. The suppression of the world wasn't that serious, and there wouldn't be instances of drops in rank. Things weren't as rosy for those who went from lower-ranked worlds to higher-ranked ones. For instance, if Scarlet Eye entered the Magus world, he was likely to drop to Morning Star from Radiant Moon. This would be even more serious for elemental life forms like the fire elementals. The most suitable environment for them was the fiery world. The blazing flame monarch is hiding in one of the world cracks of the fiery world. There are many maze spells as well as powerhouses of the fiery world guarding it. There are many rank 4 and 5 fire elementals, and this is a world where they get the greatest increase in strength. They'll outperform themselves. Melinda spoke slowly, and Lei Lin and the rest looked grim. It would be hellishly difficult to defeat large numbers of Morning Stars and Radiant Moons in a hostile environment and then butt heads with the blazing flame monarch who was at rank 6. And yet, that was all that was required for a monarch to fall. The blazing flame monarch was currently at his weakest point anyway, something that allowed Melinda's group this opportunity. Don't worry. When the monarch massacred my people, I vowed to the astral plane that I would use his blood and wash away the humiliation. Clark brandished the large black sword in his hands, terrifying sharpness exploding. My baby is also thirsting for blood. No matter what brother does, I'll be supporting you. Joanna looked towards her brother. Morning Star and Radiant Moon fire elementals are nothing much. Kiki, I'm having more expectations towards the Blazing Flame Monarch's comprehension of laws, the blurry phantom of Jean snickered. Since we're already here, we're prepared for all that. Ley-Lin chuckled, fingers brushing over his ring involuntarily. The cold surface of the ring felt smooth, giving him more confidence. Many thanks, everyone. We'll definitely win this time, and the rewards will definitely satisfy you. Please wait for a while, I'll use a technique to look for the spatial crack that the Blazing Flame Monarch is hiding in. Melinda's eyes suddenly changed color, her pupils shrinking and disappearing to leave just the whites behind. Gazing at her eyes, even Ley-Lin felt as if his mind was empty, all his secrets being exposed. His heart couldn't help but palpitate with fear. Found it. All of a sudden, Melinda opened her palm and a purple daffodil floated out of it. It gave off endless energy waves. Space was pulled apart like a door, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. So quickly. Ley-Lin was slightly astonished, but he followed her in anyway. Light flashed and space rumbled, and Ley-Lin and the rest instantly appeared outside a world crack. Within, the fiery world was like a blazing sun, filled with dazzling rays of light. A large-scaled labyrinth floated outside the world barrier, as if the highest ruler of the fiery world. Outside the black building, many eyes flickered with various lights. They were morning star elementals. Even more powerful auras were transmitted from within. Ley-Lin even felt like he was being spied on, causing his hair to stand. Joanna sucked in a cold breath, such a complicated labyrinth, and so many fire elementals. This will be difficult. Now is the best opportunity to kill our target. Melinda did not take another glance at Joanna. This is the Alinor Labyrinth. Each Magus that enters will be sent to different areas, and will only be able to meet again in the main hall. I'll be off. Melinda turned into a streak of lightning, and practically in an instant broke out of the perimeter of the fire elementals as she disappeared into the labyrinth. Ha! Blazing Flame Monarch, here I come. Tremble. Repent. I want you to pay the price for all that you've done. Clark's expression was excited to the extreme as he waved his terrifying large black blade and charged in. Schlick, a three-headed giant fire elemental dog in his way was slashed into two, boiling lava, blood flying everywhere. Seeing her brother this way, Joanna sighed and followed closely behind him. I hate elemental life forms the most. The lack of souls will cause my works of art lose their beauty. Jean muttered to himself, turning into a large black shadow that covered practically half the labyrinth. The black figure began to pervade through the insides. Chapter 656, Blazing Flame Monarch. Blazing Flame Monarch. They're all lunatics. Ley-Lin could only sigh at how insane his group members were. Lunatics with power are the most troublesome lot. HSS, a tremendous Chamoyan appeared behind him, and a terrifying black hole formed that exerted a tremendous suction force on the fire elementals. Devour. The terrifying might of a rank 5 Chamoyan Emperor drew everything in, be it flames, light, or even space itself. The fire elementals began to bawl miserably, looking ready to retreat. However, their bodies were constantly being pulled into the black hole, and they were eventually devoured. There was a clear path in the space when Ley-Lin moved. The 5 radiant moons had successfully broken through the outer layer and entered the interior of the labyrinth. Powerful auras could be felt occasionally from its various parts. At the heart of the gigantic labyrinth, on a throne of pure gold, a human figure shrouded completely in flames raised their head, a translucent mirror forming in front of them. Footage flashed, showing Ley-Lin and the others. The Blazing Flame Monarch's eyes constantly twinkled as they scanned past Ley-Lin, Clark, and the rest. Their eyes rested on Jin's body for a brief moment before focusing completely on Melinda. The power of fate has brought everything back to its original trajectory, the Blazing Flame Monarch murmured, two red figures splitting from his form and darting in different directions. The numbers on the screen of the AI chip were in constant flux until it came up with a conclusion. Beep. Scan completed. Determined to be the first level of the Alinor Labyrinth. 12,800 m ahead, high-grade energy has been detected, determined to be a rank 5 being. Possibility of it being a fire elemental, 87.18%. So I'll need to break through all the barriers ahead to reach the Blazing Flame Monarch. Ley-Lin was now walking along a large and wide passageway that was tens of meters high. It looked like an area made specifically for giants, and he seemed minuscule in it. It also prevents teleportation, and has such scary confining runes. Leylin shook his head. Any loopholes or gaps that can be taken advantage of have been plugged. One can only move forward step by step with momentum. Why does this feel like clearing the stages of a game from my previous world? Leylin touched his chin in speechlessness. The blue light in his eyes did not weaken. The AI chip's scanning ability had been employed to its limit. This maze-like structure had completely split the five of them apart. Even if Leylin wanted to search for and make contact with his companions, there would be no response. If Leylin was the blazing flame monarch, he would be a fool not to take advantage of this and attack his enemies when they were divided. Hence, besides being cautious of traps and obstacles, he was very focused on the possible attacks from the flame monarch. Rumble. Boiling heat waves blew towards Leylin as he walked out of the passage, and a gigantic lava lake appeared before him. White air bubbles constantly exploded in the area, giving off a very strong smell of sulfur. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see, into the boundless red horizon. Is the rank 5 creature the AI chip detected in here? Leylin's eyes focused on the lava lake, seemingly penetrating through the thick lava and into its depths. Come out, he said with a smile on his lips as a gigantic two-headed figure abruptly darted into the lake, splashing around at will. The lava exploded, crashing down everywhere like rain. A black figure grew in size as it suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake, revealing terrifying mandibles similar to that of an alligator. Crack, the two-headed snake figure was torn up by the alligator's mouth, and the large black figure continued to ascend from the lava lake. Roar. The alligator-like being in front of Leylin had flames burning all over it. Droplets of scarlet lava dripped down from its scales and cracks constantly, its thin body still enormous. Its sinister-looking teeth were set in a large mouth, above which were two scarlet soul flames. It looked like a flame alligator that had evolved vertically, possessing the arms and long legs of humans. Its fingers were like black reverse hooks, and appeared very sharp. AI chip, conduct scan. Leylin ordered without hesitation. Beep. Flame Sovereign King, rank 5 being. It is an elemental life form. Strength, 238. Agility, 124. Vitality, 495. Spiritual force, 1523. A unique resident of the fiery world, it is a rare mutation among hundreds of morning star fire elementals, allowing it to be a commander. Innate abilities, 1. Fire Affinity, 2. Fire Skin, 3. Fire Elemental Summon, 4. Unknown. The AI chip quickly projected a 3D image of a large fire sovereign king in front of him. Beside the image was also a column with data in it that presented the opponent's statistics in detail. A rank 5 fire elemental life form with such stats. The figure of a Kamoyan serpent emperor appeared behind Leylin. If he didn't want to use his trump card, Leylin would have to make use of certain methods to deal with a radiant moon rank creature. Roar. The flame sovereign king snarled, and 3 dark red bundles of light separated from its body, falling into the lava lake. Dark red bundles of light constantly expanded and eventually exploded, revealing 3 fire elemental life forms that had strange forms. Each of them had energy undulations that were at least at morning star. Swish scarlet energy channels appeared at the flame sovereign king's legs, and the water level of the entire lava lake sank. With the absorption of a large amount of lava, the toll on it from having a few subordinates separating from it had completely disappeared. A summoning spell that allows it to split up into beings with morning star strength, and it even has methods to replenish its energy. Leylin stroked his chin. This guy's vitality is just too powerful in the fiery world. With just a slight misstep, I'll have to deal with an arduous battle, which is rather disadvantageous. Roar, the 3 morning star fire elementals charged out at this moment, accompanied by the enraged howls of the flame's sovereign king. Bloodline Seal. Leylin spread his hands and red bloodline force formed a ring of light, binding a morning star fire elemental. Icy Sphere. At the same time, a sparkling giant ball of ice exploded in the air, and snowflakes fell everywhere, even causing the temperature of the lava lake to drop by a few degrees. The 2 fire elementals that were attacking were covered by a layer of frost, solidifying and fusing with the ground. They were completely frozen. Warning! Warning! Energy in the opposing fire elemental's body has violent undulations, determined to be on the verge of self-detonation. Host, please take note. The AI chip's prompt caused Leylin's expression to instantly change. At this moment, the sounds of the Flame Sovereign King's roars were transmitted over. A woo, asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk along with terrifying sound waves, the three Morning Star fire elementals were filled up with a bright layer of red as they exploded, boiling hot heat waves spreading through the area. Though Lei Lin had gotten a warning beforehand from the AI chip and darted away in time, he still hadn't escaped completely unscathed. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, 4 bundles of glimmering dark red balls formed 4 Morning Star fire elementals, and Lei Lin's expression went dark. If I don't take care of the main body, this will be endless. Demonic black flames formed around Lei Lin's body, devouring the waves of fire from the previous detonations. The black phoenix flames raged in the fiery world, their devouring ability causing the opposing elementals to retreat. Even the Sovereign King was put in fear. Obscure fire plume technique, soaring demonic phoenix. Along with a high-pitched phoenix cry, a large black phoenix appeared in the air, 2 blazing flames sweeping across the region. The 4 elementals immediately burst apart, and their flames were absorbed by the black, demonic fire. This allowed the black phoenix to become even more enormous as it charged towards the Flame Sovereign King. Roar, the Flame Sovereign King bellowed, a layer of flaming skin covering it as it collided with the tremendous black phoenix. Demonic black flames flew in all directions just as the scarlet flames did, both using up each other's strength and devouring each other. The enormous vibrations spread in all directions in the labyrinth. In another area, Melinda chose a path with extreme familiarity. She'd met almost no dangers along the way, and was moving without obstruction. Her eyes were now glimmering with something brighter than light itself. I'm here. Are you ready? All of a sudden, the immense waves caused by Lei Lin traveled here, causing even this path she was taking to shake. The helpers this time are very powerful. Melinda laughed in satisfaction, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Whoosh, a giant black blade slashed out, the sword lights instantly causing 4 attacks that each beheaded an elemental. 4 large heads fell, blazing with raging flames. You did well, brother. The sword-wielding fighter was naturally Clark. Behind him, Joanna stared at him with an unspeakable tenderness within her eyes. These 2 rank 5 magi had somehow bypassed the limitations of the Alinor labyrinth and were working together. Soon, Joanna. Soon, brother will bring you along to take revenge. Clark chuckled. All of a sudden, his expression changed. Be careful. Chapter 657, The Labyrinth's Collapse. The Labyrinth's Collapse. Void shattered, and a red figure appeared beside Joanna. Endless flames lay docile on his body, flickering with scarlet light. This was evidently a peak rank 5 Magus. He solemnly grabbed at Joanna, pure golden flames turning into sharp claws that caused Joanna's defenses to break inch by inch. Blazing Flame Monarch. Clark howled with fury, arriving in front of her. The sharp, flaming claws ruthlessly grabbed him, causing the steel armor to break. Even the skin underneath had been roasted a charred black, revealing bright silver, metallic bones. Within the Alinor labyrinth, there was only one person who could move freely. And that was its owner, the Blazing Flame Monarch. Clark spat out fresh blood as he and Joanna were sent flying. Brother! Brother! Joanna kept screaming, eyes instantly turning blood red. How dare you harm my brother? I want you dead. Thin, translucent threads emerged from her hands, and even the void itself was cut through as they headed in the direction of the red figure in the air. Fierce golden flames struck the translucent threads. Under the burning of the flames, the threads gradually melted. Not far away, Joanna turned pale. Joanna, get behind me. At this point, Clark stood up once again, as if he did not have a life-threatening injury on his chest. Blazing Flame Monarch, I've waited for this day for a long time. BZZT, Clark's hands were on his giant black sword, emanating the terrifying undulations from high-grade magic equipment. The sharp rays of light were bright and dazzling, and even the void was constantly crumbling in front of it. Sorrow of Gaia. Clark yelled in his anger, the phantom of a vast land appearing behind him. An aura of rot converged on his body, forming terrifying sword glints. Death and decay are not something a living soul can control. The scarlet being in the air spoke slowly, a red sword with flames on it similarly appearing in its hands. In the name of fire, your only destination shall be the stillness of an eternal death. The whole world seemed to tremble and cheer as large amounts of fire elemental particles wound automatically around the surface of the flaming sword. These two longswords that had surpassed the limitations of space connected in the next instant, the dark green force that represented death and wilting up against the scarlet fire. Their collision formed a storm that annihilated everything. Red sword light flashed in the roiling storm, and Clark's whole body fell backwards. To be precise, half his body fell back. Everything under Clark's lower abdomen had completely disappeared, as if he had been chopped in half at the waist. It revealed a mechanical backbone and translucent fluids. The scarlet figure of the blazing flame monarch was revealed once more as the energy storm dissipated. He stared at Clark's wounds and suddenly laughed. It's not even a mechanical modification, just the puppet of a soul servant. The true Clark should have died long ago. He turned around, staring at Joanna who had tears in her eyes. A pretty good soul division technique. It's no wonder the two of you weren't separated when you came in, you are one and the same. Clark's your courage, longing and hatred. After removing these qualities, your main body is only left with weakness. No, my brother isn't dead. Joanna cried out like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, tears spilling out of her eyes. Don't cry, sister, the half-bodied Clark on the ground consoled her with a smile, but the voice grew increasingly rigid, and the sound intermittent. It eventually turned robotic. Ah, wait. I seem to remember only a little girl surviving during that massacre then. Was it you? A strange smile appeared on the blazing flame monarch's face. You actually placed all your hopes on someone else. Even if you've reached rank 5, you're still trash. Words that were as sharp as a blade caused Joanna's face to turn deathly pale. No, I'm not, she hugged her head, on the brink of a complete breakdown. The blazing flame monarch looked proud, and just as he was about to deal her another blow and upset her further, his expression suddenly changed. Joanna was still hugging her head, but streams of black gas were dispelled from her body. A dangerous aura formed around her, one that even had him considering retreat. What's going on? Wait, she's the descendant of that deceased clan. Could it be? The blazing flame monarch's eyes shrank, and large amounts of flaming shackles appeared and shot towards Joanna. He was one step too late. Joanna looked up and began to scream. An endless terrifying undulation immediately enveloped the whole region. Thud. The terrifying rank 5 fire elemental, the alligator-human hybrid flame sovereign king toppled down, the flames on its body extinguishing bit by bit. The two bundles of soul flames gradually dimmed in its eye sockets. Soul light was constantly dispelled from the body, bringing with it dense fire elemental particles that were like fireflies. They quickly disappeared into the air. Chirp, a high-pitched cry sounded and a large black phoenix descended from the skies. The flames withdrew to reveal Lei Lin who was within. The rank 5 flame sovereign king really was quite troublesome. I almost had to use my arcane art. Lei Lin stood at the edges of the lava lake. After the death of the sovereign king, the black walls of the labyrinth at the other side of the lake pushed and pulled each other like toy building blocks, revealing a pitch-black pathway. It's hard to tell how many stages there are in the labyrinth, unless, Lei Lin stroked the ring on his hand. A maze set up by a rank 6 Magus was something a rank 5 like him could only solve directly. It required another rank 6 to act to break it, or other special circumstances. An ear-piercing screech was transmitted to Lei Lin's ears, the hatred and terrifying energy it held causing Lei Lin's expression to change slightly. It came from there. Did anything happen? Boom, one of the walls slowly crumbled following the explosion, and large amounts of black dust fell down. The labyrinth is already showing signs of collapsing. This power seems to be a unique type that's rumored to have existed in ancient times. Lei Lin's eyes glinted coldly. While he was focused on the energy undulations, space suddenly collapsed around him. A scarlet figure appeared before him like before. Flames seethed in the opponent's hands, seemingly breaking their limitations to possess a terrifying heat. They caused the other energy particles to constantly draw back. There were only flames within this domain. The origin law of fire. So you're the one who's been spying on me, Lei Lin snickered, his right hand unhesitatingly activating the silver ring. Streams of fog dissipated, instantly forming a world of fog. Roar, the phantom of a four-armed cyclops with hard skin emerged from the ring. The fog space of the ancient misty fog giant. The world of fog enveloped Lei Lin and the person who had launched a sneak attack. The opponent's law of fire was already tangled up by the fog, using up its energy. With the blood from Bevis as the basis, and via in-depth processing by the AI chip, Lei Lin had successfully created a bloodline imprint of the misty fog giant and sealed it within the ring. Since it was a spell that could be activated using a bloodline, Leyland's bloodline imprint had reached a might of rank 6. Is this, the law of fog? Leyland could sense a deep-seated force in this world of fog. This was the law that controlled it. Due to its connection with the bloodline imprint, he gained some rudimentary control as well. Large amounts of grey fog were like the most docile stream of water to him, allowing him to do as he liked. Crush him. With Leyland's command, great amounts of grey fog immediately turned into hardened rock, bringing with them the world will as they rained down on the red figure. This isn't your own ability, it's an ancient rank 6 spell. The tremendous force caused the scarlet figure to cry out involuntarily. He was covered by the fog immediately after. Red light constantly penetrated through the fog, yet it grew increasingly dark. This is the real ancient fog space. If Bevis had used a spell like this, I might have long since been defeated or even killed, Leyland sighed. While Bevis did have the blood of the misty fog giant, he had no AI chip and it wasn't as if he could endlessly consume his bloodline for spells. Leyland was different. After being purified by the AI chip, the blood of the misty fog giant now displayed its might like in ancient times. Damn it, there's another one. Another voice sounded from within the fog, and it soon turned deathly silent. The world of fog dissipated, returning to the scene of the lava lake from before. Another one. Light flashed, and Leyland's figure emerged. Looks like it isn't the first time he's been at such a disadvantage, Anne. Leyland stared at where the scarlet figure had been. There was now nothing there. A rank 5 clone. Looks like the blazing flame monarch has no helpers nearby, and has no choice but to do this himself. Good timing. I'll make use of this. Leyland waved his arms, and the fog that had not completely dispersed spread out, completely corroding the walls of the labyrinth. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk the labyrinth walls that had already gone through immense damage could not hold on any longer and began to break apart inch by inch. Much of the wall turned into powder, and this was still spreading further. Chapter 658, Flame Monarch. Flame Monarch. The Alinor Labyrinth was a maze pattern that a rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus had painstakingly set up. The Magi who wished to intrude would have to advance by passing through all of the stages, only then reaching the end. Now, after withstanding all this damage, as well as 2 intentional attacks on Leyland's end, the labyrinth had begun to crumble. Bit by bit, the walls split open, glowing runes turning to powder. The lava lake from before was gradually drying up, revealing a surface full of cracks. The pathways were continuously crumbling with this area as the center. The collapse of the Alinor Labyrinth is happening earlier than I expected. Melinda furrowed her beautiful brows and sank into deep thought. A dark shadow then charged towards the heart of the labyrinth at a quicker pace. Within the barriers of the boundless world crack was the fiery world. It was like the sun, the exterior of which was the imposing and serene Alinor Labyrinth. All of a sudden, the labyrinth creaked. It was like it could no longer hold its burden, and began to collapse inch by inch. Once the foundations completely crumbled, the large building began to topple with a loud rumble, and the surrounding fire elementals fled for their lives. Along with a tremendous rumbling sound, the labyrinth completely broke down, revealing a minor plane. Light flashed in the air, and Melinda took the first step onto this minor plane. This minor plane was like the Morning Star area, a world that was yet to mature. This minor plane was obviously much smaller than the Morning Star area, with only a single layer. One could even see it end to end. With just one look, Melinda could see a flaming figure sitting on a throne of pure gold at the middle of the place. At the same time, the flaming figure turned and met Melinda's gaze. Terrifying energy that reached rank 6 emanated from the opponent's body, hovering around him. This was a rank 6 Magus, a Breaking Dawn. It was a monarch. The Magus sitting on the golden throne had evidently grasped some bits of the laws of fire. This was the blazing flame monarch, the ruler of an enormous territory and the one who almost caused the extinction of the bloodline warlocks. You're here. The blazing flame monarch asked, the voice androgynous. Yes. I've returned to take back what belongs to me. Melinda muttered, her tone becoming increasingly resolute. You were mere emotions that I intentionally dispelled so that I could advance to Breaking Dawn. You're just garbage I tossed out. What are you taking me back for? The flames dissipated, revealing the figure of the Magus on the throne. Yet, this Magus was obviously female. What's more, her face bore some semblance to Melinda's. No. I am the consciousness of the main body, you're only a thief that took it over. A despicable thief. Melinda's face flushed red. So you're making use of this opportunity and trying to steal everything back. The female Magus on the throne chuckled, as if she was watching a mischievous child making a fuss in front of her, but I have to admit, the allies you found are excellent magi. They're powerful and hold the possibility of advancing further. They could very well become new monarchs in the future. Everything's over. Return what's mine to me. Melinda took a step forward, her aura fluctuating abruptly, seemingly even exceeding the peak of rank 5. Having lost me, you're at your weakest. And the more powerful I am, the weaker you get. Melinda took several steps forward, eyes glimmering with light. As long as I can suppress you, I'll be able to obtain everything. Pure golden flames rose once more, and the female Magus atop the flame throne slowly got up. You're wrong. No matter how weak a Breaking Dawn Magus is, there's still a Breaking Dawn at the core. It's already been 3,000 years. Did you think I did nothing at all in this time? It's just an issue pertaining to the soul. With the support of Fire Origin Force, as well as the amassed knowledge of the Magus world, I found a way to mend the loss of a part of my true soul. As if to verify her words, a golden sun appeared behind the female Magus. Boiling hot strength rippled out from the true soul, emanating energy waves that put Melinda on the verge of suffocation. This was a Breaking Dawn's true soul. The icy cold of moonlight had transformed into terrifying, boiling light, its volume and power showed that it had reached the peak. You've recovered. Melinda abruptly halted her footsteps. Not only have I recovered, I've even forged ahead to greater heights. The blazing flame monarch stated, an unquestionably terrifying energy held within her. Kiki, I seem to have heard something amazing. A translucent figure emerged, and Jin's hoarse voice sounded from the shadows. So Melinda, you're my enemy as well. Joanna and Leylin hurried over around the same time. Joanna was quite different from before, and Clark hadn't appeared, as if he'd disappeared. Joanna was now glaring at Melinda with hatred. I trusted you so much in the past, but you betrayed me. Leylin observed Joanna's state, so it's her. I'd thought the first vibrations were from Jean or Melinda. This appearance, she looks quite similar to one of the 12 top-grade bodies written down in ancient records. The AI chip completely recorded down Joanna's external appearance, and presented it to Leylin with a projection. The Joanna in the projection had completely dark purple hair, and a strange flower-shaped pattern appeared on her forehead like a tattoo. Yet, it rippled with some sort of luster. Beep. Detected abnormal radiations from target's body. Vigorous increase in ability to attract energy particles with runes seen on the surface of the body. The AI chip began to present the results of its scanning, and in Leylin's eyes Joanna's body seemed to turn into a gigantic magnet, attracting the free energy particles in the air. They formed a mysterious circuit in her body, allowing her spiritual and magic power to replenish itself continuously. It even seemed to rise, breaking through a bottleneck. I really want to. Leylin lowered his head, eyes flickering with an intelligent glint. I really want to study her. It's not just her physique. This ability clearly has something to do with a natural ability to increase the aptitude of the soul itself. I can increase elemental affinity, but a natural gift like this to strengthen the soul has practically gone extinct in the central continent. Whatever she did to your clan occurred after I separated from her. It's the same with the bloodline warlocks. I am not your enemy. Melinda glanced at Joanna and Leylin, smiling wryly as she gave an explanation. Her strength slightly exceeds my expectations. I'll need your help. I don't care about that. Jean was the first to retort, you promised to share the law comprehension crystals with us once we killed her. Was that all a lie? It was only at this point that Leylin remembered that Melinda had promised to split the law comprehension crystals from the blazing flame monarch's death evenly. She didn't even seem to mind losing her own share. At that point, they had all been against the blazing flame monarch, and Leylin had assumed Melinda was like them as well, only satisfied with the monarch's death. However, by the looks of it, she had left behind a loophole that wasn't quite a loophole. She was part of the flame monarch's soul, and once Melinda returned to her main body and gained control over the blazing flame monarch, that meant the monarch was dead. Yet, as the other party had not truly died, it was impossible for there to be any law comprehension crystals, and even more impossible for there to be any distribution. This woman harbored terrible intentions from the very beginning and wanted to use us as laborers. Leylin shook his head inside, though I never did expect much from her, this is still quite upsetting. He could tell that if Melinda succeeded, their only gains from this mission would be what they got from Dust City, nothing more. On the other hand, Melinda would have become the blazing flame monarch. Even they wouldn't dare to complain about a rank 6 Magus even if they had thoughts against it. Melinda's plan was very perfect, but she had not thought Leylin and Joanna would have strength surpassed her expectations. On top of that, the blazing flame monarch had actually eliminated the issues from the breaking up of a true soul, and was perhaps now at her peak. All who have the audacity to violate my city are to kneel and repent before me. Boiling hot soul force was like steel that sealed the space around them. The blazing flame monarch's low voice resounded through the area, putting Leylin under immense pressure. Melinda's expression was first terrible but quickly brightened up. No, that's not it. We still have a chance. If her injuries were really completely healed, she wouldn't hide here and watch us invade and destroy Duz City, even letting her subordinates be massacred at our hands. Leylin, Joanna, I'm depending on you now. No matter what requests you have after this is over, I'll agree to them. Before, Leylin and Joanna's strength had been too outstanding and caused there to be some changes in Melinda's calculations. However, it was these changes that gave her hope. How ridiculous. Before Leylin and the rest could reply, the female Magus in front of the throne snickered. Golden rays of light were like a world of their own, dazzling gold soul force pouring out with large amounts of flames. It led Leylin to almost believe he was watching the rebirth of the sun's child here. In the midst of this scorching first sunrise, a pitiful cry rang out. When Leylin opened his eyes once more, Jean was now raised and held in the blazing flame monarch's hand. Chapter 659, Trump Card and Resolution. Trump Card and Resolution. Out of all these people, you were the one that I felt was the most dangerous. I didn't expect it to be an old friend. The female flame Magus stared at the faint human figure in her hands, a slight smile on her face. I don't know what you're saying, Jin's voice was hoarse and robotic. Kellet. I cannot tolerate any outsiders peeping in on my land of flames. The blazing flame monarch seemed to be confident in herself. A terrifying golden soul force entered Jin's body with her declaration, threads of gold traveling through the faint body as they burst into golden flames. The blazing flame monarch conjured an illusory scene from of Jin's body. A platinum figure seemed to be seated on a throne within a spacious place. The golden flame seemed to pierce through the void, descending in that area. A low sigh was heard from the platinum figure. A feather appeared, turning into an odd-looking longsword amidst white light. There were feather-shaped ornaments on the hilt of this sword that swung down viciously. The void surged and separated, the palace from before disappearing. Jean exploded like a balloon in the blazing flame monarch's hands. Kellet. Is that the monarch of the sky's real name? I'd assumed Jean was a spirit Magus. To think he was actually a puppet. It looks like it isn't just Melinda that's plotting against the blazing flame monarch. Intelligence flashed in Leylin's eyes, and he looked towards the blazing flame monarch who seemed completely fine but was silent. But a monarch's plot can't be so weak, can it? A hint of anticipation rose in Leylin's eyes. After all, this was a Breaking Dawn Magus working behind the scenes. Jean shouldn't be so easy to deal with. *BZZT BZZT. At this moment, a few pure white goose feathers fell on Leylin's shoulder like snow, causing him to freeze. Immediately after, a snow of feathers fell down on the place. The ground was covered by a thin layer of white that even shrouded the blazing flame monarch's golden soul force. Cracks began to appear on the boundary of the half-dimension, but the effects were even worse on the blazing flame monarch herself. Rumble. Golden flames burst forth from her body, immediately burning the feathers that drew close to ashes. However, there was still some white that managed to pass through her defenses. Her expression changed. Damn you, Kellet. Boom, the feathers exploded, causing her to sway a little. Immediately after, the scorching sun that was her true soul suddenly dimmed, and the temperature nearby quickly lowered. The oppressive aura in the half-dimension was reduced. Brown crack streaked across the faint figure of the blazing flame monarch's true soul, and even the monarch's own aura weakened. So you still can't completely suppress your injuries. Melinda moved forward, an odd aura being emanated from her body as it pounced towards the monarch. Die. Joanna was even faster. Her aura had already reached the peak of radiant moon, and purple gas converged to form a trident that pierced towards the blazing flame monarch. Get out of the way. The golden flames on the monarch's body grew tenfold as exuberant with her cry, incinerating everything the monarch of the skies had arranged. After launching that attack, the blazing flame monarch staggered backwards, and cracks began to appear on the golden throne behind her. Facing the attacks of Melinda and Joanna, the monarch's expression grew solemn. It was as if she was a god when she made the declaration. I am the blazing flame monarch. The laws of fire in this world shall be controlled by I alone. Large amounts of scarlet fire particles appeared, forming something on a level higher than a domain that completely enveloped the area. You've comprehended the laws of fire? Even just a bit is already so powerful. Leyland's head hung down a little, covering his eyes that were constantly emitting light. He could feel with his senses that the moment the blazing flame monarch summoned this plane of fire that was even more powerful than a domain, the fire elemental particles that he could normally control seemed to have an aura that rejected the summons of his soul force. This was much more intense than the elemental isolation of a morning star domain. Leyland even felt that the fire element now had a life and will of its own, and was automatically rejecting his control over it. Just comprehending a tiny portion of a law gives you a huge advantage over weaker existences, Leyland sighed. At this moment, the blazing flame monarch's right hand ruthlessly grabbed forward, law of fire. Rumble, a bundle of flames emerged in front of her, seeming neither strong nor very hot. However, it was like the most primal fire in the world, filled with a great ancient aura of leadership. The tip of the purple trident sizzled and melted the moment it came into contact with the fire. The sound caused Joanna's expression to warp. The scarlet flames seemed to have a life of their own in the blazing flame monarch's hands, and immediately flickered as they turned into a fiery whip. Joanna's body was sent flying backwards, a long luminous burn mark on her body. I am the master of the flames, one who has grasped the power of law. You can't stop me. A berserk soul force radiated from the blazing flame monarch as if to prove her point. Melinda took several steps backwards. The soul force at the Breaking Dawn realm had caused a backlash to her hand, and 2 streams of blood dripped from her eyes. She quickly retreated, and transmitted to Leyland, "You're not going to fight back." "I can do that, but what benefits will you give me?" Leyland's arms were bunched together as he stared at Melinda coldly. "What do you want?" Melinda was about to go crazy. At this point, Leyland was still ignorant of the big picture. Did he not know that once the blazing flame monarch killed her and Joanna, he wouldn't be able to escape either? "I want the method you use to divide your true soul and sever the soul." Leyland was very confident that he could flee, which was why he was in no hurry and was even bargaining for the best benefits. With his strength, he was confident he could escape even the blazing flame monarch at her peak, much less now when she was incomplete. He was rather interested in the technique of soul separation that she possessed. Though he wouldn't do it himself, it would be a good supplement for his database. All right. Melinda agreed to Leyland's condition unhesitatingly. As of now, the priority was eliminating the blazing flame monarch. No matter how important the technique of severing souls was, it was just some information. There was obviously no issue at all. This was not all. Leyland instantly sensed Melinda's sincerity. Beep. Discovered spiritual force data interface. Allow transmission. The AI chip asked robotically. After Leyland chose to allow the transmission, large amounts of information instantly emerged in his mind. Though he did not go through it in detail, the AI chip's scans showed that this was the real deal. The power of laws can only be dealt with by laws. The gray ring on Leyland's right hand exploded and a puff of fog appeared, forming a gray world that contended with the opposing monarch's flame plane. A rank 6 bloodline spell. Gray fog and scarlet flames each consumed the energy of the other, and space itself was torn apart where these 2 tremendous domains met. A cry sounded from the blazing flame monarch's side. Darned bloodline warlocks. I should have completely destroyed you long ago. These words that were filled with hatred did not cause Leyland to stop. He smiled instead. I've always loved listening to the anguish and ire of those who want to eliminate me. It means they're completely defeated. Even if Leyland had sealed a bloodline imprint from Bevis Misty Fog giant bloodline in the ring, he could only launch 2 attacks. One had been used on the blazing flame monarch's clone, and the other was being employed here. AI chip, focus on collecting information. Leyland ordered. With the chip as a medium, Leyland could somewhat sense and manipulate the laws of fog. How could he not record such precious information? Beep. Beginning to record under laws of fog, the AI chip quickly intoned. At this moment, large amounts of gray fog formed a monster with 3 heads that was under Leyland's control. Toxins, lightning, and frost were being spewed out by these heads, striking the flame plane. Even stray energy from the toxins, lightning, and frost caused Melinda and Joanna to retreat in a hurry, afraid to get hit. My bloodline imprint only has 1 attack left. If you have any methods, use them now. I'll break through the opponent's defensive laws. Leyland stared at Melinda and Joanna without much emotion. The three-headed monster roared and tore at the flame plane, revealing the main body of the blazing flame monarch. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a sharp grey claw descended and extinguished the flames that the blazing flame monarch had summoned, and even tore apart the flame shackles. At this moment, a trace of astonishment appeared on the monarch's confident face. She had evidently never thought that Leyland's control over the power of laws would grow this quickly. Brother, wait for me. I am about to be done with my vengeance. A deep hatred rose in Joanna's eyes for the blazing flame monarch. She pounced forward, streams of purple gas appearing from her back to form a gigantic plant that was similar to the flower on her forehead. Chapter 660, Erosion of the Sun. Erosion of the Sun. Let's perish together. Joanna had on an insane smile. It was as if death was not the end for her, only a beginning. Many roots formed from her body, wrapping around her and the blazing flame monarch. The faint image of the purple plant solidified, and the roots wound tightly together as the two fell into the half-dimension. Branches and leaves spread out, the bud at the very top growing and blooming. With the blazing flame monarch's infuriated howls, a purple flower bud with unworldly beauty slowly blossomed in the half-dimension. A terrifying strength took form at the same time, forming purple light that spread in all directions. Even the world of fog was affected as it crumbled down. This is bad. Leyland's pupils shrank. The remaining fog force immediately created a thick wall-like structure in front of him, behind which Melinda squeezed in unceremoniously. Following that, purple light spread through the skies and drowned the area. The half-dimension hidden within the labyrinth burst apart under the purple light, and many black holes appeared in the region, devouring the surroundings. The scene looked to be of the world's end. The stray energy from the explosion still bombarded the protective sphere of the fiery world, causing it to shake. Once everything calmed down again, the original world crack now looked completely different. Large amounts of irreparable spatial rifts had appeared in the place, and endless turbulence streaked past the void, causing what was now in ruins further damage. Even the nebulae around the place, what was similar to his previous world, had completely dissipated in the explosion. Bits of dimmed starlight flashed every once in a while from the edges, as if fading away and reconciling to this fact. A large bundle of fog dissipated in this shattered void, revealing the figures of Leyland and Melinda. As expected from the physique of an ancient clan. The destructive force from her self-detonation, Leyland seemed to be praising it, yet there was still some regret in his words. He was very interested in studying this sort of physique, and had never expected the other party to so resolutely detonate herself. The terrifying storm that formed as a result was enough for Leyland and Melinda to be affected even with the defense from the rank 6 energy of the misty fog giant, and they cut sorry figures. The bloodline. Leyland's eyes turned red, and a small-scale vortex formed in his hands. Some of the items in the void seemed to be attracted by some formless strength and automatically reached Leyland's hand. Large motes of light condensed to form a droplet of purple blood with bits of gold shimmering within. So this is all that remains. What an overbearing spell. Leyland sighed, stowing the blood away. Not yet. The blazing flame monarch isn't dead. There was glee following Melinda's gasp of surprise. This was the best situation for her, with the blazing flame monarch heavily injured and unable to resist her claim to dominance. She's a Breaking Dawn Magus after all. How could she die so easily? Leyland nodded solemnly. He'd never dared to underestimate such a high-ranking Magus. On top of that, the AI chip did not give any conclusion of sorts, and instead scanned the space for the aura of the blazing flame monarch. This made Leyland even more acutely aware of the result. Golden flames abruptly surged in the void, increasing in volume to form a giant blazing door. The blazing flame monarch walked out of this giant door, her detached eyes full of ruthlessness. Rumble, the flaming door quickly shrank to form a golden Magus robe that draped over her body. I never thought a bug like you would interfere with the reincarnation procedure this time. It seems like ancient clans like these and the bloodline warlocks should all be exterminated. A peak rank 6 aura was being emitted from their opponent's body, and Leyland and Melinda shared a glance as they laughed bitterly. The ability to be revived by flames? Leyland stroked his chin, seems rather well suited to the fire element. It even has a healing effect which shares some similarities to the icy world's freezing innate skill. We're already in this situation, and you still have time to think about that. Melinda didn't know whether to laugh or cry in response. Yet, the blazing flame monarch had already raised her right hand, and a long sword made of raging flames appeared in it. In the name of the blazing flame monarch, I shall judge you. Immense flames surged out with sword lights. These flames were not ordinary, they were from the law of fire. Just the descent of a few wisps drew out all the fire elemental particles in the region in an instant. All the other elemental particles were tyrannically rejected and repelled. With her rebirth from the flames, not only had the blazing flame monarch managed to survive Joanna's self-detonation, but she also healed all her injuries. She had regained her strength as a peak rank 6 monarch. Get out of the way. Lei Lin pushed at Melinda, and a large amount of crimson light surged out, bloodline shield. Rumble, the flaming sword struck the shield, emitting a frigid sound. On the other side, Melinda tossed out a piece of magic equipment similar to a statue, blocking the blazing flame monarch's attack. With Joanna's death, Melinda and Lei Lin were the only 2 invaders remaining. Lei Lin's rank 6 bloodline fog had left a deep impression on her, so Melinda transmitted a query to him: do you still have another bloodline imprint? No. Do you think a rank 6 bloodline is so easily obtained? The amount of blood I had was only enough to create 2 imprints. Lei Lin glared at Melinda, waving his right hand. He was speaking the truth. The ring on his hand had long since disappeared. Upon hearing this, a hint of despair appeared in Melinda's beautiful eyes. I can't take this lying down. Am I really going to die with Big Brother here? She's going crazy again. Watching Melinda, whose voice had turned into that of a little girl once more, Lei Lin was rendered speechless. It seemed like the original blazing flame monarch had discarded more than one portion of her soul, which was why Melinda had such bizarre emotions and a split personality. Despicable warlock bloodline and the trashes that I had disposed of before. Let me purge you completely today. The blazing flame monarch that had regained her full strength took several steps closer, the peak rank 6 strength causing Lei Lin's expression to change. Only when face to face with her did he realize how terrifying the might of a monarch was. The opponent's true soul was like a scorching sun, tens of times larger than that of a radiant moon and of better quality. This golden soul force exceeded the strength of radiant moon soul force, and made even Lei Lin feel suppressed. Erosion of the sun. The monarch raised her sword once more, the faint image of her true soul appearing behind her. Black light formed at the heart of the sun, converging on the tip of the flaming longsword. From the black spot, Lei Lin could feel a terrifying energy that could obliterate everything in its path. Opposing qualities, huh? This is incomparably close to the antimatter theory in my previous world. Purify. Along with an exclamation, the blazing flame monarch swung her sword out, pitch black light beginning to shoot towards Lei Lin and Melinda. Full of destructive energy, it surged like a stormy sea and roared. The world origin force of the fiery world beside them boiled and disappeared into the blazing flame monarch's body, causing this attack to grow even more powerful. An attack befitting one at the peak of rank 6. Lei Lin sighed, and then did not hesitate as he commanded, AI chip, begin defensive plan number 2. Beep. Mission established, beginning usage of host's energy and forming defense. The AI chip's icy voice intoned immediately. Meanwhile, a layer of black Kamoyan scales appeared on the surface of his body. He tossed out large numbers of potions that formed a colorful defense. At the outermost layer, the bloodline shield changed its shape with the manipulation of the AI chip, welcoming the black light headed their way. Rumble, space itself crumbled. Even a world crack could not withstand such a powerful explosion, and spatial storms were formed everywhere. Lei Lin emerged from the explosion, much of his Magus robes torn apart. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. So, Melinda, are you dead yet? Lei Lin's eyes flashed with wit as he glanced in Melinda's direction. White light flashed in the void, and Melinda's head appeared. Her body had completely severed from below the neck, and on those body parts, there were signs of burns that had clotted and turned into scars. If I died, you'd definitely have died before me. Melinda's face was now as pale as a dead person, as if she had lost all blood. I can't hold this for long. Do you have any other methods to deal with her? I have one more. Melinda, who now only had a head, glanced at Lei Lin and seemed to have made up her mind. Yes. Lei Lin pretended to struggle with the decision and spoke in a low voice, but that's my life-saving trump card. Once it's used, I'm not going to bother with you. You don't need to. As long as you can successfully suppress her for a period of time, leave everything to me. All the benefits that I spoke of in the contract will be given to you. Melinda gritted her teeth. Fine. Lei Lin chuckled, and a few balls made of crystal appeared. Within these sparkling crystal balls was a dark red gas that was like a river. Boom, 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 many of the balls exploded, and a strange power spread outwards. It's no use. I've already grasped authority over flames. Any attacks below laws, the flame monarch stopped abruptly, her beautiful eyes suddenly showing astonishment. Chapter 661, Seizing and Assist. Seizing and Assist. In actuality, the blazing flame monarch was still on her guard against Melinda and Lei Lin. Not taking into account her opponent's secret plan before, the tens of crystal balls that Lei Lin had sent out and exploded made it seem as if he was about to cast some spell. That already made the flame monarch feel some unease. This was an ability similar to prophecy, and was common among high-ranked magi. However, it was extremely rare for the blazing flame monarch to get one with such a violent warning. Hence, she instantly made her move and golden soul force swept the area as the law of fire covered the void. However, her strength strangely had no effect on the dark red fog, and no matter how hot the golden flames blazed, the dark red streams of gas still flowed in the air undisturbed. Damn it! Erosion of the sun. The blazing flame monarch raised her long sword high in the air once more, the black point swelling and emitting a terrifying aura that was even more terrifying than before. This is about half of the dream force that I amassed. Lei Lin's heart was aching as well. There was a limit to how much dream force he could store. He needed to use vessels from Dreamscape, and for this reason he'd used up much of what he'd acquired. It could be said that in order to create this environment, he had thrown in most of his gains from Dreamscape. However, it was because he had put in these hard-earned savings that the effects were extraordinary. Lei Lin could sense the dense dream force spreading through the area, something that caused even Melinda's eyes to glaze over slightly. Dream force was no weaker than the power of laws, which was why the blazing flame monarch's fires had little effect on it. After all, she had yet to completely grasp the laws of fire anyway, or she would long since have advanced to rank 7 instead of hovering around rank 6. At this point, the results from the AI chip scans were presented before Lei Lin's eyes. Beep. Emission of Dreamforce complete. Meet standards of using Dreamforce. It's not as if I've never defeated a rank 6 before. Lei Lin's lips quirked up in a smile, and immediately a complicated and illusory spell model with colorful rays was used in that instant. Dreamforce condensed in boundless tides around his body. Radiant Moon Dreamforce spell, Distrate Dream. Lei Lin's eyes seemed to glaze over, and formless waves enveloped the blazing flame monarch. The monarch's eyes showed her confusion as the energy undulations from her body strangely came to a complete stop. Distrate Dream. This rank 5 Dreamforce spell targeted a Magus True Soul, and had a 90% chance of being effective on a Radiant Magus, leading them to be unable to control themselves even if they were about to die. Even when facing a Breaking Dawn Magus, it had a success rate of over 50%. The blazing flame monarch was now in a dream, her true soul having lost its way. She was completely unable to move, and her only defense came by instinct. Quick! I can only hold it for 3 seconds. Lei Lin yelled at Melinda. I never expected you to have a trump card like this. Melinda's head stared at Lei Lin, eyes full of meaning. Immediately after, flames began to burn and incinerate the remaining flesh and blood she had. A pure white soul figure suddenly emerged amidst the flames. Though I have a strong desire to expel the opponent's conscience and return to my body, there's no time. The soul figure suddenly broke through the boundaries of spacetime and appeared in front of the blazing flame monarch. She was now in a despondent state, and her instinctive defense had no effect towards Melinda. The soul figure disappeared into the forehead of the monarch, the entire process going through without a hitch. Damn it! Get out! The dream force quickly dissipated, and the blazing flame monarch had regained her senses. However, her expression kept warping, and her muscles trembling. She abruptly raised her right hand, as if trying to pull something out of her forehead. Yet, the left hand strangely grabbed the right. It was as if there were two people fighting in her body. As expected, in a situation with no other methods, Melinda chose to return to the main body. Watching this, a smile appeared on Lei Lin's lips. Melinda was merely an incomplete soul, while her opponent had the main body that had been tempered over thousands of years. Her soul force was tremendous beyond belief, and Melinda was surely no match for her. Her initial plan was to take advantage of the blazing flame monarch's strength being at a low, using Lei Lin and the rest to deal the monarch a serious blow. She would then destroy the soul and place her own conscience in the blazing flame monarch's body. It was a pity that the blazing flame monarch had a method of suppressing the injuries to her soul, which had caused setbacks in Melinda's plans. Thankfully, with the monarch of the skies helping from behind the scenes and the surprising strength of Joanna and Lei Lin, the situation had reached this stage. The situation was currently do or die. Perhaps Lei Lin had a chance of surviving a Breaking Dawn's hunt, but Melinda was definitely going to die. As part of the opponent's soul that had awakened its own senses and wanted to eliminate the main conscience, she would definitely be hunted down endlessly by the monarch. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, the only thing she could do was take the risk and enter the other party's sea of consciousness and strive to achieve control over the main body. Though there was a powerful conscience in the sea of consciousness, it wasn't as if Melinda lacked any advantages. At the very least, she had an ally in Lei Lin. The blazing flame monarch had accumulated injuries over the various battles and the self-detonation, but she either had some secret methods or was forcefully suppressing them. This was why she was confident in her success. Though her chances weren't greater than 50%, this was a better option than dying without even a corpse remaining. Die, you unnecessary trash. An unusual scene appeared on the monarch's body. A few illusory female faces appeared on her own, like layered masks. There was malevolence, anger, even peace on some. The one similarity was that they all looked like Melinda. I am the ruler of flames. How can I lose to you? A white illusory face abruptly emerged, its appearance and tone very similar to the flame monarch. Stop struggling. You are me. In addition, my control over the law of fire isn't inferior to yours. Melinda's face appeared as well. Following that, this face switched to one that was childlike, eyes full of tears as it gazed up at Lei Lin. Big brother, help me. How? Lei Lin's expression was cold. I can temporarily suppress her defenses. You use your soul force and invade the blazing flame monarch's sea of consciousness. Believe me, this will be extremely beneficial to you. The young Melinda's expression was miserable and moving, yet Lei Lin remained apathetic. Yes. There are definitely benefits from experiencing how energy revolves in a rank 6 Magus body, and I'll even be able to make contact with the law of fire. However, I've my own method of dealing with this. Lei Lin chuckled, a malicious intent gleaming in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll help you now. Crimson rings of light formed at Lei Lin's back, causing him to transform into a terrifying ancient Kamoyan emperor, two gigantic amber pupils staring at the blazing flame monarch. You're thinking of, the young Melinda showed the expression of a struggle before she went silent, and the blazing flame monarch's face got out. Damned warlock, what are you going to do? Boundless golden shackles appeared around the monarch. I'm obviously going to help. A callous voice was transmitted from the Kamoyan emperor, and petrifying light burst forth and caused the flame shackles to be covered with a layer of stone as they cracked. The Kamoyan emperor's tail ruthlessly struck the blazing flame monarch, and with a flicker of black light she flew backwards a great distance. The defensive magic equipment on her body shattered. With the monarch's wealth, she definitely had at least a piece of high-grade magic equipment on her person, but under Lei Lin's attack it was as fragile as papier-mâché. This wasn't purely because of the frightful offensive ability of the Kamoyan emperor. It had to do in part with there being nobody controlling it. The flame monarch suddenly stopped speaking, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard, causing the soul's face to contort with pain. The light dulled by a large extent. Very good. Continue attacking her and attract her attention. Lights flashed and Melinda's face appeared. It's my pleasure to do so. Lei Lin laughed, and immediately after terrifying rumbling could be heard in the void. Pack, pow, asterisk pack, pow. Asterisk the terrifying force from an ancient rank 5 creature caused the void to shake in the world crack. The blazing flame monarch at the center had now sustained injuries that were difficult to even imagine. If not for the support of the law of fire, as well as the durability of the body of a Breaking Dawn Magus far exceeding that of regular people, she would long since have become minced meat. Two tiny worm-like souls nibbled away at the largest soul body on her face, causing the blazing flame monarch to let out cries of misery. Gradually, the soul's light dimmed and allowed Melinda to gain the upper hand. Good. That's enough, stop attacking. When I've gained complete control over the body, Melinda's face showed her glee, but that quickly turned into an enraged shriek. What are you doing? She could see the Kamoyan emperor that Lei Lin had turned into constantly shrinking until it turned into a python that was only tens of meters long, abruptly charging towards her. Its fangs were bared. Chapter 662, Departure and Harvests. Departure and Harvests. The Kamoyan emperor was originally over 100 kilometers long, but its figure had shrunk 1,000-fold as it became a python that was only tens of meters in length. Terrifying light burst forth from what used to be its scales. The two eyes of the python stared straight at Melinda, and her heart couldn't help but palpitate upon seeing the merciless expression in them. Leyland's voice came from the python, "You've had enough, but that doesn't mean I have. According to our deal, I've come for my reward." Following these words, the humongous python suddenly spread its mouth wide open, and a black hole formed within. Innate ability, Devour. No, in the midst of Melinda's pained cries, the Kamoyan emperor that Leyland had transformed into bit ferociously onto the arm of the blazing flame monarch. Soon after, it ripped open the space without hesitation and escaped. Buzz, its scales flashed with a glaring brilliance and even had traces of blood. Leyland had obviously used some sort of secret method that allowed him to disappear from Melinda's senses almost instantly. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk golden blood droplets suddenly started splashing from where the arm was broken. Blood dripped into the empty space drop by drop, forming a large ball of golden flames in the blink of an eye. It was only now that Melinda started to let out a hysterical blood-curdling screech. As a Breaking Dawn Magus, limb damage was not even considered a severe injury to her, but what Leyland had used earlier was his own innate ability, Devour. He had bitten into her flesh and devoured her bloodline. This even included a portion of her comprehension of laws and her soul. Her comprehension of laws had been stolen. The anguish of her soul being ripped apart almost made Melinda think she'd returned to the moment when she'd split her soul. It was at this time that the blazing flame monarch's conscience, which had been suppressed, appeared suddenly and unleashed a ferocious counterattack. "Damn it! Damn it!" Melinda roared, and horrifying golden flames spread out in all directions continuously. Her other losses were still tolerable, but the disappearance of her comprehension of laws and the damage done to her bloodline could even make her drop in rank. The counterattack by the blazing flame monarch's conscience at this moment left her without any time to chase after and attack Leyland. She could only roar in depression and once again concentrate her energy on fighting the monarch. The pure gold flames gradually filled up the region, and even traces of dust were burnt until there was nothing left. Only the gigantic golden yellow cocoon in the center was still throbbing rhythmically, as if a phoenix waiting to rise from the ashes. In a world where flames were everywhere, space was pulled apart as though it were a curtain, revealing Leyland's silhouette. He peeked at his surroundings before giving a command without hesitation, "AI chip. Beep. Begin connection sequence. Activating astral gate." With the AI chip's voice sounding out, an enormous door bathed in blue flames slowly formed in front of Leyland, and he stepped into it without the slightest situation. The world began spinning with a single step, and when he ran his eyes over his surroundings once again, he had already arrived in the laboratory at Dust City. Faint roars and shrieks could still be heard from outside, Dust City having descended into chaos. Outside of the laboratory, the subordinates of Jupiter's Thunder and Joanna stood on guard, and all seemed still. In the midst of such a disorderly scene, it appeared even more eye-catching. A few civilians and such came forth to request for help from time to time, but were all rejected without mercy. The bodies on the ground still emitted a strong aura of death, effectively intimidating the few who still wanted to try their luck. As for the biological beasts, having seen the terror that Leyland could bring, they had run away as far as they could long ago. Whether they created disasters elsewhere was not of Leyland's concern. "Sir." A few of the Morning Star Magi who were standing guard saw the astral gate open. Upon seeing that only Leyland had returned, their expressions changed. Leyland nodded his head, indifferent. His entire being then transformed into a ray of black flames which dispersed. In just a few flashes, he vanished into the horizon. The Morning Star Magi from the other powers looked at each other in dismay as they gazed in the direction that Leyland vanished in. They were of Morning Star rank at most. Forcibly stopping Leyland was simply an impossible task, and having seen how cold-hearted Leyland could be, they didn't dare to do anything that would provoke him. In the air, blood was still seeping out of the corners of Leyland's mouth, yet his face was filled with excitement. Those few Morning Star Magi are rather tactful. I didn't have to take any further action. AI chip, erase all the useless memories and emotions. At this moment, layers of flesh suddenly grew from Leyland's body, carrying along with dense comprehension of the laws of fire. His devour skill was still digesting the arm of the monarch. The AI chip swiftly operated per Leyland's orders, getting rid of all the useless memories and emotions in what he had obtained. The useful information was then processed into specialized folders, and the blazing flame monarch's comprehension of laws, the most important part, was carefully extracted by the AI chip into a specially established database. The most important bit, the comprehension of laws, has been obtained. Leyland was brimming with excitement. To him, no matter how plentiful the blazing flame monarch's treasury was, it was not enough. The only thing he was currently interested in was the pursuit of an even higher realm, one to which the power of laws was key. Lei Lin still couldn't believe himself as he recalled how he had made use of his devouring ability to absorb the comprehension of laws and memories from the blazing flame monarch's body. The exhilaration and delight almost made him break through the boundaries that he had set himself, and greedily take in everything that the blazing flame monarch had to offer. Luckily, at the final juncture, he forcibly controlled his body with an unwavering determination that was as strong as steel, and left the fiery world. He didn't deal any killing blows to the flame monarch directly as he was afraid of her counterattack. Regardless of the differences between Melinda and the original blazing flame monarch, with their lives under serious threat there was a definite possibility of an alliance. In fact, the AI chip's derivations revealed that if Lei Lin took advantage of the time when both of them were battling, there wasn't even a 10% probability that he would be able to directly take one of them out. The remaining possibility was that both parties would ally under immense pressure, which would result in Lei Lin returning without achieving anything, or even resulting in his fall. In such a situation, Lei Lin would, of course, choose the method that was in accordance with his own interests, and leave after fishing up the best gains. Although he was unable to get rid of the blazing flame monarch, making her suffer some losses was good enough. Initially, when he was extracting the blazing flame monarch's bloodline and laws, Lei Lin had almost lost control of himself, and the AI chips had alerted him in time. He was so close to even being a threat to the flame monarch's life, which would cause unforeseen repercussions to the situation. But fortunately, all went according to Lei Lin's script. Although his final blow made the blazing flame monarch suffer heavy losses, it did not exceed Melinda's tolerance. Hence, she didn't choose to reach a compromise with the original conscient, and instead continued to annihilate her greatest enemy. It was because of this that Lei Lin managed to escape successfully. As for what happened prior to that, Lei Lin had simply scoffed at how Melinda had invited Lei Lin to help. While his soul force was relatively powerful, it also depended on what it was being compared to. In the face of the breaking dawn soul force of the blazing flame monarchs, his soul force was so meager that it was not worth looking at. Even if he was called in to help, he would just be a mere soldier who wouldn't even have autonomy over his own soul force. His life and death would be controlled by his opponent. What annoyed him even more was that after fighting such a tumultuous battle, the items received would depend on whether the other party would fulfill their promises and also their mood. Lei Lin wouldn't do such a silly thing, of course. However, I didn't think that merely the arm of the fire monarch contained such a crazy amount of energy. Furthermore, there seems to be a mystery hidden in the knowledge and memories of the laws of fire. Lei Lin faintly felt like his body grew bigger, but it was actually an illusion due to the excessive energy in his body. The corners of Lei Lin's mouth curled up in a bitter smile as he recalled the past few times where he had transformed into the Kamoyan Emperor. No matter what he had devoured before, nothing had possessed such terrifying energy. It's fortunate that I chose to devour only one arm. If I'd chosen to swallow her whole, I'm afraid that even if she didn't retaliate I would have burst apart due to this force. Lei Lin's gaze flickered, as he changed his route of travel, his silhouette turning into a phantom. This ability was brought about by Dream Force. Not only did it strengthen his resistance towards magic, it formed an illusionary force field which was effective at concealing his tracks. The fruits of this battle were plentiful, so much so that even the almighty Lei Lin needed to find a spot to digest them fully. Lei Lin didn't expect that what he originally thought would be a simple digestion process would end up extending into a few months. The blazing flame monarch had her own imprint of power of flames, and one of its characteristics was that it was extremely concentrated. This had given him a headache. A squirrel bounded about continuously, a pine cone cupped between its paws as it nibbled on it with its buck teeth as quickly as lightning. White mist encircled the mountain range that stretched endlessly into the distance. Together with the green forest, it formed a dreamlike scene straight out of a fairy tale. Countless runners formed a natural protective screen under a humongous tree, leaving a rather big space inside. Black fog filled the air here, hiding and isolating the place. In the heart of the fog, Lei Lin slowly let out a breath and opened his eyes. The energy composition of a rank 6 Magus and its characteristic concentration is truly horrifying. Practically all of the blazing flame monarch's flesh was densely constructed by the most concentrated of fire laws, and merely the digestion process required vast amounts of effort on Lei Lin's part. He still felt traumatized at the thought of it. In actual fact, without the innate devouring ability of the Kamoyan Emperor, analyzing the monarch's arm would have been a huge problem. It had taken him this long to finally figure it out. Just a moment ago, Lei Lin had not only fully swallowed the last trace of the blazing flame monarch's bloodline energy, but he had also completely sorted out the memory fragments and made the comprehension of laws his own. Chapter 663, Flame Laws. Flame Laws. The structure of a rank 6 Magus blood and flesh as well as information on the modifications to their body gave Lei Lin much inspiration and sprouted fresh ideas. He had also obtained many other benefits from the Blazing Flame Monarch's abundant life energy. He pulled up his stats with a thought, and quite a few of the information on the AI chip screen was refreshed. Beep. Discovered high-grade cell structure. Simulating. Host has absorbed large amounts of life energy. Vitality increasing. Beep. Host's soul has been strengthened. Spiritual force crossed bottleneck, reached half moon. Beep. Host stats have changed. Regathering info. It was after these messages that the AI chip showed Lei Lin's new stats. Lei Lin Farlier, rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Kamoyan Emperor, complete form. Strength, 76, Agility, 62, Vitality, 176.9, Spiritual Force, 2003.5, Magic Power, 2003, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 200, Half Moon. Lei Lin had long since expected a rise in soul force, but the huge increase in vitality gave him a great surprise. With a treasure like the Phoenix Egg, raising his soul force wasn't an issue. It was just that his body couldn't keep up. It was funny now that he thought about it. Most warlocks' vitality surpassed the growth of their spiritual force, but he was different. He progressed much too quickly, to the point that his spiritual force advanced by leaps and bounds and left his vitality far in the dust. A half-moon true soul, and such soul force. Lei Lin focused on his point mass. His true soul was perfectly round as before, but the cold light of his soul force already occupied over half of it. A true soul like this is very powerful, but in comparison to a rank 6 Magus, it's quite lacking. Lei Lin sighed, thinking back to the true soul of the Blazing Flame Monarch that was like a scorching sun. The soul force seemed to have solidified. A true soul like this could be said to have reached a peak, and could exist for a long time even without the Magus body. Soon after, he couldn't help but burst out in laughter, finding himself too greedy. The path of a Magus was one of accumulation. Not only was the Blazing Flame Monarch of a higher rank than he was, she had spent tens or even hundreds of times longer than he had on searching for the truth. He was confident that, once he reached Breaking Dawn, his true soul would not be second to hers. And this, Lei Lin began to check all his profits. He'd been assigned many treasures from the attack on Duz City, a portion of the holdings a rank 6 organization had amassed over time. Whether morning stars or even radiant moons, everyone would go green in envy at such wealth. And yet, these things were all additional items to Lei Lin, not something he paid much attention to. What he was more interested in was the information recorded in the AI chip. Soul-splitting technique. Lei Lin glanced through a document in the AI chip while muttering to himself. He'd gotten this terrifying technique that could split apart a Magus true soul when he'd taken advantage of Melinda earlier. This technique could separate a true soul into two parts, forming individual bodies that could think for themselves. It could also be used to discard unnecessary emotions or memories from the main body of a Magus, an extraordinary effect. Sometimes, psychological issues can be a hindrance to the advancement of a Magus. This technique is even better for warlocks. Perhaps Alpha and the others would be more than willing to take out all their wealth in exchange for this. Lei Lin stroked his chin. After obtaining this true soul splitting technique, they could strip off the berserk emotions from their bloodline instability by placing it in another soul. To some extent, this was a way to completely cure the warlock's bloodline instability. A rational warlock still retained their advantages but had no weak points. It was a terrifying thought, but it had one small issue. After the true soul was split into two, the separated soul was, in some way, an individual body of its own. It could even become like Melinda, forming a will of its own and becoming hostile towards the original Magus. However, because they had originally been one body, Magi could not just destroy this parted soul, or else their true soul would be affected. They could only choose to banish the soul or suppress it, which would leave a danger lying around. Whatever it is, this technique is very valuable. If not for that being an emergency, Melinda probably wouldn't have given this to me, Lei Lin thought about Melinda. The female Magus had initially been one with the Blazing Flame Monarch, but there seemed to have been some issues when splitting the true soul which led to her returning for revenge. She's lost part of her energy and bloodline, and is also facing issues from the cracked soul which haven't been solved yet. It'll be difficult for her to recover to her original strength. Leyland's eyes flickered. This was a situation he had intentionally created. The conscience of the original Flame Monarch was done for, and Melinda had to heal the wounds to her body and soul. None of these were easy tasks. It would be a miracle if she could even remain at rank 6. Leyland thus concluded that the Blazing Flame Monarch's organization would die down for a very long time. After gaining control of the body, Melinda wouldn't be the same as the Monarch was before, and it was unknown whether she would come after him in the future. He'd made the best choice in the situation. AI chip, show me the database on the Blazing Flame Monarch. Leyland commanded. Immediately after, a large file was projected in front of Leyland, the information within an incomplete mess. Leyland hadn't just devoured his opponent's flesh and blood with his innate skill. He'd also managed to absorb her memories and her comprehension of laws. However, due to a lack of time, the memories he had were incomplete. Yet, they were good references for the AI chip. Leyland's eyes scanned through these incomplete memory fragments and came to the deepest ones. The few fragments here were like crystals that gave off a majestic aura, emitting burning hot rays of light. Given that this was how the information was being displayed within the AI chip's database, it aroused Leyland's interest. Beep. Comprehension of the laws of fire incomplete. Unable to scan and present as data, host needs to perform a soul force probe. The AI chip's explanation rendered him speechless. This was the bit on the comprehension of laws that the AI chip had separated from the remaining memories in the bloodline Leyland had forcefully obtained. However, it was currently in a strange state that even the AI chip could not decipher. This is the issue of having different power systems, Leyland sighed. In his view, the world was one complete existence that had various focuses. His previous world was one that focused on atomic studies. The Magus world, on the other hand, was a world of energy and laws. In reality, there was only one real world. Atoms, energy, and laws were all just the same thing viewed from different perspectives. These differences in perspective allowed Magi and the people of his old world to come up with different conclusions. The AI chip was a result of microscopy, and it could not decrypt things like the comprehension of laws. It was only something to be expected. However, with its continuous upgrades and the establishment of the database on the soul, the AI chip had made continuous progress. It now accepted the embodiment of energy and laws. Leyland was very confident in the learning abilities of the AI chip. Someday, it would be able to analyze anything in the universe, becoming the best tool to search for the truth with. For now, the current ability of the AI chip to store the comprehension of laws separately already left Leyland satisfied. Though it could not be sent to him, perhaps comprehending laws himself was the best way to go about it. Leyland closed his eyes. Half-moon soul force spread out from his true soul, making contact with the scarlet law comprehension crystals. Rumble, a vast current gushed forth, and Leyland felt like an ordinary being standing amidst a flash flood in the mountains. Terrifying force weighed down on him from all sides, pushing and pulling at him with immense power. Many different scenes flashed before his eyes without end, detailing the comprehension the Blazing Flame Monarch had towards the laws of fire. The red fire elemental particles seemed to be magnified 1,000,000 times over as they appeared in front of him, their mysteries being unveiled layer by layer. Never had he felt as close to the fire element before. This feeling came and left very quickly. In a few seconds, Leyland regained his senses from this comprehension. Host's brain waves in a peculiar state. No records in database. Beep. Host's blood flow rate has increased. Increase in energy wave radiation. Beep. Host's fire elemental affinity has increased. Aptitude has been slightly strengthened. The AI chip's new prompts caused a smile to appear on Leyland's face. Comprehending the laws of fire can increase soul aptitude on top of increasing my elemental affinity. Leyland had never worried about his elemental affinity. His foundations were not half bad, and he'd never misstepped. Through the advancements in and strengthening of his bloodline, his control over darkness and fire exceeded that of most radiant moons. However, his original soul aptitude was only at grade 3. Compared to grades 4 and 5, or even special geniuses, he still had a ways to go. His few advancements had only pushed him to the peak of grade 3. Chapter 664, Descendant and Discovery. Descendant and Discovery. Not only did Leyland have a lot of information on methods to increase elemental affinity, he'd also attempted some of these methods himself. There were ancient records detailing this field in the central continent, and the AI chip had recorded the information down and used it well. However, even the central continent that was touted as the cradle of the revival of the glory of Magi had very little information on soul aptitude. It had been extremely unlikely for Lei Lin to find a physique from an ancient dead clan, and it might have been useful to him. However, Joanna had ended up self-destructing, something Lei Lin found a huge pity. With what he understood, Lei Lin found that the power of laws could alter his soul aptitude. How could he not go crazy in excitement? The power of laws is boundless and inexhaustible, and can even modify a Magus soul aptitude. Lei Lin's eyes brightened. While he was a bloodline warlock, he still paid much attention to his soul aptitude. But, at the thought of what he had comprehended, a look of hesitation rose on his expression. The blazing flame monarch did not have complete authority over the law of fire, else she would long since have advanced to rank 7. Her comprehension of laws was incomplete, and what Lei Lin had found from her memories was pieces of a fragmented version. He'd comprehended less than a tenth of the power of the laws of fire, and it was impossible for him to fully understand them and become a rank 7 Magus with this. With the AI chip's lack of research and information on laws, it was impractical to rely on it to simulate the complete version of the law of fire. Ha! There's no way around it, Lei Lin sighed, profiting through that risk was already extremely lucky. Do I have to sneak attack another Magus that has comprehended laws and steal their comprehension? He was unwilling to go up against someone who had completely grasped the power of a law and obtained control of it. The world of gods had a special title for existences at rank 7 and above, they were called true gods. This was because once one completely understood the power of laws, even a regular human would step into the domain of divinity. The gap between the two was even wider than the gaps between ranks 1 and 6. Hence, while Lei Lin and Melinda dared to grievously harm a Breaking Dawn monarch, they definitely wouldn't set their sights on a rank 7. He wanted to live for a long time, hopefully peaking at and transcending to a state of immortality. Why would he intentionally seek death? Those things don't matter yet. For now, I need to break the bloodline shackles as quickly as possible and break through to Breaking Dawn. After all, only peaking the power of my soul force will give me the foundations to begin to comprehend the power of laws. At the thought of what had happened during the comprehension process, Lei Lin's expression turned grim. With his current soul force, analyzing and comprehending the power of laws was much too difficult. Even though he had compiled all of the information, he had only felt a bit of the aura of the law of fire, and had not even understood 0.00001% of it. Only Breaking Dawns could comprehend laws. Even being able to achieve what he had was because Lei Lin was talented and had the great help of the AI chip. Whatever it is, I need to obtain the power of laws as soon as possible. Breaking the bloodline shackles will depend on it. Recalling the meeting with the wisdom tree as well as its gift, Lei Lin's eyes blazed as he immersed himself in understanding the law of fire. Crimson light fluctuated around Lei Lin under a tree in the darkness. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he was in contact with a world full of mysteries. Large amounts of this light surged around his body, the endless information forming a strange code as they hovered before his eyes. He tried to stretch out and grab those flaming words, but the action was in vain. He could sense some flaming words continuously dig into his body like earthworms, causing him to tremble slightly. The comprehension of laws had begun. *BZZT BZZT. Just as Lei Lin's comprehension of the law of fire was about to begin, a massive amount of crimson light interrupted him. No. What's going on? Lei Lin almost roared. The state he'd been in was clearly one that was hard to come by, and it had been interrupted just like that. It filled him with a near-insane bloodlust. Wah! Wah! Both his bloodline and the innate controlling ability of the Kamoyan Emperor laid a scene out before his eyes. In an extravagant bedroom, the dark subterranean world, a bed sheet had blood stains on it. A woman who was sweating profusely trembled as she held on to a wrinkled baby. Gu-Ga. The baby with jet-black eyes still had amniotic fluid on its body. The umbilical cord had just been cut, and as if noticing Lei Lin peeping, the crying baby beamed up at him, causing the woman to be shocked. My blood! My blood has been born in Twilight Zone. Lei Lin opened his eyes wide. All Magi had a strange sensitivity to their own blood, and given that the Kamoyan Emperor was the ruler of a race, Lei Lin's sensitivity was even greater. Has the child I left to Celine been born? His gaze penetrated through the ground and arrived at Twilight Zone. He hadn't let the AI chip control his interactions with Celine, intentionally leaving behind his bloodline with her. It was about time for the child to have been born. Because these children were warlocks, they would be different from regular humans. They would have some inborn talent, and could cause elemental storms or leak radiation at birth. Selene was a Magus herself and had defenses against these situations. Most regular women would be done for. The younger generation would mature quickly with Leyland's rank 5 Kamoyan Emperor bloodline, and they would definitely be terrifying beyond belief. With Selene's influence, what kind of changes would be brought to Twilight Zone? Leyland's eyes showed he was deep in thought. And yet he was the same detached Magus after all, and he waited for a long time after observing the law of fire. With a slight sigh, Leyland placed his attention on himself, and the AI chip's prompts popped up. Beep. Host beginning to grasp unknown force, determined to be power of the law of fire. Fire elemental affinity increased by 50%. Host's soul aptitude has been strengthened. Recalculating. Determined to be upgraded to grade 4. My elemental affinity and soul aptitude have been upgraded after crossing the threshold of comprehending laws. Leyland was surprised by this. From his days as an acolyte to the current day, he'd only been able to raise his soul aptitude to the peak of his initial grade of 3. This one step he took into comprehending laws had pushed it up a grade, something with a terrifying meaning. However, that would be it for Leyland's current soul in terms of comprehension of the power of laws. He was only a radiant moon Magus after all, and his true soul was still at half moon and hadn't even reached peak full moon. It couldn't support the study of laws. In other words, Leyland himself wasn't good enough to accommodate a greater understanding. He had to upgrade himself to break through, and that had to be accomplished by reaching rank 6, Breaking Dawn. This discovery rendered Leyland speechless. Though he had stolen about 10% of the Blazing Flame Monarch's comprehension of the laws of fire, he had only understood about 1%. The rest would have to be shelved due to him not meeting the prerequisites. My injuries have completely recovered, and I've gone through pretty much all of my profits. It's time to return, Leyland suddenly sighed, figure turning into black flames and disappearing from the area. In an astral river, countless light years away from the Magus world. A star-like coiled-up snake in the purgatory world revealed the figure of the snake dowager. Every strand of her hair was a different serpent, emitting different kinds of energy. Her face was extremely exquisite, and her eyes held within them the life and death of worlds themselves. Every inch of her body seemed to embody the law of darkness, and it was full of perfection and harmony. Currently, there was a rare grimness in the dowager's eyes. The Emperor of the Kamoyan has already begun to make contact with the power of laws. Its bloodline has begun to spread as well. The snake dowager could see the events in the faraway Magus world from across the astral river, causing her to sink deep into thought. Though the Kamoyans were only a small branch of her bloodline, they still represented a portion of her abilities and authority. The imperial bloodline had left her on guard. This uncontrollable variable could one day become a power that would tear apart her divinity. Through the shore of clouds and stars, my bloodline shall all return to my embrace. The dowager's voice was faint and tender, giving one the urge to lose themselves within it. With what sounded like a prophecy, a tremendous illusory world slowly emanated from behind the snake dowager, and as if she was stepping through time and space, she entered the Magus world. Chapter 665, Wooden House and Meeting. Wooden House and Meeting. It was as if he had gone through a long fall. Leyland felt like he was in another world when he finally touched the ground. What is this place? Observing the dusky fog of the mountains and the black forest in the distance, he sank into deep thought. Caw. Caw. Caw, a crow with 3 blood-red eyes spread its wings and took off from a tree branch beside him, leaving behind a few fallen feathers. Its piercing shriek spread far and wide. AI chip. Leyland subconsciously commanded. Beep. Beginning scan of surroundings. Scan completed. Begin. The AI chip's voice was normal at first, but near the end, it suddenly grew rough as if it was facing some strong interference. Ah. 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 After some time, the voice changed to become piercing feminine shrieks. They grew higher and higher in pitch until they threatened to blast Leyland's eardrums apart, at which point he had no choice but to order it to halt operations. Wind probing, Leyland stretched his arms out, and light green wind elemental particles gathered around him, the slight green wind elemental particles gathering extremely slowly, causing his brows to furrow. Soul force appeared, causing a light green gust of wind to spread in all directions. This seems quite familiar, but I just can't put my finger on it. Leyland frowned, feeling as if his memories were shrouded by some fog. Yet he managed to remember a lot of things, such as his magic. Still, he seemed to have forgotten something important, and it gave him a bad premonition. Soon enough, the scattered wind gave him some results which let him know of his current location. He was outside a forest, and there was even a dark red river flowing nearby. There was a wooden house not far away, with what seemed to be a human figure inside. This range, Leyland's brows furrowed. Not only is it difficult to use spells at all, even their effects have been suppressed to a large extent. Could this be some high-ranked world? The temperature of the forest lowered with the setting sun, and the fog around him grew denser. It even turned a dark red, which sent a chill down Leyland's spine. He quickly got out of the area and arrived at the wooden house he had discovered. Golden roses were in full bloom behind the fence, and traces of grey smoke rose from within that allowed Leyland to feel some warmth. The wooden door creaked open, and a kindly woman walked out. The woman seemed rather young, around 20 years of age at best, but the intelligent glint in her eyes made Leyland feel like she was someone with abundant experience. "Little brother. You're back." The woman chuckled after seeing him, the brilliance of her smile leaving Leyland intoxicated. It was as if the flowers surrounding her bloomed with her laugh. "Who are you?" Leyland couldn't help but ask. "Me. I'm your sister. This is your home." The woman's face was beautiful, and the brilliant golden strands of hair that blew in the wind felt familiar to Leyland. "My home?" Leyland mumbled. "Yes, your home. Welcome back." His gentle sister spread her arms wide open, as if wanting to give him a warm embrace. "You're my sister." Leyland kept repeating it over, and the beautiful woman's face gradually matched to one in his memories. "Yes. Little brother, you're finally back." There were tears in the woman's eyes. And yet, he suddenly felt immense terror as her arms approached him for an embrace. An unknown malicious intent caused him to quiver in dread. "Wait. I'm Leyland Farlier, a bloodline warlock from the Magus world. Why am I here?" A voice kept shouting out in his mind, but Leyland could no longer control his body. His limbs moved automatically, and he was only one step away from pouncing into a hug. Defiant ring of fire. Shadow of quandary. Dark serpent tendrils. Spell models flashed one after another in front of Leyland's eyes, but his spells that had already been suppressed to a large extent seemed to lose all their abilities. No energy was emitted at all. "Come back. Come back. Come back." The faint voice caused Leyland's eyes to show further perplexion, and the surroundings of the wooden house underwent a huge change. The dark red fog grew more dense, and the bright golden rose gradually wilted to reveal white skeletons below. A few small snakes slithered out of the occasional eye hole. The wooden house had changed behind the roses, becoming a coiled-up bundle of snakes. A few triangular serpent heads popped out from it, spitting out a dark red poison. In an instant, the peasant home had turned into a terrifying hell. This feeling of suppression is familiar. Streams of dark red fog automatically invaded Leyland's body, and it caused the familiarity to grow more intense. Finally, light flickered in the depths of Leyland's eyes. It's dream force. This is dreamscape. I've been dragged into a dream. Beep. Host determined to be in dreamscape. As if the fog in his memories had been completely swept away, the AI chip's voice was no longer that of a shrieking woman, it grew clear once more. Feeling his elemental control and his soul force being isolated, Leyland's thoughts flashed to something. Dreamscape is a profound world that rejects all powers that are not dreamforce. Come back. At this moment, the fingers of the woman nearby were about to touch Leyland's face. In that case, a spell model was abruptly transferred to him by the AI chip, rank 4 dream spell, Illusory Scepter. Large amounts of dream force waves gathered in Leyland's hand, forming a strange ancient scepter. Go away. Leyland pointed the scepter at the woman, and dark red demonic flames sprayed out of it. Ah! The woman screamed, covering her face and retreating. Who are you? Leyland's expression was very serious as he watched the woman who stood up once more. A large portion of her face had disappeared, but strangely enough she had no reaction to it. There wasn't even any blood at the site of the injury. I never thought you'd have already altered yourself for dreamscape and grasped control of Dreamforce. The woman spoke dully, but the familiar voice made Leyland's pupils shrink. You're the snake. Rumble, the scene broke apart, revealing an astral river that stretched through the void. A star-like bundle of snakes opened up in the river, revealing the snake dowager within. My child, return to my embrace. The snake dowager's voice held within it some bizarre attractive force, causing the blood in Leyland's body to boil, out of his control. A voice inside urged him to submit and fall at the knees of the dowager. Large numbers of giant snakes were hissing and roaring at him, the sound waves causing his expression to change. This is not purgatory world, but a dream. My free will shall not be controlled by anything else. Snake Dowager, your biggest mistake today was dragging me into dreamscape. A decisive look immediately appeared in Leyland's eyes, and an even more illusory, dazzling spell model formed in his hands. Rank 5 Dream Spell, Distraight Dream. Strange undulations shrouded the region. Feeling wetness across his cheek, Leyland opened his eyes to find a strange large beast looming over him with its mouth wide open. Its scarlet tongue licked at his face, and a terrible stench assaulted his nostrils. The Central Continent's bone-gray badger. Then this is the real world, which means I've escaped. Leyland's eyes regained their radiance as he easily chased the monster away, glee apparent on his face. He took a look around, and found skid marks on the ground, greenish-yellow soil peeking through the tracks made in the grass. That's right. I was on the way back to the Warlock Union, but the Snake Dowager pulled me into a dream, which is why I suddenly fell. Leyland touched his chin, guessing what had happened. Darkness and dreams share a strong connection. It's no surprise that she can use the power of dreams. The only thing she didn't expect was that I'd already undergone dreamscape alteration and be able to use dream force. Cold sweat streamed down Leyland's back. If not for his prior experience with dreamscape, the consequences of being pulled into that dream would have been disastrous. There was a huge gap between the Magus world and purgatory. With the added limitations of protective spheres, the Snake Dowager would not be able to attack Leyland so easily. Yet, dreamscape was different. Space itself was muddled there, and everything was everywhere. An attack through dreams would be the most energy efficient. Though there were some limitations, it should have been enough for the Snake Dowager to suppress Leyland. Perhaps the only thing she hadn't considered was that Leyland had already made contact with Dreamforce, and his body was used to it. This allowed him to snap out of it automatically, and even use a rank 5 dream spell. While he could do little to her, the time he had gained was enough for him to escape. Snake Dowager, Leyland muttered, his eyes flickering with light. Her attack had made it clear to him that she would not tolerate any descendant escaping her control. The more outstanding he was and the faster he progressed, the more intense the conflict of interest would grow. I never expected that a tiny existence like me would catch the attention of the Snake Dowager. Leyland's lips quirked up in a bitter smile. He'd already felt like he was being watched when he'd evolved to become a Kamoyan Emperor Warlock. He just hadn't expected this day to come so fast. Chapter 666, All Snake Curse. All Snake Curse. AI chip, conduct a full body scan. Leyland commanded. He had just escaped from the Snake Dowager's dream. The Dowager was an existence that surpassed rank 7, and her power exceeded the limitations set by worlds. She could cross world borders and attack through dreamscape, a strength that was unimaginable for Leyland. When dealing with someone like her, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Hence, thorough checks were a necessary thing. Mission established. Beginning scanning procedures. Atomic microscope has been authorized. Beginning scan. Large amounts of blue light scanned every region of Leyland's body after the AI chip sounded. The images resolved to the cellular level. The atomic microscope scanned everything. The blue light took the form of countless threads that swept through him. Skeleton normal. Internal organs normal. Scanning bloodline and sea of consciousness. Leyland looked rather calm, but when the AI chip's rays scanned his blood and sea of consciousness his expression changed. Tiny black runes wiggled out from the surface of his body, and after they emerged Leyland felt the blood circulation in his body abruptly speed up tenfold. The increase in blood flow caused his face to flush, and fine blood appeared deep inside his pores. The black runes crawled to his forehead, forming the image of a little black snake. Around this snake was a ring of tiny pointed runes, resembling chains and a cage that kept the snake within. What's going on? Leyland felt the bloodline force in his body show signs of going berserk, and the rune on his forehead began to exert more strength. It was restraining him. His bloodline force was rebelling against its owner, and restraining him. It sounded like a joke, but Leyland did not find it funny at all. Quiet down. Innate spell of control. Leyland exclaimed. HSS, the terrifying image of a Kamoyan emperor appeared behind him. Currently, the phantom was encircled and bound by a circle of black chains as well. The massive Kamoyan emperor hissed and roared, but it had no effect on the bindings. There were even sharp barbs on the chains, and they pierced through his scales into his flesh. The intense pain was transmitted directly to Leyland's true soul. HSS, the Kamoyan emperor roared again, but this one seemed very feeble. Still, the will of a rank 5 ruler could somewhat control the rebellion of the bloodline force, and allowed the odd phenomenon in his body to calm down. What is this? Feeling the binding rune on his forehead absorbing his bloodline force on top of suppressing him, Leyland's expression grew grim. He'd already guessed that this was something left behind by the Snake Dowager. She was someone who exceeded rank 7, an existence that had grasped laws. Even though she had been careless enough to let him escape, she still had enough time to leave something behind. As the source of Leyland's bloodline, manipulating his bloodline force slightly was a simple task for her. The rebellion of bloodline force. All those who walk on the path of bloodlines will eventually be shackled by the very bloodline itself. For some reason, Leyland suddenly recalled the time when he'd first obtained Kamoyan's pupil, more specifically the inscription by Great Magus home. Beep. Host has been struck with an unknown curse. All stats decreasing. The warning from the AI chip was bright red, showing the urgency of the situation. Show me the information. Leyland grew grim as he felt the weakening of his body. The rebellion of the bloodline force as well as the suppression of a portion of his strength made him feel unprecedented weakness. I was too careless before. Strength that depends on a bloodline might be very useful initially, but there are going to be some hidden dangers no matter what. If not for my bloodline having evolved to the Kamoyan Emperor and having gained some degree of independence, this mark could very well have caused me to lose all my strength and become subject to the whims of the Snake Dowager. Leyland's expression was incomparably dark. Leyland Farlier. Rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent, complete form. Strength, 45, 76, Agility, 40, 62, Vitality, 100, 176.9, Spiritual Force, 1013.5, 2003. 5. Magic Power, 1013, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 101, 200. Condition, weakened by curse, stats lowering on all fronts. Currently at New Moon, future undetermined. Leyland now looked worse. These stats pulled him down to the level of one who had just stepped into Radiant Moon. Though it had only been a short period of time, the curse had lowered his strength by about half, and there was a possibility of worsening. Leyland looked at the future undetermined in his status screen, and his voice was icy as he asked, "What does future undetermined mean?" Based on evaluation of model, the curse will continuously absorb the host's bloodline and increase its capabilities. The host stats are set to continue to decrease, and there is a possibility of a permanent drop in rank. The AI chip quickly answered him, but Leyland had nothing to rejoice over. Decrease? To what extent? Unknown. Possibility exists of a complete loss of bloodline force. The conclusion given by the AI chip caused Leyland's expression to grow even more serious. Is it the bloodline shackles or a backlash? Or is this something the Snake Dowager chains her younger generations with? In an instant, Leyland's mind came up with many possibilities. This force was evidently linked to his bloodline force, and the closeness far exceeded Leyland's expectations. In order to go further on the path of a warlock, one would need to be modified by bloodline force, which was why it equated his own power. However, when the Snake Dowager became hostile, Leyland finally knew the terror of the incomparably tame bloodline force when it rebelled. Debts had to be repaid. Bloodline warlocks relied on their bloodline force to amplify their progress, and be it in rate of advancement or battle strength, they exceeded their peers at the same rank. However, they were restricted by bloodline shackles, and once one met the source of their bloodline there was no way to fight back against them. No. They, whose souls fused with the source of their bloodlines, would not even have thoughts of rebellion. Leyland was sure that if Gilbert or any other Kamoyan warlock was in his position, they would not even resist the Snake Dowager. Their wills were all subservient to her. This control extended past their bloodlines and into their souls. This was a powerful manipulation of souls. Unless one changed the soul, it was impossible to eliminate any influences. Hee. Once I have the intention of rebelling against you, you strike me down and make me a regular human. How overbearing. Leyland stroked his chin and suddenly began to laugh coldly. But I will never let anyone take control of my freedom. Bloodline force. It's my bloodline, and even though it originates from the giant Kamoyan serpent, it's been altered and refined by the AI chip. I even had it automatically evolve to become a Kamoyan emperor. You can't control me so easily. A similar record has been found in the database, the AI chip intoned at this moment. With the accumulation of knowledge from Sky City and the Warlock Union, the AI chip could be said to be a museum of the Magus world. No matter how rare and obscure a topic was, information could be found about it. All Snake Curse, the Snake Dowager of the Shadow World has supreme control over all of her progeny. This is a blessing and also a curse, one condensed with bloodline force. Once a descendant has thoughts of disobeying the will of the Snake Dowager, the All-Snake Curse will appear and automatically absorb as well as seal off the descendant's bloodline force, turning into the most powerful bloodline curse. Effect: continuous weakening of power of Warlock, until target's death. There was also a projection of an image beside this introduction, and it was a carbon copy of the one on Leyland's forehead. Till death. I like it. Leyland snickered. AI chip, based on this rate, how much time do I have left? Beep. Based on current situation, host will fall from radiant moon in 26 hours, and in 267 hours lose morning star strength. 312 hours later, bloodline force will be completely lost and host will become a regular human. The complicated calculations were completed by the AI chip in an instant, giving him a conclusion. It's too rushed. Is there any way to slow the process? With its massive calculative ability, Leyland was given an answer. Host can suppress their own bloodline force and seal off their radiant moon strength. Such a situation can easily extend the period by 3 years in tandem with the Medusa's gaze potion. The All-Snake Curse was a curse that absorbed his bloodline force, which was why sealing his own strength would slow the effects of the curse temporarily. Leyland nodded, but suddenly froze. Sealing off my radiant moon strength means I'll be able to maintain this condition for 3 years, but I can't use any strength at rank 5. In that case, if I were to meet a powerful enemy, Leyland knew fully well that the more he used his own power, the closer he was pushing himself to death. However, his enemies would not let him off so easily, especially the Snake Dowager. With the attacks from Dreamscape, he'd been forced to run for his life constantly, and this situation would force him to use his bloodline force. He had then suffered the backlash from the All-Snake Curse, which was probably her intention. In that case, she definitely won't give up after one attack. Leyland's pupils shrank abruptly. HSS, at the moment these thoughts emerged, his true soul was distracted as he entered Dreamscape once more. A terrifying gigantic white snake was spitting out its tongue, its gaze of one looking at a dead man. Chapter 667, Mask of the Dreamless. Mask of the Dreamless. AI chip, conduct scan. Leyland ordered, and the AI chip quickly sent a passage of information to him. Alabaster Devil Snake, rumored to be a descendant of the Snake Dowager that inherited Dreamforce. Likes to torture its prey in their dreams before digesting them. Matures at rank 5. It gave him a thought. Even the Snake Dowager needs to use a large amount of energy in order to send Dreamforce to a faraway world. That's probably why she just activated the All-Snake Curse and then left the rest to her children. HSS, at this moment, the Alabaster Devil Snake was flicking its scarlet tongue as its blood-red eyes were fixed on Leyland. Its body rumbled as it moved abruptly, turning into a streak of white lightning. There's no choice but to act. Leyland laughed wryly, the energy in his body beginning to boil. Dream spell. White lightning seemed to flicker through the void, and when things returned to normal, Leyland was back in the real world. At this moment, his face looked wretched. The All-Snake Curse on his forehead spread a lot of black veins, greedily absorbing his own bloodline force and turning the strength from his own body into a curse. It was a continuous cycle with no cure. Warning! Warning! Host's bloodline force has reached the threshold and is about to drop from Radiant Moon. The red warning prompt the AI chip sent out caused Leyland's heart to sink. While he'd done his best to hold back his strength, in order to escape from Dreamscape he had no choice but to use dream spells and his bloodline force. It had provided the All-Snake Curse tie an opportunity to act up. No, this can't go on. AI chip, set up a maze in Dreamscape, Leyland quickly commanded. The possibility of being dragged into a dream and assaulted from all sides caused his face to turn dark. Beep. Mission established, beginning projection of guiding coordinates. Setting up Dreamscape firewall, the AI chip immediately intoned. That was the result of Leyland's studies on Dreamscape. He could try to prevent others from pulling him into a dream, and while he did not know how well it would go, it was still better than nothing. Making use of this borrowed time that would be hard to come by, Leyland immediately started on other plans. AI chip, begin procedure D-23, let's forge the Mask of the Dreamless. This command was to make the necessary preparations for the Snake Dowager attacking through Dreamscape. Mission established. Beginning simulation. Materials required, 300 G of luck alloy, tooth of single-eyed snake. These were all materials Leyland had found could isolate Dreamforce in his previous experiments. A black gas appeared on his body with the AI chip's report, and the materials it had mentioned floated out from a flickering light in his waist pouch. A bundle of demonic black light was formed, devouring the materials. Leyland looked calm as he watched the materials dissolve in the flames, occasionally making some seals and transferring some refining runes into the flames. Just these few casual movements were extremely fluid, exhibiting the terrifying abilities of a grandmaster alchemist. With Leyland's powerful control, it wasn't long before a mask with only one half hovered above the flames. This mask was completely black, its fluid lines and decorative designs giving it a unique aesthetic. A strange aura was emitted from it. The mask flew out and covered Leyland's face, blocking the all-snake curse on his forehead. Leyland seemed to change after wearing the mask, and now seemed to have some mysterious charm. The AI chip soon listed the ingredients and all sorts of information about the mask. Unique magic item, Mask of the Dreamless. Weight, 200 G. Material, luck alloy, tooth of single-eyed snake. Effect, prevents being spied on with Dreamforce. Protects True Soul from invasions from Dreamscape. The icy cold mask covered part of Leyland's skin, making him feel at ease. Thankfully, I'd already been focusing on dealing with dream invasions, and had invented the Mask of the Dreamless. His fingers stroked the mask, feeling the complicated and intricate patterns. This mask was formed from simulations based on the AI chip's database. On top of that, with Leyland's eye as a grandmaster alchemist and his creativity allowed him to create this item. It only had a singular function in blocking dream invasions, which meant it couldn't be classified as a magic artifact or equipment. However, its ability did not lose out in value to some magical equipment either. To Leyland, who'd altered himself for Dreamscape and was sensitive to Dreamforce, the Mask of the Dreamless was something that finally allowed him to relax. Unless the mask is destroyed, my opponents can't just drag me into a dream and use up my strength. Leyland now fully comprehended the terror that was the Snake Dowager. Even while they were in different worlds, he could do nothing against her. Thankfully, with this as a buffer, he could now calm down and think through this matter. AI chip, check the database of all the simulations I authorized and find a method to solve the all-snake curse. Leyland's voice was low, and the AI chip quickly began to operate as large amounts of information appeared in front of him. Countless formulae were used, and a faint image of the Snake Dowager even appeared in the virtual space. With the countless calculations, the AI chip came up with a conclusion. Host has 3 options. The Snake Dowager removes the mark of her own accord. Host gets the blessing of a rank 9 existence, using their origin force to purge the host's bloodline. Host completely breaks through bloodline shackles, severing all ties with the Snake Dowager. Plans 1 and 2 are impossible, there are too many uncertain variables. I can't do anything for a high-ranked existence, so I'd have to rely on luck. Leyland touched his chin, light glinting in his pupils. The only choice is to break through the restriction on the bloodline and break away from these shackles completely. The control and curse of the Snake Dowager came from the giant Kamoyan serpent's bloodline force. If Leyland could completely shatter the bloodline shackles and become an independent being, he would no longer be affected by her. As he was now, this was the most feasible plan. But I didn't expect to meet her so quickly. I'll have to find a way to break the bloodline shackles. I can't skip this, and I'll have to go to Purgatory World. Leyland looked grim. With my current state, I need to keep a low profile for a period of time. With this thought, he transformed into a bundle of black flames and disappeared. In the Morning Star area. Jeffrey wore a black swallow-tailed coat with not even a hair out of place, seeming like the most upright gentleman. Lady Freya is about to give birth. This is something worthy of celebration for our warlock union. Yes. The rank 5 bloodline in our union now has been passed on. With the talent His Highness Leyland has shown, the future of his bloodline descendants is going to be bright. Offa laughed as he spoke. He was now waiting with Jeffrey above the castle for Leyland. Flustered maids and servants ran everywhere in the castle. A layer of crimson energy spread through the area, gradually enveloping a room and still traveling outwards. The low voice of a woman sounded within. This is a rank 5 bloodline. Is it the giant Kamoyan serpent? What's going on? Does the Kamoyan serpent have an ancestor or something like that? Jeffrey was rather curious about this. No. His Highness bloodline is the purest Kamoyan bloodline, there's no doubt about it. Based on my observations, the bloodline he's inherited might very well be that of the ancient Kamoyan emperor, the ruler of the giant Kamoyan serpents. Offa's voice was soft, as if he was revealing some huge secret. HSS. In other words, Jeffrey sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes. The royal family of the Ouroboros clan has appeared. There is no leader more proper than the Kamoyan emperor. Ruling bloodlines held immense control over bloodline clans. This was the same case with the Snake Dowager over Leylin, and based on his Kamoyan emperor bloodline Leylin had authority over the lives and deaths of the Kamoyan warlocks under him. His bloodline definitely ruled the Ouroboros clan. The Ouroboros clan will forever be subservient to the ruling bloodline to the day that the bloodline dies off. Unless that happens, betrayal will not occur for eternity. Offa's voice was still as low as before. We have to be even more prudent when dealing with His Highness. That I know, but... Bevis, Jeffrey could only laugh wryly. No matter what organization it was, the appearance of talents like Bevis and Leylin were worthy of celebration. However, the two geniuses did not see eye to eye, which resulted in a great catastrophe. To be honest, the reason they were here was to serve as protection and as a warning. If not, Leylin would definitely not let Bevis go. If he were to do anything drastic, the consequences were not anything they wanted to see. Otherwise, even for the birth of a child with a rank 5 bloodline, there wouldn't be 2 Radiant Moon warlocks on guard duty. At the mention of this, Jeffrey seemed to think of something and suddenly asked. Lord Offa, did you see the news regarding the Blazing Flame Monarch? Chapter 668, Return and Birth. Return and Birth. Of course. The Blazing Flame Monarch's lair in Duz was destroyed. Even the whereabouts of a breaking dawn like the monarch are unknown now. How would I not know of something so big? There was a bitter smile at the corner of Offa's lips. This was the biggest news these days in the central continent. No, for the core of a rank 6 monarch's power to be struck so severely, this was something that hadn't happened in the past few thousand years. News concerning the Blazing Flame Monarch themselves being seriously injured and their whereabouts being unknown horrified Offa and the other Radiant Moon warlocks. This was a rank 6 Magus, a breaking dawn. It was someone who'd come into contact with the power of laws. Even with the amplification from their bloodlines and having transformed the Morning Star area into a large fort, in front of such an existence they could only defend themselves. In contrast, Leylin not only struck at and robbed the Blazing Flame Monarch's Duz city, but he also left his opponent missing, with no news whether they were dead or alive. Such a terrifying strength and methods caused Offa and the others to grow even more vigilant and fearful. Really, this time His Highness Leylin, even the highest authority of the Warlock Union, Offa, could not help but feel shocked at Leylin's boldness and strength. His group had originally thought Leylin wanted to launch a surprise attack on the Blazing Flame Monarch's troops for revenge. They'd never expected that he'd been targeting the monarch themselves all the while. The most crucial thing was that he seemed to have succeeded. His courage and exemplary strength were displayed through his success, and it even left Offa incessantly frightened. Jeffrey was a little speechless as well. I've received news that the outside world not only placed Leylin's rank 5 bloodline as the Union's most powerful inheritance, it even listed him as the most powerful Radiant Moon. They're claiming he'll bring about the rise of bloodline warlocks. He'd thought before that he already had a deep understanding of Leylin's prowess, but he hadn't thought that his previous performance was only scratching the surface of his abilities. However, His Highness Leylin's military success will awe many people. Offa lifted his head and looked at the surroundings. A smile emerged at the corner of his lips. It seems His Highness Bevis won't be coming this time. That's great. He was happy that he could avoid internal strife. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. After learning of Leylin's feats, how would he have the guts to come here? We're just here in case anything happens. Even he had no choice but to admit a slight fear of Leylin's methods. You dare offend me? I'll show up at your doorstep to kill you. I won't bother with your soldiers or anything. I'll eliminate the mastermind directly. How many come is how many I will kill, even if the opponent is a monarch. This method that went against common sense would usually be suppressed by the masses, but if one possessed enough power to contend against the opponent, they would turn into the largest threat. At the very least, it was very clear now to Bevis that if he tried any tricks, even if he didn't act himself, if Leylin thought he did it he would find and kill him. Be it Offa or Jeffrey, their counsel would not help. As for the other warlocks of the Union, even if the Blazing Flame Monarch hadn't been eliminated, they'd at least sustained grievous injuries. Did Bevis believe that their help would equate to breaking Dawn's strength? Actually, this is also a good thing. Offa let out a faint smile. For now, His Highness Leylin, said to be invincible below breaking dawn, is the warlock with the greatest hope of advancing to rank 6. Gaining a military deterrent like that will greatly improve our circumstances in the central continent. Invincible below breaking dawn. At this moment, a figure emerged before Offa and Jeffrey. His voice was extremely familiar, but it caused their expressions to change. Your Highness Lei Lin. Jeffrey looked at Lei Lin, who suddenly appeared, fear secretly emerging in his heart. He and Offa were radiant moon warlocks, and on top of that they were actively monitoring their surroundings. Even the flow of energy particles in the air could not escape their senses, yet Lei Lin had bypassed them so easily to appear behind them. Didn't this mean that, if Lei Lin intended it, he could mount a sneak attack on any of the warlocks here? Only now did Jeffrey truly realize how different Lei Lin was from before. The current him indeed was the hope of the bloodline warlocks, the warlock invincible below breaking dawn. Lei Lin was wearing a dark gold Magus robe, and it was as if the aura on his body had completely vanished. It left Jeffrey unable to measure him clearly. On top of that, Lei Lin currently had a strange black mark covering half his face, and it caused him to be slightly doubtful. This is, Offa took the initiative to ask. Lei Lin touched the mask on his face, a small injury I got a while ago. Trying to cover it up would easily arouse suspicion, so he felt like he might as well admit it. Indeed, the terror of a breaking dawn is hard to resist, Offa nodded, deep in thought. The opponent was indeed a monarch. No matter how powerful Lei Lin was, avoiding injury was impossible. Offa had formed his own picture of things with Lei Lin's misleading words. The wound on Lei Lin's face had automatically been categorized as the aftermath of his confrontation with the blazing flame monarch. Before I forget, it's been a long time, your highnesses. A wicked smile adorned Lei Lin's face as he took the initiative to make a bow. Freya and the Ouroboros clan have been in your care during my absence, this humble servant is thankful. Don't mention it. Your Highness managed to destroy Duz City in one move, even inflicting serious damage to the blazing flame monarch. Compared to such great news for us suppressed warlocks, is this anything big? Offa and Jeffrey answered respectfully. No matter what, the friendship of a warlock invincible below breaking dawn would be extremely beneficial for them. Let's skip the words of thanks, may our friendship last forever. Lei Lin smiled, he certainly knew what these two warlocks wanted. Of course. Our friendship is like a bond of brotherhood. Offa and Jeffrey were both warlocks with age and much knowledge, while Lei Lin, too, had a multitude of experiences. The three warlocks kept flattering each other and beat around the bush, but did not get to the point. Watching Lei Lin's carefree attitude, even as if he didn't care much for Freya who was in labor downstairs, Offa could not help but secretly call him an old fox in his mind. Still, he took the lead to question him. We're not sure what the results of your Highness trip this time was. The blazing flame monarch. Of course, the life and death of the blazing flame monarch was their priority, and how could the news in the outside world be more accurate than the account of Lei Lin, who was one of the parties involved? This also was a measure of Lei Lin's military strength, and would have an inexpressible change in the dynamics of the central continent afterwards. They had no choice but to be concerned. Oh, about that. I'm sorry, Lei Lin laughed with embarrassment. Although I took Duz down with some like-minded friends, and even attacked the fiery world and inflicted serious damage to the blazing flame monarch, I still couldn't quite kill them. Although this was just a short and simple explanation, just the dangers implied by them caused Jeffrey and Offa to break into cold sweat in terror. Hearing that the blazing flame monarch was seriously injured but not dead, relief flooded Offa's heart despite his slight disappointment. If Lei Lin was already able to get rid of a breaking dawn Magus, he didn't know what sort of attitude to hold towards him anymore. However, Lei Lin deliberately paused, causing Offa's and Jeffrey's hearts to grow alert again. Although we didn't manage to get rid of the blazing flame monarch, we were successful in inflicting serious damage on the opponent instead. Not only would it take a long time to recuperate from such a thing, it's hard to say whether the monarch will even be able to remain at rank 6 even after a full recovery. He then dropped another bomb before Offa and Jeffrey could digest this shocking news. It's also worth wondering if the blazing flame monarch will treat us as enemies in the future. I don't believe that will be a huge issue. The explosive news that Lei Lin dropped one after the other caused Offa and Jeffrey to be dazzled. They couldn't understand at all. The blazing flame monarch could possibly fall in rank, and on top of that end their enmity with warlocks even in spite of such great losses. How was this even possible? However, looking at the proud Lei Lin, Offa and Jeffrey couldn't help but consider this possibility from all angles. Lei Lin smiled. The blazing flame monarch had lost a part of her laws of fire, sustained serious injuries, and worst of all experienced the trauma of her true soul being split and fused back together. With so much damage being stacked on her, if Melinda was able to recover even within a few hundred years, Lei Lin would look up to her. Furthermore, the blazing flame monarchs could thoroughly be suppressed or annihilated by Melinda before that. Whether the current blazing flame monarch could still maintain her previous attitude of desiring the extinction of bloodline warlocks remained to be seen. Although Lei Lin was ruthless in his betrayal, they were still allies, after all. With her power weakened, what she needed now was a peaceful environment to recuperate in, not an impetuous vengeance. Lei Lin believed that an old witch like Melinda would easily be able to think of that. Hence, it was almost certain that even the extremist portion of the blazing flame monarch would choose to stay low profile and live in seclusion now. Although this was the case, the obstinate ruthlessness the blazing flame monarch showed towards warlocks was deeply seared into their minds. They wouldn't be able to react to this quickly at all. Seeing them like that, Lei Lin could not help but feel slightly amused. And at this moment, wah! Wah! An infant's cries echoed from the castle. The loud and clear cries strangely reverberated through the entire castle, a hallmark to this child's remarkability. Chapter 669, Departure and Twilight. Departure and Twilight. And now my second descendant is born. Lei Lin didn't know himself what he was feeling exactly, but the birth of a descendant still caused a slight tenderness in his heart. Please excuse me, he said to Offa and Geoffrey, knocking them out of their stupor. Of course your highness, go handle your own matters first, they answered with understanding. Black flames flashed as Lei Lin disappeared, only to arrive at a room in the castle. This luxurious room was filled with the smell of blood and amniotic fluid. A few wet nurses had already collapsed on the floor, the main culprit being the infant that was still crying out loud. These wet nurses had been carefully selected, and almost all of them were rank 1 warlocks. Still, the power from the rank 5 bloodline in the child's body surpassed the limits of what they could bear. After all, Lei Lin, Freya, and the rest normally suppressed their vital radiations on purpose to avoid polluting the surrounding environment. A newborn couldn't possibly have such awareness. As the infant wept, darkness elemental energy particles emerged and began circling around it. Black flames burnt constantly, beginning to wreck the surrounding furniture and bed sheets. Its spiritual force and bloodline force are rebelling. Instead of frightening him, this news actually made Lei Lin glad. This child's innate skill is very high. This degree of rebellion did not bother him, and he easily suppressed it as he held the infant up. Seemingly due to sensing the bond of their bloodline, the infant immediately stopped crying upon seeing Lei Lin, and even let out an innocent smile. Being a peak rank 3 warlock whose vitality surpassed most others, Freya had managed to maintain her consciousness till now. When she saw who had arrived, she was shocked at first but then relaxed. Dear. Our child. Yes, our child is born. It's been hard on you, Lei Lin comforted her gently, his palms still caressing the forehead of the infant in his embrace. Black light flashed in the room, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. Just like this, Lei Lin embraced the child and accompanied Freya quietly. Even though she was a warlock, the fatigue due to the pregnancy and labor of a child with such a unique bloodline still caused her to fall into a deep sleep very quickly. A legacy of the bloodline, eternal from generation to generation. Lei Lin seemed to grow some special feelings as he looked at the soundly sleeping infant in his hands. The pursuit of eternal life was the dream of all humans, but there were almost none who succeeded in the endeavor. Hence there was another method. By producing offspring and passing down their bloodline, one could achieve a sort of immortality of genetics. Then there was a sort of spiritual immortality. By passing on one's own knowledge and perception of the world to others, teaching students of one's culture and wisdom, one could achieve an immortality of its own. Descendants would need to be nurtured. One would need to inculcate their own ideas in their blood descendants, spreading their knowledge. This, too, created an eternal life in some sense. As long as this tradition was passed from generation to generation, one could be considered as having partly accomplished the goal. Hence, be it in his previous life or in this world, humans always held feelings for their descendants. Although individuals who broke this norm did exist, they were not the mainstream. To Lei Lin, passing down his bloodline was not only a means to form his power. His descendants would inherit his ideas and legacy. Although true eternal life existed in the Magus world, something much more attractive than having descendants, that did not hinder him from keeping them as a last resort. The power of its bloodline is very rich, but it also conceals some dangers. Soul force swept through the infant, revealing everything about its body before his eyes. Leyland's eyebrows furrowed. At rank 5, the Kamoyan Emperor bloodline would definitely be detected by the Snake Dowager. With him taking the heat, these bloodlines that were diluted with others might not be given much attention, but even small movements, combined with the infant's inability to stay on guard, would lead to complete annihilation. Hence, he had to take precautions. AI. Chip, construct a dreamscape defense, Leylin commanded. The AI chip quickly responded. Beep. Mission established. Beginning to transfer runes. Misty runes began to appear on Leyland's hands one after the other, forming a unique seal that merged into the infant's back before flickering and fading. The possibility of his bloodline attracting attention was already very low. With the addition of these defenses it should be negligible. Leylin was nodding as he thought of Celine. I still need to find the time to make a trip to the Twilight Zone. The main door was pulled open with a thud, and he walked out while carrying the child. Outside the door, Gilbert and Emma were waiting alongside Cubular and his other subordinates, all of them with excitement in their expressions. Congratulations, Master. His first subordinate Warlock knelt down respectfully. Cubular's actions were followed by the loud sounds of congratulations. Leylin nodded, raising the infant in his hands above his head. This child shall be called Sire. Sire Farlier, son of Leylin Farlier. In the language of the Central Continent, the name Sire carried the connotation of being honorable and blessed. It was a very good name. Hearing Leyland's announcement, Cubular and the others momentarily drowned the area with cheers. Sire. Sire. A grand feast was held that night in celebration. Not only did Offa, Jeffrey and Wade attend, even Bevis had to force a smile on his face and come over to congratulate Leylin. After the grand feast ended, Leylin gathered Gilbert, Emma, Offa, and the others, announcing his decision to set out on a long journey. He told these people that he discovered another world, and was preparing to delve into a long-term expedition. Although Offa and others did not really understand Leyland's actions, they still consented and promised to support the Ouroboros clan as they always had. To the outside world, the Warlock Invincible under Breaking Dawn was going to conduct long-term research, and he would hence stay in the Morning Star area for a very long time. Leaving aside the effect this news had on the Central Continent's current situation, Leylin had left the Morning Star area the very next day in secret. His departure this time was very low profile. By the time someone realized it, they'd already lost his tracks. Twilight Zone. The lake of lava burst apart, revealing Leyland's figure, looking expressionlessly at his cuff. There, the lava had impressively burnt a round hole, leaving a mark. Indeed. Now that I'm sealed, I'm not as strong as the last time I came here. I can only be considered an ordinary morning star now. A bitter smile hung at the corner of Leyland's lips. Due to the restrictions from the All-Snake curse, he could no longer utilize power at Radiant Moon, even having taken the initiative to seal his bloodline force. Still, all that had only bought him 3 years of time. He had to use this time to break through the shackles of his bloodline, resolving the curse. If not, the consequence would be his bloodline being completely sealed by it, something that would lead to immediate death. Now that he'd taken the initiative to seal a large portion of his bloodline, the AI chip evaluated him to be no stronger than a Morning Star Magus. The best proof of this was the lava passageways. He could run amok in them before, but now it had managed to break through his defenses and even leave a mark on his clothes. This doesn't feel good, Leyland's eyebrows furrowed. Being sealed due to the All-Snake curse, he was now inferior to an ordinary Radiant Moon Magus. He had to conceal his own aura in the Morning Star area to deceive people, so how would he dare to stay there for any length of time? With his strength having suffered great losses, the Central Continent was too dangerous for him. He had to go into hiding for some time. Leylin never believed in fairness and good blood. Only the most meticulous plans would guarantee his safety as he advanced on his path. Remaining in the Morning Star area would cause unending problems. Going out instead was better for both parties. Before confirming that Leylin had thoroughly died, who would dare to harm the Ouroboros clan, Freya and her child? There was, in fact, a darker thought deep in Leyland's heart. If anyone reached out for his power, he could at most come back for revenge later on, paying them back tenfold. Those with no qualms made the most terrifying of enemies. After resolving the matters in Twilight Zone, I'm afraid I'll need to make a trip to the south coast. Making silent calculations, Leylin suddenly lifted his head to look at the gloomy rock ceiling, letting loose a quiet sigh. The current him had to leave for the Purgatory world to resolve the All-Snake curse. With the Snake Dowager's lair being there, the amount of danger could not be described. Thus, even Leylin wasn't very confident in his outing this time. Thus, settling all matters on his hands evidently became important. The central continent was taken care of, and next would be Twilight Zone. After that, he still wanted to return to the south coast in his heart. Be it the rank 3 Magus who inflicted serious damage on him at that time and force him to flee underground, or the matters related to the Farlier family on the Chernobyl Islands, he needed to tie up all loose ends. Even a morning star like the current him would be invincible in the south coast. Only when these matters were totally resolved would Lei Lin be able to abandon everything completely. He could then enter the purgatory world, striving for his own path forward even at the cost of death. Twilight Zone's matters are easy. Only, should I leave behind a hand in the shadows? Lei Lin stroked his chin. His entire figure suddenly transformed into a black flame, whistling into the horizon. Celine was currently beside a cradle. Looking at the figure that suddenly emerged beside her, she exclaimed with pleasant surprise, Lei Lin. Chapter 670, Return to the South Coast. Return to the South Coast. He named his first child Daniel. After setting up some isolation spells and asking Celine to hide herself for a period of time, he reckoned everything should be fine. With his business done, he headed for the South Coast. Though the surroundings were filled with dangerous areas that even rank 3 Magi were known to be unable to escape, this north coast that was isolated from the world seemed to Lei Lin like his backyard. It's been so long, I wonder how those friends and enemies are now. Lei Lin looked at the clouds through his window, and familiar faces appeared in his mind. George, Nissa, Damien, number 4 and 5, and the former principal who were all his friends and servants. There were also his enemies like Gargamel and Alric as well. Memories were dusted off one after the other, especially of him taking an airship to the south coast before he was even an acolyte. It all seemed as if it had happened yesterday. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Lei Lin raised his arm, glancing at his youthful and energetic palm as his mind drifted away once more. With 5th grade aptitude, Jaden should be alive and well even now. As for George and Calawir. After all, one's soul aptitude is the most important thing for a Magus. Lei Lin sighed. If not for choosing the path of a warlock, he would likely still be stuck as a rank 1 or 2 Magus, even with the help of his AI chip. Forget Morning Star, the current him had even reached the Radiant Moon realm, something unheard of in the south coast. His bloodline had a large part to play in these advances. Things were always unpredictable. Besides, Lei Lin looked at the near volcano city and let out a sinister smile. Red light circulated around his hand, and through his bloodline he could feel the activity of other Farlier descendants in the nearby Tel Jose city. Descendants of Viscount Farlier? Lei Lin laughed, didn't I not have any siblings before I left? Viscount John Farlier is very much like our ancestors indeed. Lei Lin still held some attachment towards the Farlier family, after all, his current body came from them. Even though he'd sent Damien over to protect them along with number 4 and 5, he still couldn't thoroughly cut his ties to them. Still, because it was difficult for him to face them at that time, he'd done it anyway. A few hundred years had passed since then, and all that would be left of his relatives and friends would be ash and bone. This would make things easier for him. All he needed to do was give a few benefits to his descendants and everything would be fine. Attention to all passengers. The airship is arriving at the terminal in Tel Jose City. Please gather your belongings and leave the ship in order, the gentle female voice sounded again. Furthermore, the next flight will begin half a year later. The airship will circle the eastern line. Please make any reservations if need be. One final announcement, traces of the primordial spirit slaying sect have been detected in the eastern portion of the city. Please be careful. The first few announcements didn't net much of a reaction from the passengers. After all, the airships here were not comparable to those of the central continent and needed a period of maintenance after each flight. If not for the fact that Tel Jose City was the trade center of the south coast, they wouldn't have set up any airship routes at all. The last announcement with regards to the primordial spirit slaying sect, though, it wreaked havoc in the hearts of the passengers when it was made known. What do we do now, Darlie? The primordial spirit slaying sect's disciples are all madmen, won't it be too dangerous for us in town? A few female magi near Lei Lin got anxious. Rest assured. Tel Jose City is one of the main camps of the light magi, and Lord Alric is protecting us. Nothing will happen here. Forget that, aren't the death soul protection and soul pollution isolation spells our forte? The girl named Darlie quickly calmed her partners down. The presence of the light magi and Alric gave them a lot of confidence, and even the rest of the airship's passengers started to quieten down afterwards. Primordial spirit slaying sect. Alric? Lei Lin laughed, it seems like I can settle that debt quite easily this time. He hadn't taken this airship out of convenience. There was a slight sentimental value to it, but most important was that it would allow him to collect crucial information. With his current abilities, just his Dreamforce force field could force many magi to hand over a large amount of information that included their secrets. With the AI chip's abilities added on top, Leyland grew more or less clear on what had happened in the South Coast after he'd left. During his escape after the fight for the essence of the Wisdom Tree, the Light Magi had suffered great losses. This incident had sparked off the Third Great Magus War. With multiple Rank 2 Light Magi injured or killed, the Dark Magi were stirred into action. With the additional encouragement from the incident with the Wisdom Tree, they started vying over the Eternal River Pocket Dimension and launched the war. High-level members, all previously hidden from the world's eyes, emerged in an unprecedented battle above the Thousand Soul Island. Spells of darkness and light blotted out almost half the sky, and the battle ended with the island sinking down. Both parties had suffered great losses. The Third Magus War was supposed to last for a long time, but it was halted abruptly due to the appearance of another strong party. Right after the battle at Thousand Soul Island ended, the ancient primordial spirit-slaying sect took advantage of the fact that both sides were severely damaged and rose quickly in power and position. Their leader was rumored to be the Terminator of all souls, Gargamel. Members of the primordial spirit-slaying sect were demon fanatics, and even wantonly collected souls in the South Coast, regardless of whether they belonged to magicians or humans. They also didn't care whether they were attacking light magicians or dark ones, all in their sights were attacked. With so many souls in hand, Gargamel's power recovered quickly. It had even advanced to the peak of rank 3 in a short period of time. With all this, both sides decided that they could not let such a thing go on, quickly ending their original war and cooperating to suppress Gargamel's rise along with her primordial spirit-slaying sect. Finally, in an intense ambush, the rank 3 magi of all three sides suffered grievous injuries or even death, and the magi used their many inherited treasures to inflict great damage to Gargamel and the sect. But Gargamel was indeed an ancient demon. It had managed to escape from the dark and light magi and recuperated in hiding, silently waiting for a chance to make a comeback. Rumors in recent times said that Gargamel's wounds were healing quickly, something that explained the increasing activity of the sect's members. They were conducting massive blood sacrifices and collecting souls. The entire South Coast was laden with anxiety. So to say, the South Coast is currently experiencing a three-way stalemate between the Dark Magi, Light Magi, and the primordial spirit-slaying sect. Leyland yawned. Even if he'd sealed the majority of his abilities, enemies of such a level were still ants to him. Let's end things here quickly and find the purgatory world. My time is far too precious. Leyland stood up and came to the entrance queue, waiting to alight. Darley and his partners were in front of him. Hey Darley, look. The hunk who sat with us before is here too. The female Magus in front tugged on Darley's sleeve. Yeah, let's go strike up a conversation. I'll count myself lucky today, none of you can fight me. You guys, Darley's voice was soft and she looked like she was done with them. Aren't you guys afraid of offending him by speaking so loudly when we're so near? And didn't you guys try the other time as well? That sir over there hates to be disturbed. The female Magus looked at Leyland stealthily again after Darley finished her words. The elegant black robe exuded a sense of royalty and the black mask on his face gave Leyland a few pints of mysteriousness. Though only half his face was revealed, the charm he gave off unknowingly was driving all the female magi mad. Chapter 671, Darley. Darley. He had to say, with his bloodline strengthened his charm had also achieved a new peak. The current him could even charm ghosts and humans of any age. Even Darley's face flushed and she lowered her head. At this sight, Leyland couldn't help but feel a little good about himself. He smiled at Darley. Unfortunately, the action misled the female magi in front of him. Oh my god. He smiled at me. No. It was me. Frustration colored their faces as they fought over it. It's so good to be young. Leyland shook his head, sauntering out of the airship after it came to a halt. Sir, over there must be a Magus with a rich history. Darley watched as Leyland walked away, curiosity burning in her eyes. She was someone with pretty good aptitude and could be considered a talented person. On top of that, she was hardworking and had advanced to rank 1 at a young age. She'd even started on her elemental conversion already. Despite this, her past few attempts at probing Leyland failed, and she realized that Leyland was not any ordinary Magus. Sadly, her other companions did not seem to notice this. She sighed as she looked at her starry-eyed friends. Tel Jose City still looks the same as it did, standing in front of the city wall, this large city built around a volcano seemed to have remained the same. The only difference was the aging of the walls. Lei Lin couldn't help but think of the first time he'd come here. That poor Magus, Jenna, and her meditation technique of sacred flame. He managed to enter the city quite smoothly when he revealed his power as a Magus. The place was as bustling as it used to be, and had been separated into different strata. As his soul force probed through the city, he managed to find his old villa. However, it was now decked out with a whole new set of spell formations, set up by the Magus currently residing there. Lei Lin shook his head and dismissed all thoughts of probing further, instead moving towards a tavern. He'd gotten a general idea of the current situation, but there was still some information he needed to probe further into. This was especially true of the issues surrounding the primordial spirit-slaying sect. Furthermore, since he was already here, Ulrich and the other magi wouldn't be able to escape him. He could wait at ease. Descendants of my blood, heed my command. Head here. Lei Lin's eyes turned crimson as his terrifying soul force spread out. His power, however, couldn't be detected by anyone. Soul force was far too advanced to be detected by anyone in this city. Still, it was a bad omen for the magi who'd been picked by him. A fountain pen broke apart in Ulrich's hand as he stood up clutching his chest. What is this? What's going on? Magi usually had accurate premonitions. As a rank 3, Ulrich's intuition had saved him from umpteen dangerous situations. That same sense of danger hit him again, and this time it was 10 times as strong as the previous times. How could he stay calm with that? Someone get in here. He shouted. A handful of old magi arrived in order, standing outside the door. What may I do for you, my lord? What has the primordial spirit-slaying sect been up to lately? I need to know everything about them, and I mean everything. Ulrich looked gloomy. Yes sir, the magi echoed, looking at Ulrich as if he were their god. A rank 3 Magus was the top of the pack in the south coast. After the Third Magus War, the status of rank 3 magi had even increased by a huge amount given how many had perished in it. Ulrich himself actually oversaw the entirety of Tel Jose City, and was one of the best light magi. Naturally, his orders spread out like wildfire. It took no time at all for everything about the primordial spirit-slaying sect to cover his desk. That's all, he asked, flipping through indifferently. Whatever we could find is in here, my lord. The recent batch of sect members who came here seemed to be hunting someone down instead of collecting souls. I saw the report. For a rank 2 Magus to be leading the team, it seems like those thereafter are a force to be reckoned with. Ulrich sat back down once again, and rubbed his forehead. Bothered by the look of hesitation on the aged Magus' face, he asked, Is there anything else you're hiding from me? I wouldn't dare, my lord. Now intimidated, the Magus immediately knelt before him and sought forgiveness. It's just that there are a few rumors related to the magi we caught. However, we wouldn't dare come to any sort of conclusion before verifying them. Speak. Ulrich's face grew gloomy. Of course, the old Magus shot Ulrich a look, and started breaking out in a cold sweat. The rumors state that the Magus who's being hunted down by the sect members is a member of Lei Lin Farlier's family. All the magi present tensed their bodies the moment the name was mentioned. That name was an absolute taboo to Ulrich. His only son had died at Lei Lin's hands. When he'd chased after him, he'd instead been used by Lei Lin, who escaped with a teleportation spell formation. Furthermore, he barely escaped the rank 2 Magus trap, something that had caused him immense humiliation. Boom, a terrifying energy ripple spread out, and all the objects in the room began to shake. A surviving member of Farlier's family? Ulrich's voice held a tinge of bitterness. In his hatred towards Lei Lin, Ulrich had once disregarded the unspoken rules of the South Coast and brazenly sent troops to exterminate Lei Lin's family clan. During that operation, the entire Farlier family seemed to have been uprooted. Only a few specific bloodlines seemed to have received the protection of some mysterious characters. My lord, I can't be too sure of this as well, but the only thing I know is that they have already infiltrated our city, the old man stuttered out. Despite being a Magus himself, he was only rank 1 while Ulrich was rank 3, the peak of the South Coast's magi. The disparity between them was simply too huge. Go look for them now. Ulrich commanded, and all the magi rushed out of the room while cursing at their target. Lei Lin, Ulrich's gritting teeth echoed throughout the room after all the magi had left. Please come back, my lord. An elderly man accompanied Lei Lin to the entrance of his shop, maintaining a half bow until Lei Lin's back disappeared from his sight. He ran a store that specialized in the sale of information and data. He'd met hardly any customers who were as straightforward as Lei Lin was in his store. Moreover, the energy coming from Lei Lin's body had stifled him slightly. Things seem to be the same, but the people have indeed changed. Lei Lin sighed in thought as he wandered the streets. The information he'd acquired on the airship only formed part of the picture, barely scraping the surface. After they touched down in the city, he obtained a lot more detailed information through the information broker he'd found from the tavern. First was the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Lei Lin's alma mater still seemed the same as it was before, the only difference was the dean of the academy had changed. Siley was nowhere to be found, but other than that there were no anomalies. And even though the Four Seasons Garden greatly suffered after their encounter with Lei Lin, they'd slowly recovered due to their strong foundation. Other than stronger groups like the Four Seasons Garden, many names which Lei Lin was once familiar with had all vanished into the annals of history. Lei Lin had even gone to the extent of intentionally revealing the names of his past friends like George and company, but that got him nothing. After all, when Lei Lin left he was only an acolyte, it was impossible to leave footprints. Or maybe the events in the Eternal River Pocket Dimension had discouraged all of them so greatly that they chose to hide themselves from the world. On the other hand, it was Lei Lin himself who caused trouble between the dark and light magi. Even now, his work was being described in detail and with much cursing. Furthermore, many magi and even the primordial spirit-slaying sect had put a bounty on Lei Lin's head. Learning that it hadn't been taken down till date, he was left speechless. "Sir, I really am capable. I know some things about alchemy and potioneering, and I know how to." A female Magus was dragged violently out of a store, the owner a Magus as well. Many of the onlookers took a step back, not interfering. The owner himself was actually a semi-converted Magus, a faint halo of elemental particles surrounded him. "Sir. My lord. Please give me a chance, I really need this job." The female Magus grabbed onto the hem of her skirt, pleading with urgency and yearning. Still, she was rejected mercilessly. "Don't make me repeat the same thing twice." A tremendous amount of power started to bleed from the owner's body and Darley started moving back uncontrollably. A powerful supporting force surfaced suddenly and helped Darley to her feet. "Thank you." "Oh. Aren't you the Mr. from? Count yourself lucky." The store owner had obvious reservations about Lei Lin and stomped back into his shop while shaking his head. "Are you alright?" Lei Lin looked at Darley, thinking this situation was a little ridiculous. Judging from Darley's current state, she was evidently in a poor predicament. "Want to go for a drink?" Chapter 672, Traveling Together and Appearance. Traveling together and appearance. I was too naive. No matter how lax the professor from the Enya Ivory Ring Tower could be in his requirements, a novice Magus like me isn't competent enough. Lei Lin and Darley sat facing each other in a fruit juice shop. Lei Lin was watching the passers-by outside the French window as he listened to Darley narrate her experiences after they parted ways. Darley was a talented Magus who had perseverance. She had a fault, however, in her youth. Knowledge was the foundation of a Magus power. She was extraordinary for advancing to become a Magus at her age, but compared to those old freaks who'd amassed knowledge over hundreds of years she was nothing. Hence, she had completely failed recruitment into the Enya Ivory Ring Tower, being rejected at the start itself. Her other female companions had fared the same way, and after the setback from the huge difference between their ideals and reality, they had long since returned to their hometowns. Some had even given up completely. Only Darley had not let up, persevering and staying in Tel Jose City. Soon enough, however, she was faced with a serious issue: she had gone broke. Official magi might seem extremely wealthy, but those who had just advanced had used up all their resources and magic crystals while breaking through. They weren't particularly skilled in any area, and since they lacked magic crystals to purchase spell models and the like to grow in strength, it was an endless cycle. Magi were normally at their poorest after advancing, and the costs of Teljo City were too much for someone like Darley. On top of that, she still needed to obtain more magic crystals in order to purchase things like spiritual force potions and spell models. Hence, after racking her brains, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and look for a job. However, reality dealt her a ruthless blow. Darley cared little for regular jobs, but she did not meet the requirements for jobs that needed official magi. She had hit a wall many times already before bumping into Lei Lin today. "It's been just a few days, but you've already had so many experiences." Lei Lin had the urge to laugh, but he forced it down. Since he'd advanced as a warlock, he was always stronger than others of the same rank as Jim. On top of that, the AI chip was a cheat that allowed him to amass knowledge that did not lose out to those old freaks. He'd never experienced such things. In actuality, magi like Darlie were the norm in this world. Is there anything I can help with? Leylin asked kindly. He had some magic crystals lying around, and it wasn't like they were of much use to him. They were effectively rocks to him, and he obviously wouldn't mind showing some generosity. It's all right. I've taken on a mission to gather starlight grass, and the rewards aren't half bad. I'll be able to survive for a while, Darlie said in rejection. She was a strong and prideful child, and obviously would not accept such charity. Starlight grass, Leylin checked with the AI. Chip, that ingredient is only produced in Ebol town. Though it's not far from Tel Jose and it's easy to gather it, a wave of disciples from the primordial spirit-slaying sect fled there recently, making it more dangerous. No wonder, Darlie covered her little mouth. I was wondering why the task was so simple, yet the rewards were so generous. Damn it. Seeing her finding this difficult, Leylin could not help but laugh. I need to go there anyway. Let's go together. Mister, Darlie grew extremely emotional, tears forming at the corner of her eyes. I really have something to do there. Leylin emphasized. With a few days of soul and bloodline hints being transmitted, the Farlier descendant had come here, and was about to reach Ebol town as well. Leylin wasn't someone with too much time on his hands. If not for such a thing, he'd just give her some magic crystals. Why would he waste his precious time and accompany her? Many thanks. Darlie bowed deeply, a red flush appearing on her cheeks and spreading downwards. The wheels kept turning, producing creaking noises. The uneven surface of the road left the carriage constantly shaking. Within the carriage, Darlie was watching Leylin's mysterious face that was covered with a black mask. She hesitated for a long time before she spoke. Meet Mister, my name is Darlie. May I know? As Leylin had kept his mask on all this while, Darlie had assumed that he was hiding his identity, which was why she had not asked for his name. Now, however, the two of them were going to Ebol town together, and it seemed too lacking in manners if she did not inquire into this properly. Oh, I'm Leylin. Leylin told the truth plainly. In his senses, the bloodline descendant was very close to the town. However, the life aura on his body had been weakened to a maximum, and there was even an aura of death coming from him. If Leylin didn't save him, it wasn't likely for him to make it back to Tel Jose City. Leylin, Darlie repeated the name a few times, and her expression suddenly changed. The name, Leylin, it's the same as a Magus who's in our history textbooks. Oh. Leylin stroked his chin. The Third Magus War and the rise of the primordial spirit-slaying sect were very serious issues for the Magi of the South Coast, and every detail about them had been noted down. Leylin was mentioned, obviously. After all, he'd been the person who somewhat sparked all these issues. With Darlie's own studiousness, she'd remembered it to this day. Ho ho. I didn't expect Lord Leylin to have the same name as that Magus in history. How interesting. Hee. Darlie covered her mouth, shoulders shaking slightly. Perhaps it was because she was not wary of Leylin at all, or because she was charmed by the dream force surrounding him. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Leylin was the same one from history. Oh. May I ask what the books say about him? Leylin was rather curious of how the historians of the South Coast evaluated him. Of course. Darlie nodded, closing her eyes and seemed to recall content about him. Poison Sovereign King, Leylin Farlier of the Chernobyl Islands. A rank 2 Magus, and an important figure who caused the Third Magus War. Initially a student at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he betrayed them and then fled to Four Seasons Garden. Countless battles allowed him to garner a reputation, with the most famous being the battle at the Eternal River Plains Pocket Dimension, as well as that at the Brambles Iron Door. Whereabouts currently unknown, he is wanted by both dark and light magi. Evaluation, a rare Magus talent, seen only once in 1,000 years in the South Coast. It was as if she was reading the textbook itself, and the words she recited left Leylin laughing at himself. I never thought there would come a day that I'd enter a textbook. Leylin touched the glossy and cold mask on his face, and couldn't help but feel incredulous. What about your opinion of him? Leylin asked her curiously. That Leylin? Darlie's eyes glazed over, as if a layer of fog had gone over them. He's a genius. There are rumors that he's even a potioneering grandmaster, but he isn't of high moral standing. I don't like him. Looks like I left behind a bad impression on the South Coast. Leylin could only shake his head. Actually. "Oh, by the way Mr. Leylin, why do you keep asking me questions about that fellow?" No matter how dim-witted she was, she finally reacted. "Oh, it's nothing, just that we've reached Ebol town." Leylin opened the window on the carriage and nodded. Starlight grass was a distinctive product found around Ebol town. Irregular silver spots dotted its tender green leaves, sparkling with a charming light. It was hard to mistake it for something else. Due to the threat of the primordial spirit-slaying sect, which caused Ebol town to lose all contact with Tel Jose City, the mission of gathering starlight grass now yielded very generous rewards. There are so few people in the town. I can't even get people to buy from if I try. Darlie felt helpless. Since she knew how dangerous this place was, she was unwilling to stay longer. If she could purchase enough portions of starlight grass, she wouldn't be at such a loss. However, the primordial spirit-slaying sect's bad reputation of going around collecting souls, not even leaving commoners, left the town practically empty. Many residents had left this area and fled, causing the town to become desolate. The potioneers and those who gathered materials had disappeared. Ugh, looks like I'll have to do it myself. Darlie lowered her head sadly, and then glanced at Leylin, who was beside her. "Sir Leylin, what are you here for?" Leylin wore gorgeous clothing, just one of his gloves worth everything she was. Combined with his great bearing, he probably came from some ancient noble family. Why would a person like this find value in things like starlight grass? Me? Leylin chuckled, "I'm waiting for someone." "Oh. You agreed to meet someone outside Ebol town. If it's convenient, could you tell me his name?" "I'll look out for him," she asked. "Yes. He's a younger generation member in my family." As for his name, Leylin scratched his head. He had used the power of his bloodline to guide the descendant from the Farlier family over. How was he to know the child's name? "Oh, there's no need for that. He's arrived." Leylin's eyebrows raised up, and he walked out. Darlie followed closely behind, her eyes showing her curiosity. The scene of a chase appeared quickly in front of Darlie as she followed him out of town. Chapter 673, Alric. Alric. That's, Darlie watched the streaks of light that were pursuing someone vigorously, and felt herself getting tense. In front of her were magi from the primordial spirit-slaying sect. They wore loose blood-red robes emblazoned with an inverted silver cross on the back. A white skull was at the heart of the cross, its eyes filled with an abyssal darkness. It seemed to be smirking at her. This was the standard attire of the disciples of the primordial spirit-slaying sect. She could feel the traces of elemental conversion from all of these magi, they're at least semi-converted magi. And that leader, he's. Practically the very moment she turned her attention to him, the leader suddenly turned to face her, the terrifying silver light from his eyes paralyzing her, a rank 2 Magus. Someone who's materialized their spiritual force. When Darlie felt her knees go weak and was about to fall, her shoulders suddenly moved and her body was supported by a powerful force. Immediately after, Leylin's gentle words entered her ears, "Don't worry, it's fine." His voice seemed to be infectious, and she managed to recover from her crippling fear. "Thank you." Darlie chanced a glance at Leylin, and felt immediately at ease. From her point of view, with someone as powerful as Leylin whose strength could not be fathomed beside her, she could escape successfully, even from the primordial spirit-slaying sect. Mind calm, she now was able to focus on other things. These sect disciples were chasing a young man with sky-blue eyes and brown hair. The elemental particles surrounding him were near substantial, and helped him move faster and resist the attacks. Peak rank 1, with elemental conversion at least 75%. Who is he? Why is he being pursued by the primordial spirit-slaying sect? Darlie's eyes flashed with puzzlement. "You can't escape," the rank 2 Magus yelled in a low voice, and silver spiritual particles converged to form an incredibly fine silver whip that was tens of meters long. With an elegant flick of his wrist, the long silver whip snapped straight, pushing towards the back of the fleeing Magus. Fallen Star Pendant. With the Magus yell, a layer of dark red light formed a faint armor around his body. Asterisk thwack. Boom, a dull thud was heard from his back, and the dark red armor shattered. The young Magus flushed red. Because of that, the silver whip halted its movements. It allowed the young Magus to dart towards the entrance of Ebol town, the same place Leylin and Darlie were heading for. Don't expect a mere middle-grade magic artifact to be able to save you. Seeing his opponent escape the blow that should have taken care of him in one shot, the rank 2 Magus expression grew dark. Phantom skeletons twisted as they brought darkness and despair to the surroundings. Darlie could see practically every pore on the escaping Magus face, as well as the crazed disciples whose eyes were glinting with bloodlust. She couldn't help but pull at Leyland's sleeve. "Mister. My lord. Let's go. Go. Why should we?" Leyland chuckled indifferently. He had merely summoned the male with his soul and bloodline, and not saved him personally. This was to gauge his strength and luck. Seeing this scene, he concluded that the little guy's strength was passable and that he had rather good luck, something that caused him to nod inwardly. The young Magus who was currently fleeing was naturally the Farlier family descendant who Leyland had sensed. He was likely related to a brother or sister of Leyland's, and he could see similarities to his father and even himself in the young man's features. "Damien has already met with them. He's passed my fallen star pendant over too." Leyland touched his chin. The magic artifact that emitted the dark red armor was the intricate cross pendant on the youth's neck. It even had some broken gems on it. This was the middle-grade magic artifact that Leyland had created in the south coast, the fallen star pendant. Middle-grade magic artifacts had little effect past rank 1, which was why he'd handed it over to Damien in the hope that he would hand it over to the outstanding descendants of the Farlier family. It looked like Damien had completed his task well. "Mr. Leyland, is he the person you're waiting for?" Darlie pointed at the fleeing Magus, something suddenly hitting her. "He's a member of your family, so you're especially here to save him?" "Something like that." Leyland's eyebrows raised, and he then glanced up towards the sky, a ruminating smile on his lips. "It's quite lively today. You can't escape. When we of the primordial spirit-slaying sect want to kill someone, we've never fail." The distorted skeletal images soared out with what sounded like a prophecy from the rank 2 Magus, turning into a few bone necklaces that instantly locked around the young Magus' ankles. Thud, the Magus lost his balance and fell, seeming very pitiful as blood-laden bandages were revealed on his chest. Evidently, this was a wound from his time being chased. "Weren't you running? Go on, run some more." The rank 2 Magus steeled his expression as he approached the fleeing Magus, watching him from above. "I said that there's never been a Magus who's escaped on our kill list. Consider yourself lucky. Our sect master will meet you personally and extract your soul, boiling it in fire for 100 years. Just kill me." The Magus who had fallen turned over with difficulty, spitting out the words with no hope in his eyes. The long hunt as well as being unable to join any large organizations had already left him weary to the bone. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Damien. I couldn't help you in your vengeance. Lock him up properly. Be careful," the rank 2 Magus instructed the disciples behind him. He then scanned Leyland and Darlie who were at the entrance of Ebold town. The aura Darlie emanated showed that she was a new bee who had recently advanced. With Leyland concealing his abilities quite well, he was treated like small fry. "Kill them all and extract the souls of the residents in the town. We finally managed to get out, so it'll be good to bring something back," the leader commanded, and the sect disciples answered loudly. Crimson appeared in their eyes as they drew closer to the two with malicious intent, as if beasts that had found their prey. "Me, Mr. Leyland. You're very powerful and can defeat them quickly, right?" Darlie took multiple steps backwards. All of those disciples were semi-converted, and could suppress her easily. "There's no hurry. There's someone else yet to arrive." Leyland replied without enthusiasm. "There's someone else yet to arrive? What does that mean?" Her little face had turned deathly pale. "Kiki, this female Magus has pretty good meat. How tender." A disciple pulled at his nose, displaying an evil grin. "You can do whatever you want with the body, but you have to extract her complete soul. The soul of an official Magus isn't too bad, and you can even exchange it for points," a dried-up old man him while snickering. Tears appeared in the corner of her eyes. She was a traditional light Magus, and in 4 Seasons Garden the most danger she had ever met was some accidents while taking part in some outdoor experiments. However, there had been mentors around and she had always survived, shocked but safe. She had never met with a situation like what was happening now. "Don't come over." Darlie wailed, like the last cries of a feeble lamb. It only stimulated the appetite of the ravenous wolves in front of her. "Rest in peace." Just as the disciples were about to make their move and Darlie was in despair, the air seemed to freeze. Piercing sounds echoed out from explosions in Tel Jose City, and a terrifying gust parted the clouds themselves. A white light in the horizon grew increasingly dazzling, finally forming a faint world of holy light. The unprecedented terrifying pressure caused Darlie to go limp and fall, feeling suffocated. The disciples surrounding her all collapsed, and the rank 2 Magus expression changed. Watching the white world of light, he turned grim. Holy light domain. A rank 3 Magus. A Magus appeared out of nowhere in the hazy domain, holy light forming an illusory scene behind him. Lord Auric of Tel Jose City. Are you here to break the balance in the south coast? The Magus yelled, though everyone could hear that he was only putting on a brave front. This was a rank 3 Magus, a peak existence in the south coast. Auric's strength was well known even among rank 3 Magi, and he was in charge of Tel Jose City, which was a large base of the Light Magi. He was in the top stratum of Light Magi. Someone like that could kill a mere rank Magus like him easily, especially with how tense the relationship between their opposing factions was. Auric coldly answered the rank 2 Magus question with a word. Scram. You. The rank 2 Magus flushed red and finally gritted his teeth. Take him. We'll be off. You can go, but you'll have to leave him behind. Auric pointed at the Magus on the ground. Chapter 674, Recognition and Ease. Recognition and Ease. No, he's my assignment. The rank 2 Magus of the spirit-slaying sect rejected immediately. Apprehending this Magus was the very reason he'd even come here. You've gotten this wrong. I'm not here to discuss terms with you, this is an order. Since you wish to die, let me help you. Auric couldn't be bothered to listen to reason, and he instead made his move. A violent, aggressive power crushed down on them, forming a domain of holy light. Rumble, the force field of a rank 3 Magus left no way out for any Magi below that rank. The disciples of the primordial spirit-slaying sect melted down in the holy light, their blood and flesh just dissipating away. Piercing screams sounded out. Lord Gargamel won't let you off. The silver spiritual force surrounding the rank 2 Magus flashed, abruptly forming a cloud of black fog as he planned to flee into the distance. What a bunch of noisy flies. Let Gargamel look for me. Auric's brows furrowed as his right hand began to grab towards the black fog. Boundless holy light converged to form a giant blazing claw of platinum. The cries of the rank 2 Magus sounded out as well. With the flames burning it up, the black gas seeped out from the gaps between the fingers. Silver spiritual force light gradually dimmed, and eventually was extinguished completely. In mere seconds, that arrogant sect disciple who left Darley with no way out was annihilated. The holy light vanished, turning into a gold-trimmed scholar's cloak that appeared on Auric's back. Meanwhile, Darley was completely frozen on the ground. Only after some time did she manage to yell out, "It's Auric, Lord Auric." A rank 3 Magus. For the Light Magi, Auric was synonymous with light and justice. His sort of strength and his terrifying influence were the life goals of all Light Magi. You're a descendant of the Farlier family? Auric did not bother with Darley, instead slowly descending as he looked at the Magus on the ground like he was looking at a corpse. His voice held the chill of millennia of winter, and would cause anyone to shiver in fright. Hee, another one. The Magus could not be bothered to move, or rather he knew that there was no hope of escape in front of a rank 3 Magus. You're very unlucky. Auric's eyes were like two balls of flames. If you were caught by the people from the primordial spirit-slaying sect, they'd at most torture your soul for a century. I'll instead torture your soul to death, extracting all your blood to prepare bloodline-sensing magic so the Farlier bloodline will be destroyed completely. It was as if he was narrating something that happened every day. The cruel words laced with bloodlust left Darley shuddering. What's going on? Wasn't that young Magus being chased down by the spirit-slaying sect? How has he offended Lord Auric too? She felt giddy with confusion. Wait, the Farlier family. I seem to have read something about it. In the battle at the Bramble's Iron Door before the Third Great War, Auric's sole son Jojane died at the hand of Leylin Farlier. Because of the modifications he'd made to himself before, Lord Auric had lost the ability to reproduce further, and this turned into a blood feud. As a top scorer, Darley was familiar with this piece of history as well. However, the consequences of her having the time to even think of this resulted in Auric fixing his attention on her, eyes full of a chilliness. She dropped to her knees. My apologies, Lord Auric. I didn't mean to. Ha. The Magus on the ground began to laugh maniacally. Auric, you'll never have a kid even till your death. It serves you right to have no blood kin. Damn it. You must all die. With salt sprinkled on his wounds, Auric's facial muscles began to contort as flames began to emerge from around his body. Die. Light surged forth from his body, the milky white rays of death able to melt flesh and cause Magi to die an excruciatingly painful death. Asterisk clap. 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 Asterisk applause sounded from within the light, interrupting Auric's attack. He could not help but shift his attention. It was only then that he realized there was someone standing at the side, wearing a luxurious black scholar's robe and a mask on his face. He had no aura undulations, which was why Auric had overlooked this man's existence before. This realization caused his pupils to shrink, and suddenly left him with a bad premonition. A magus that could conceal his aura so well would definitely be someone difficult to deal with. Who are you? Auric glared at Lei Lin coldly, finding the face familiar the more he gazed upon it. The half of the face that could be seen seemed extremely familiar, yet there seemed to be a fog in his mind that made it hard for him to remember the name. Who am I? Auric, you should know best. Lei Lin chuckled, and turned to encourage Darlie, you explained it well. That voice, Auric's brows were furrowed and the fog of confusion dissipated slowly. He had the feeling he was about to find the name he was looking for, hidden in the depths in his mind. All of a sudden, Auric's body trembled and he was instantly wide awake. Immediately after, Lei Lin's face lined up with the one in his memories, causing him to bellow hysterically, you're Lei Lin Farlier. Lei Lin Farlier. Two cries of alarm were heard from the sides, and the magus on the ground's eyes were filled with emotion as he stared at Lei Lin's figure. Darlie was completely horrified. He's the legendary toxic sovereign king. The rank 2 existence who worked behind the scenes and caused the third magus war. He's Lei Lin Farlier. Her hands covered her mouth, and her brain halted. Right. He never denied he was that Lei Lin. I was the one who wishfully treated him as someone with the same name. Scenes of her time with Lei Lin flashed in her mind, causing Darlie's face to turn as red as an apple. He's very different from the legends. Darlie watched his back, eyes showing her worry. Auric is a rank 3 warlock. Can Mr. Lei Lin? Ha, you're Lei Lin Farlier. That voice and that face. Even if it's half covered I won't be wrong. Auric huffed, his body twitching like he was an epileptic. He was so excited that he was practically frothing at the mouth. You finally appeared. Great, I can finally enact my vengeance. He roared in a low voice, terrifying energy undulations exploding forth from his body that seemed to touch upon the crystal phase. Indeed, it's sensible that hatred can drive one's improvement. Auric, you've improved so much from before. Though Auric's improvement surprised Lei Lin slightly, those under Morning Star were still like ants to him. It was no big deal. The terrifying force field of a rank 3 magus caused the magus and Darlie to lie on the ground like toads. The young magus couldn't help but yell towards Lei Lin, my lord, be careful. Any amount of cautiousness is useless. The hatred from Jojane's death, as well as the torture of the long wait. It can only be purged by all the blood in your body. Auric roared, and holy light dazzled as it formed a gigantic cage ringed with pillars of light. He had learned his lesson from chasing Lei Lin down before. He knew that Lei Lin was powerful, and what's more, quick. With just a slight misstep, Lei Lin could flee. In order to prevent such a disaster from happening again, he had to limit his opponent's range. Die. Having set everything up, Auric made his move. Boiling heat waves converged in his hand, the light forming a gigantic statue of a goddess, her 2 wings spread to form a bow. A holy aura emanated from the bow that had formed. A ray of light condensed to form the bowstring, and a terrifying energy undulation was released as Auric pulled back on it. Platinum flames converged, rushing forth from his fingertips to form a blazing arrow. An explosive screech could be heard as the arrow was launched, leaving behind a glimmering white trail in the air. You're focusing on long-ranged attacks. Looks like the lesson I taught you was deeply engraved in your mind. Lei Lin shook his head and extended a finger, tapping on the flaming arrow. This slight motion caused Auric's expression to go dark, and the magus and Darlie both were filled with concern. Unfortunately. Just this is far from enough, the flaming arrow struck Lei Lin's finger, producing a crisp sound. Immediately after, Auric's expression quickly changed. The flaming arrow had fallen down, split in 2. It charred the surrounding land before the flames went out. If that's all you have, you're too disappointing. Lei Lin smiled at Auric, who in turn staggered back. It was only then that he realized that Lei Lin was no longer the rank 2 magus who needed to keep fleeing from him. His opponent was considered the greatest genius the South Coast had produced in 1,000 years. With hundreds of years having passed, what level of strength had he reached? What rank are you at now? Auric slowly stepped backwards, 2 snow-white wings of light extending at his back. That question isn't important. You just need to die obediently. Ley spoke without a care. Coupled with how he was dressed, he seemed very much like the stereotype of a huge rebel. Chapter 675, Defeat and Curse. Defeat and Curse. At this moment, the young Magus that had collapsed to the ground immediately shouted out, "Lord Ancestor, you can't let him off so easily. He attacked our Farlier family and even indirectly caused Grandpa Damien's death." Oh. Ley furrowed his brows. Black flames blazed as he instantly moved to the youth's side. With just a scan, he understood the youth's body like the back of his own hand. "Did the spirit-slaying sect give you that wound on your chest?" "Yes. I got hit by the attack of a soul plague from the sect disciples, and was also poisoned by a malaria spider." The youth looked defeated, but then had an excited flush on his face. "A small issue." Leyland's finger moved, and the bandages around the youth's chest automatically fell off to reveal twisted muscles and horrifying wounds. "Bear with it for a bit." Leyland dripped a crimson potion onto the youth's injuries. White gas steamed from the wounds, causing the youth to cry out in pain involuntarily. Shortly after, black gas streamed out of the wound and the flesh began to mend itself rapidly. The wounds were healing. "What?" Darley shouted from not far away, "That's even faster than a rank 3 healer. Is this an ancient healing potion from Legends?" Leyland had no wish to answer Darley's question. Instead, he noticed Auric beginning to make a move. TCH, so stubborn. Rumble, countless holy javelins made of platinum flames appeared around him, shooting towards Leyland like thousands of arrows being launched at the same time. Auric himself revealed a large pair of wings as he took to the skies. "I said, stay there quietly. Did you not understand the first time?" Leyland's expression darkened, and an aura several times more terrifying and powerful than Auric's descended. Formless energy rippled, causing those javelins to explode in the air and dissipate into motes of light. Seeing Leyland take care of his attack, Auric made a strange sound from mid-air, spreading his wings and escaping as far as he could go. "Get down here." Leyland's right hand pulled downwards, and Auric gave a blood-curdling cry from within the streak of light. He fell down, the 2 wings on his back being torn off by a formless force. Some flesh and blood remained at the end, revealing long gashes on his back from which blood spurted forth. The cage with pillars of light that sealed off the region had, with a sound as if it could not hold on for longer, exploded bit by bit. His wound completely healed, the youth now stood up and watched the scene silently. He was surprised, yes, but the events that had played out so far had far exceeded what he could take. He was now numb to everything. When he'd been fleeing from the sect disciples, a voice in his mind urged him to change course, veering towards Tel Jose City. Before the spirit-slaying sect disciples who were after him could attack him, Auric appeared. Faced against the sect disciple and a rank 3 Magus who both had grudges against him, the youth would rather be caught by the sect than even see Auric's face. However, things were far from over. Just when he thought everything was done for, an even more bizarre thing had happened. Leyland, the genius from his Farlier family who'd been missing for centuries, had suddenly reappeared. On top of that, he dominated and defeated Auric the moment he showed himself. The youth watched Auric lying on the ground like a dead dog, his expression stiff. He had a strong suspicion that this could be a mere clone, or perhaps a fraud. Since when was a rank 3 Magus, the best of the South Coast, so weak? Or is it that he isn't weak, but the Lord Ancestor is just that powerful? The youth watched Leyland's masked face, his eyes full of admiration. He was fully privy to Auric's prowess. Under the force field the rank 3 Magus had shown off, he would have been killed like an ant. However, Leyland had defeated his opponent with a mere wave of the arm. How large was the disparity between them? "Your wounds are all healed up. By the way, what's your name?" Leyland's face held some rare gentleness as he faced this descendant. My name is Krupp, I'm Audi's descendant." Krupp knew Leyland had no interest in his family tree, and directly mentioned the person in Leyland's generation. "Audi? Did this happen after I left?" Leyland stroked his chin. "Yes, he's your brother, born 2 years after you left." Krupp carefully watched Leyland's expression, and then pointed at Auric. "Lord Ancestor, he once sent people to attack our Farlier family and almost caused us to be completely uprooted from the Chernobyl Islands. Only a few of us escaped under Grandpa Damien's protection. You must take revenge for us." Having said all this, Krupp clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. "Don't worry," Leyland nodded. After hearing news that the Farlier family had almost been destroyed, he strangely felt no anger. It was as if he was hearing someone else's story, even he was surprised at his reaction. Lei Lin immediately thought of the reason for this. He was someone who'd come from another world, and wasn't the original Lei Lin who was just a playboy. Because he had the AI chip and was a grandmaster in the field of souls, issues with things like soul fragments that were retained from the original soul causing melodrama wouldn't be an issue for him. The old Lei Lin's soul had long since been annihilated, with not a trace left behind. He would not be able to affect Fong Ming the slightest. Hence, after hearing that the Farlier family had almost been wiped out, he only nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Emotions and the responsibility towards one's bloodline were different, however. Lei Lin believed he still had some work to do in that regard. Krupp and Darley felt the temperature of their surroundings lower in an instant. A slight explosion could be heard from Auric's body, and it seemed like he was strangled at his throat by a formless strength. He now hung before Lei Lin. Auric tried to sound from his throat. With a blink of Lei Lin's eyes, his face had flushed red. He squirmed as the blood drained from his face, it turned an ashen gray. In that short moment, Lei Lin had destroyed Auric's spiritual force. He was now just slightly stronger than a regular human. You've really got some guts. To dare go against the unwritten rules of the South Coast and take revenge on my family. Lei Lin's hand grabbed at the void, and crackling sounds were heard from Auric's body. The bones automatically broke apart inch by inch, but Auric was still awake and had to deal with the suffering alone. Soon enough, blood spurted from his mouth, and some of his teeth were broken. I believe there's a need to set a precedent, so that the other Magi will be aware. A thin crimson thread was extracted from his body and hovered in front of Lei Lin. Let's see. A trace of blood-red light could be seen in Lei Lin's eyes as countless translucent mirrors opened up before him, revealing vague figures within. No! Auric immediately grew agitated upon seeing them, his body trembling unceasingly as his eyes pleaded with Lei Lin. However, Lei Lin himself cared nothing for this. You don't have any direct descendants yourself, but there are a lot of other branches. Siblings? Auric did not answer, his tongue had long since been bitten off. If not for Lei Lin intentionally keeping him alive, he would have died long ago. Auric would much rather die early than face what was to come. You know my character. I rarely use curses or other spells in that vein. It's not because I'm unfamiliar with them, but because they're troublesome. Not only is the preparatory work tedious, there's also a backlash. Lei Lin continued on as if he were chatting with a friend, but things are different here. The backlash from some rank 1 and 2 Magi, and even regular humans, means nothing to me. As he spoke, Lei Lin produced a large amount of materials from his spatial pouch, carving strange altar-like runes on the ground. Trace back the path of the bloodline to all branches. Terrifying curses rolled off Lei Lin's tongue in a strange accent. Ye of his blood, shall become the source of the curse. After a few ceremonies, Lei Lin extracted some blood with a dagger and threw it onto the altar under Auric's look of despair. With sounds of anguish being transmitted from the altar, a faint distorted face with empty eyes wailed as it pounced into the air. Go! Lei Lin snapped his fingers. Bzzzt, formless ripples spread, and immediately after a blonde Magus expression changed in one of the round mirrors, green warts appearing all over his body. They then exploded, spurting out corrosive liquid that caused him to become a pile of white bones amidst his howls. Black fog occupied the entirety of a castle elsewhere, and broken limbs were thrown out of it every once in a while. No, Auric lowered his head. All that remained in his dead eyes was boundless hatred. Did you think that was all? Lei Lin could not help but laugh as he saw Auric in this state. Soul extraction. A translucent figure was pulled out from Auric's forehead. Chapter 676, Fallen Star, Magic Equipment. Fallen Star, Magic Equipment. AI chip, organize Auric's memories, separate the information I require. Beep, mission established. Beginning analysis. Extracting data from target. As a grandmaster in the field of soul research who possessed the help of the AI chip, Lei Lin found what he needed in mere seconds. Auric's body died once his soul was pulled out. Now translucent, he'd regained the ability to speak. Information was extracted from his soul as he let out cries of misery. Having memories extracted from your soul wasn't exactly pleasant. Ah! What are you doing? I won't let you off. I curse you and I curse all that is yours. Oh, so you have a brother who you're not on good terms with. It's a bit of a pity that he died under the curse as well, Lei Lin said as great amounts of data streaked past him. Whatever. If he's dead, he's dead. Did you think it would just end like this? Void Assassin. A translucent figure appeared instantly with a flutter of his sleeve. These servants that he'd gained from the ruins of Scarlet Crescent each had a strength of up to rank 3, and with their ability to travel through the void even Morning Stars had to guard carefully against them. They were practically invincible in the south coast. Here's the information. Kill all his friends, acolytes, and anyone else he treasures. With a stretch of his arm and a tap, Auric's soul was sealed into the void assassin's head. Make sure he watches everything. Once you're done, sink into the lava underground and have his soul roast for eternity. Understood. A robotic voice sounded from the void assassin. Immediately after, its body disappeared into the void, leaving behind Auric's despairing cries that seemed to echo in this land. Are you satisfied with how I handled this? Lei Lin turned to look at Krupp. Yes, very satisfied. No matter what Patriarch does, you're the most correct. With Lei Lin's eyes on him, Krupp stiffened in his nervousness. At the thought of what his ancestor had done, Krupp couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was someone who already knew of the darkness that lay in the Magus world. Using a method to extinguish one's bloodline and not even letting off their friends or acolytes. Krupp secretly wiped off the perspiration. Patriarch is no saint. Having taken care of Auric, Lei Lin glanced into the horizon and beckoned to Krupp, let's go. A few worms will come and disturb us if we don't leave quickly. But before they got onto the carriage, a thought flashed through Lei Lin's mind. He looked at Darlie. It's my fault that she got involved. Since she came with me, I should at least bring her to the next city. Lei Lin pointed at Darlie, but the female Magus was in a state of complete shock. The roaring skeletal horse was blazing with black flames. It seemed like a demon from a nightmare, its hooves leaving behind flaming marks. The large carriage sped down the road like a black whirlwind. Krupp sat inside with some reservation, occasionally sneaking glances at Lei Lin's black leather boots. Darlie was still frozen, hiding in the corner and trembling with her arms wrapped around herself. The recent events had dealt a huge blow to this female Magus. In reality, if not for Lei Lin intentionally protecting her, she and Krupp wouldn't have been able to live past the moment Auric burst out. However, she didn't believe that her survival was some stroke of fortune. The fall of a rank 3 Magus, and the curse that accompanied it, made it easy for her to imagine what kind of chaos was going to arise in the south coast. And as the witness, she was in a bad situation. Though the Light Magi revered order, they were the first in line to trample over their own rules for the sake of benefits. Darlie shut her eyes, and could already imagine a large number of high-ranked Magi cutting open her skull and extracting parts of her brain. Though the Dark Magi were more famous for it, Darlie knew very well that many Light Magi were no inferior at the skill of extracting memories. They could probably clone all her thoughts from her childhood with not a single error. As for what would happen to her, that was something no Magi would ever care about. Sacrificing herself for the big picture and for all Light Magi was something that she should feel honored to do. They'd expect her to serve herself up voluntarily. Darlie only realized how helpless she was under such immense pressure. While she'd always been prideful of the order and glory of the Light Magi, all she wished for now was their destruction. In matters of life and death, everything could be renounced. But as long as this lord is around, Darlie peeked up and saw the figure that had caused her immense fear. That stern gaze that shot out from behind the mask seemed to pierce her body, suffocating her. She quickly lowered her head respectfully, her breathing becoming rough. Starting with Auric's fall, the return of my lord will bring about great changes in the south coast. Lei Lin knew what this female Magus was thinking of immediately, but he couldn't be bothered with it. To him, she was but a stranger he'd picked up somewhere and embroiled in this because of a coincidence. Even if he wasn't with her, having taken on the task of gathering starlight grass, she would have come to Ebol Town anyway. Without his protection, she would probably be in even worse a condition by now. Thus, he believed she owed him a favor. That last thought was because they'd traveled together and grown slightly more familiar with each other. Reaching a rest point and then tossing her away was a very simple alternative, however based on Krupp's expression this might be a variable that would change things. Lei Lin chuckled at that thought. Lei Lin suddenly spoke. Krupp, give me the fallen star pendant around your neck. Oh, of course, Patriarch. Krupp deferentially took the pendant down and passed it to Lei Lin with both hands. Light flickered from the broken gems on the dark red cross surface. The slight weight in his hands left Lei Lin nostalgic. Grandpa Damien gave it to me and he even told me. Krupp watched Lei Lin hesitantly. Lei Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, this is a magic artifact I created. Damien was under my orders to protect the Farlier family in the Chernobyl Islands. He observed the creation in his hands. With his current insight, he naturally noticed the defects in his original craftsmanship, and the immaturity when he'd made it. Though the materials in this fallen star pendant aren't all that great, it isn't as if there's no room for improvement. Crimson light wrapped around the cross in tandem with Leyland's words, causing it to float into the air and emit powerful energy waves that shocked Krupp and Darley. This is, Darley looked stunned, he's working without any tools. Only Grandmaster alchemists from legend can do something like this. The red glow expanded unceasingly, gradually forming a beautiful flaming daffodil that slowly bloomed within the carriage. When the last petal withered, the pendant suspended in the air now looked different. It was more slender before, its dark red surface more pure. Many fine black lines were on it, making it seem like the back of a python. I've resmelted the artifact, and added a few functions. On top of that, I've restricted its use to those with the Farlier bloodline, Leyland said lightly, and then fallen star pendant fell into Krupp's hands. He resmelted a magic artifact so quickly, and upgraded it to become a high-ranked magic artifact. Still hiding in the corner, Darley's eyes were now shining. Only rank 2 or 3 magi were qualified to possess things like high-grade magic artifacts in the South Coast. For low-ranked magi like her, just taking a glance at a treasure of this grade was like a dream come true. The person who was across her, however, had refined one without so much as a change in expression, and gifted it away as if it was nothing. Perhaps, my hopes for the future will all rely on this person. Darley made up her mind, vigorous flames bursting forth in her heart. Many thanks, Patriarch. Krupp took the pendant, pleasantly surprised. This magic artifact had always been very useful, and it was an unexpected surprise for it to be upgraded to become a high-ranked one. However, after his spiritual force made contact with the pendant, his eyes grew as round as saucers. It was as if he'd been struck by lightning. What? Is anything the matter? Leyland found this descendant rather funny. Magic, a piece of magic equipment. The fallen star pendant. Krupp spoke of the grade of the item. Patriarch, you upgraded it to magic equipment. It was already a huge surprise for the fallen star pendant to be upgraded to a high-grade magic artifact, but the fact that it had become the legendary magic equipment was shocking. This was magic equipment. It was of a level even greater than magic artifacts, and regular rank 3 magi weren't even qualified to have them. These were the trump cards of the largest organizations. However, this ancestor of his had casually managed to refine a middle-grade magic artifact into one. Krupp was rendered speechless. Chapter 677, Nanov. Nanov. Because of the materials used to make the fallen star pendant, it can at best only become a piece of low-grade magic equipment. Although Leyland found this quite a pity, Krupp instead grew so excited he was about to froth at the mouth. On the other hand, Darley grew even more emotional. Seeing that the fallen star pendant had really been upgraded to become a low-grade magic equipment piece, she was at first frozen before she pounced at Leyland's feet. Revered Lord Farlier, please take me in as your disciple. No, how could I qualify to be the disciple of such a great magus? Please give me any chance regardless of what it is. Whether as a maid, a servant, or even a guinea pig, just give me a chance to learn from you. You're serious? Leyland watched this female magus. With her thirst and pursuit of knowledge, she was very similar to how he had been back then. Krupp had a stiff expression. It was nothing much for a magus to become a disciple, but becoming a servant or a guinea pig would effectively render one dispensable to a dark magus. This female magus seemed to care nothing for her life. Rather, she was giving up her very life for the pursuit of truth. My lord, Krupp gaped but was unable to speak. He was merely Leyland's nephew. There was nothing beside that relationship that bonded them together. Before he was sure of what place he held in Leyland's heart, speaking out like this seemed rather risky. I don't have plans to teach anyone now, and I'm not lacking in servants either. Leyland spoke indifferently, causing Darley's eyes gaze to dim. But Leyland's next words brought her from the depths of hell to heaven. But I give you permission to observe and emulate me for a period of time. How much you learn will depend on you. Many thanks, my lord, she replied, tears lining her eyes. However, Leyland had yet to finish speaking. What can you offer me though, that is of equal value? My everything. Darley's tone was firm. Good. Swear it. Swear it on your soul and your honor, that from here on out your power, your body, your soul and everything will belong to the Farlier family branch head on the south coast, Krupp Farlier. Leyland sounded unenthusiastic, but Krupp's eyes went wide. What? Me? Darley took a look at Krupp who was beside her, and immediately made a vow with her soul, "I swear on it." With Lei Lin as a witness, it would haunt her throughout her life unless a Magus who comprehended laws aided her. Of course, the chances that an existence at or above rank 7 would help Darlie were pretty much nil. Patriarch. Why? Krupp watched Darlie, looking puzzled. As the descendant of our Farlier family, you should help our family continue the bloodline. Lei Lin chuckled, "Darlie is a great choice. She's talented, and you've seen her willpower and good qualities for yourself." Astute as he was, Lei Lin had long since noticed Krupp's slight crush on Darlie. This meant nothing to him, but as he was the real descendant of the Farlier family, he placed more importance on Krupp spreading his blood than his vengeance. Having done this, he now felt that he'd done enough to make up for everything he owed the family. Hearing Lei Lin saying something so shameless out in the open, a trace of a blush crept onto the faces of Krupp and Darlie, magi as they were. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. "My lord, where are we going now?" Krupp directed the conversation elsewhere. He'd been running for his life ever since birth, and experiences like this one were rare. The only reason he'd felt anything for Darlie was that she was pleasing to the eye. "Let's go to the Abyssal Bone Swamp. I want to see how the Academy is doing, and there are also some people I want to find out about." Lei Lin smiled, considerately changing the topic. "It also looks like I need to show off some strength, display that the Farlier family has a solid backing. It'll be very troublesome if we keep getting harassed like this." Troublesome? Krupp was first baffled, but his expression quickly changed. An aged voice was transmitted to them, "Mr. Lei Lin, could we trouble you to come out of the carriage? Let's go out, we have guests." Lei Lin beamed, shaking his robes as he got to his feet. Krupp and Darlie exchanged a glance and lined themselves up behind him, seemingly with good chemistry, seeing how they occupied his left and right. The nightmare horse snarled in dissatisfaction and the carriage stopped. Getting out of the carriage, Lei Lin caught sight of a few aged magi. At the front was a white-browed old man with layers of wrinkles on a face that was covered with spots. He looked about to die at any moment, wearing a simple grey robe that contrasted the dazzling golden staff in hand. He seemed to be the speaker. Beside him was an old woman wearing the clothing of aristocracy, her hair that had pearls and gems embedded within it tied in a bun. The two stood on top of a large banyan tree which was blocking Lei Lin's path. A large face emerged from the trunk. This banyan tree was actually a magus, and its life force was the strongest amongst the three magi. The three immediately went on guard when they saw Lei Lin coming out. The one holding the staff was the first to speak. "Lei Lin Farlier." "That's me." Lei Lin's body floated up, and he stood on top of the carriage. While the lack of an aura coming from his body gave no reason for it, the magi opposite him felt a great feeling of danger. "I am the Saint Nanov Seal Andrew, you can call me Nanov. Beside me is Mistress Marjorie, and this giant tree is Lord Kifa." The auras of crystal phase magi became apparent as the old magus introduced his party. All three of them were mighty rank 3 magi whose spiritual force had crystallized. Lei Lin could also sense scattered undulations from some bloodline treasures and other unique magical items, and there was even a high-grade magic artifact on them. It was apparent that they'd brought everything they had. You must be the leaders of the light magi." Lei Lin nodded. "Yes," Nanov said as he forced a smile. Even face to face he couldn't sense Lei Lin's aura. It was like his immediate vicinity was a boundless sea, drowning out any probes and leaving no traces behind. "Is this about the issue with Alric?" Lei Lin asked casually. He could eliminate ants like these in one blow, but for the sake of the Farlier family it was prudent to leave them alive to spread word of the terror he wrought. "The matter with Alric was a personal feud between you and him. Though my lord's methods are a little overboard, they aren't unacceptable." Realizing that Lei Lin was not to be trifled with, Nanov immediately changed his plans. His conceding seemed quite pathetic to Lei Lin. If he was considered weak, these magi wouldn't have bothered with such words and instead just killed him. They would cut the person who had tarnished the reputation of the light magi up into a million pieces. However, realizing Lei Lin wasn't going to be pushed around, Nanov gave up his pursuit of enmity on Alric's behalf. After all, it was irrational to provoke a powerful magus for the sake of a dead person, what more one whose family, organization, and subordinates had all disappeared. It was all for the big picture. The casual sacrifice of Alric even left Lei Lin wanting to sneer in response. This sort of thing was exactly why he was hellbent on becoming stronger himself, rather than depending on organizations. However, Lord Alric was still a colleague of ours. Shouldn't Mr. Lei Lin do something about this? Nanov finally got to the point. What, something? Lei Lin watched the old man playfully. Mr. Lei Lin was once a professor at Four Seasons Gardens, which means you were once a light magus. As a light magus, it's our obligation to fight against evil. Nanav seemed to be spouting righteous words. The source of all evil in the south coast, the ancient demon that the spirit-slaying sect believes in, the Gargamel, is alive. Is Lord Lei Lin willing to aid us in destroying the sect? I'm sure that once you contribute enough, Four Seasons Garden will be very willing to welcome you back. They can't beat me, so now they're trying to assimilate me to their cause. Lei Lin chuckled inside, but Nanav had already begun stating his conditions. If Lei Lin were to attack the spirit-slaying sect and even kill the Gargamel, they would compensate him by admitting him once more into the Four Seasons Garden, even allowing him full control of it. It was indeed an enticing offer. If Lei Lin was a peak rank 3 magus, he would have put some consideration into it. However, there was no need to fake courtesy with his current strength. I reject your proposal, he exclaimed unceremoniously. Though the Gargamel had long since entered the list of beings he had to kill, he hated being threatened to do anything. What? Such a blunt answer put the old man in shock, and his expression dimmed. There should be some enmity between my lord and the Gargamel, no? Wouldn't this be getting the best of both worlds? Or are you thinking of siding with the evil dark magi? Chapter 678, Ease and Departure. Ease and Departure. You learned about that too. It seems like you know me quite well. Lei Lin shook his head, but did you know that the thing I hate the most is being coerced? His expression instantly darkened. Furthermore, it's better to deal with dark magi than the likes of you. As long as I display enough strength to shock them, they become even more obedient than dogs, and won't resort to sneaky actions in the shadows. It looks like Sir Lei Lin is very prejudiced against us light magi. What a pity, Nanav spoke slowly, the golden scepter in his hand emitting even more dazzling rays of light. Are you done with all that nonsense? Like I said earlier, we should just eliminate him. He started out as a dark magus. Marjorie, who was beside Nanav, began to speak with a piercing voice. So, the giant tree magus under them did not speak, but large amounts of roots spread out from it to envelop the surrounding region. It formed a grid of roots in the area. Increasing your vitality by combining your life with plants. How pathetic. Lei Lin shook his head, seeing through the tree with a slight glance. While he didn't say more than that, the look of pity in his eyes threw the banyan tree into a violent rage. Boundless green light spread around the area. It was like it had formed a translucent crystal in the air, sealing the air around Lei Lin. As we discussed before. Kifa will be in charge of restraining him while you amplify our power. I'll take the charge. As he said that, Nanav took the lead, the golden scepter in his hands abruptly increasing in size to become a golden holy lance. Understood. Marjorie answered quickly from behind him. All sorts of complicated and mysterious runes appeared from her body, disappearing into the giant tree and Nanav's body. With that support, more of their spiritual forces crystallized, approaching the limit. Even after the amplification, they're still only close to the limit of rank 3. Lei Lin sighed, the disappointment evident in his eyes as he waved his arm. Rumble, black flames began encircling the horse carriage in defense. Wait here, don't come out and block me. Numerous tendrils that had come to probe the area sizzled, instantly burnt to ashes by the black flames. It caused the large banyan tree to let loose a miserable cry. The black flames looked to be about to burn right up the roots, and the tree had no choice but to sever the affected ones, cutting its connection with them. Jade green sap flowed out of the wounds in great amounts. Arghor, the human face on the trunk let out roars that nobody could make sense of. On the other hand, the faces of Nanav and Marjorie changed. These flames burned the very soul. Lord Lei Lin seems to have obtained some amazing inheritance in his time away. Golden light was produced from the lance, covering Nanav's body as if some kind of golden armor. You think I'm relying on some inheritance? You think that's what gives me my strength? Lei Lin replied, disapproving. Heaven's lance, make a judgment for light and justice. Nanav's body seemed to burst into golden flames. He hurled the lance in his hands into the distance, and it seemed like a golden meteor was launched. The lance reached Lei Lin in the blink of an eye. Black even streaked near the tip of the lance, fine spatial cracks being formed. I must say, you're quite good for a rank 3 magus. Lei Lin stretched out his hand as he yawned. In front of that pale hand, be it the golden flames or the spatial cracks, everything was destroyed. The terrifyingly sharp tip of the holy golden lance could do no harm to his skin as he grabbed it. It's best not to show this stuff and humiliate yourself. As if in answer to all the taunting from the three magi, Lei Lin exerted a bit of force with his two hands. The golden lance broke apart at the center, the screech it left behind sounding miserable. Golden sand fell from where it had broken apart, causing the main body to quickly collapse. No, how is that possible? Nanav took several steps backwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth due to the backlash of having his holy lance destroyed. Two streaks of red fell from his eyes. This is a treasure that's been passed down in our academy. Even peak rank 3 magi shouldn't be able to so much as move it. Let's go. He's even more terrifying than that Gargamel. Marjorie pulled at Nanav, and the banyan tree below them abruptly pulled up its roots and fled like a giant, each step allowing it to cover hundreds of meters. Activate the interference formation we planned for the Gargamel. Nanav seemed to have recovered, but his eyes still held a trace of shock. He took out a white handkerchief to cover the blood from the corner of his mouth even as he gave his command. The earth rumbled as 4 pillars of light, red, yellow, blue, and green, shot up around Lei Lin. Smoke and multicolor light appeared in the air, forming a tremendous spell formation with runes snaking around its surface. Nanav, the enemy is far stronger than we expected. The 4-pillared stone seal shouldn't be able to hold him down for long. We'll need to use our final treasure. Marjorie exclaimed solemnly. Roar, the banyan tree Magus under them thundered, emitting spiritual undulations of approval. In that case, Nanav's expression underwent several changes before he finally gritted his teeth and reached into his robes. Rumble, all of a sudden, loud thud sounded from the ceiling formation, causing shivers to go down the spines of the 3 magi. It was like some powerful ferocious beast had been set free in there, bursting forth with enough force to break it open. Bumps appeared in the barrier, and the runes on top of it shattered like glass. How is that possible? That's our 4-pillar rock seal, even the Gargamel was trapped inside it for a few minutes. How long has it been? Marjorie let out a piercing shout. Prepare to strengthen the seal. Use the aquatic devil seaweed and help me gain time. Quick. Nanav looked exceptionally sinister. But that's the last secret trick we have. There's only enough of the aquatic devil seaweed to be used once. Marjorie obviously hesitated. His strength is the greatest catastrophe for us. I even suspect, quick. Nanav coughed out blood. Fine. Marjorie merely hesitated for a moment and immediately grew clear-headed, tossing a dried-up seaweed into the formation. Emissary sleeping deep within the sea, please heed my call. With her chance, the small dried-up marine seaweed abruptly swelled in mid-air, as if it had absorbed a large amount of moisture. Even its surface grew wet. Large amounts of moisture gathered within it and formed a dark green ball of plants, with all sorts of seaweed on it. The plant ball shifted above the ceiling spell formation before it suddenly exploded, threads of black seaweed forming a web that covered the area. Alright. Even if it's a peak rank 3, the aquatic devil seaweed can still achieve. The glee in Nanav's eyes only lasted a short while. His eyes nearly popped out from their sockets and he lost all of his previous demeanor. How is that possible? He could see a gap in the middle of the formation, be it the 4-pillared stone seal or the threads of seaweed. A Magus wearing dark golden scholarly robes and a mysterious mask on his face walked out arrogantly. Immediately after, a black hole appeared in his hands, sucking in the surrounding seal and the aquatic seaweed. Pow! A slight explosion sounded in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the spell formation and the devil algae seal had turned into a miniature model in Lei Lin's hands. This is far beyond rank 3. You're a morning. Nanav's face immediately seemed to lose all blood, becoming so pale that it was frightening. However, Lei Lin did not give him the chance to kneel and beg for forgiveness nor flee. The tasteless games shall end now. I'll return this to you. He tossed the model in his hand lightly in front. The seal that was compressed 1,000-fold rumbled, abruptly blowing up along with the devil algae. Formless energy buffeted all directions, shaking the earth itself. Multicolored light rippled in the air, the magnificence concealing a deadly danger. I'm warning you right now. Don't provoke the Farlier family, or else. Lei Lin gently landed above the carriage, and under Krupp and Darley's reverential gazes headed inside. The demonic nightmare horse neighed and galloped wildly, several times faster than before. It even soared into the air after a while, turning into a flash of light that streaked through the horizon. The terrifying explosions continued for a while in the place they'd left behind before gradually ending to reveal 2 figures, both in a sorry state. Kifa, the gigantic banyan tree of a Magus, had already disappeared. He'd used his body to absorb most of the attack. Kifa. Marjorie was not in a very good condition, but what had given her the greatest blow was not her injuries. It was instead that terrifying and invincible figure. It'll be fine. Though his body was destroyed, his seed is still alive. Nanav produced a green seed. Chapter 679, Return and Change. Return and Change. Kifa has already become a living plant. As long as this true seed of his still exists, he can revive at any time. However, it'll take a long while for him to amass the amount of life force he had before. Nanav sighed, fixing his eyes on the green seed. It was the size of a grown man's fist, with complicated plant runes on it. She could vaguely sense a familiar spiritual force undulation coming from it, as if there was a gravely injured life that had fallen asleep inside. He seems to have let us off intentionally, restraining himself at the last minute. If not, none of us would have been able to survive. Nanav laughed wryly. What do you think? We still have our final treasure. If we're pushed to the limit, we can use it to deal him immense damage, Marjorie said hatefully, before her expression suddenly changed. What? The sound of an item shattering could be heard from Nanav's body. More specifically, it was from a secret compartment in his robes where the final treasure was kept. What's going on? Could it be? A chill rose in her heart. Nanav expressionlessly shoved his hand towards the area and fished out a few shattered metallic pieces. There still remained powerful radiations and complicated, intricate patterns and clearly was a part of a high-grade magic equipment. The Blade of Avarice. What's going on? It's a high-grade magic artifact. How can it suddenly shatter? Marjorie yelled, her extremely sharp voice even dispersing the clouds in the sky. This high-grade magic artifact that was the final treasure of the Light Magi could recharge itself automatically. It produced a terrifying attack that could destroy peak rank 3 Magi, hence it was regarded as the final trump card of the Light Magi, being safeguarded tightly. It wouldn't be used unless it was a life or death situation. It was this very item that had injured the Gargamel previously, but now. Nanav looked at the blade fragments in his hands, and suddenly felt like the honor and glory that the Light Magi upheld seemed to be collapsing magnificently. To be able to go past my defenses and even destroy the Blade of Avarice without my knowledge, lowering the energy waves to the limit so that the explosion wouldn't injure anyone. This strength, Nanav felt as if all the bones in his body had been extracted as he collapsed to the ground. He took a deep breath and then guessed, he must be stronger than the peak of rank 3, having reached the unfathomable Morning Star realm. Morning Star. A rank 4 Magus. The old woman shrieked, what kind of joke is this? A Magus of this rank in our south coast, a Magus of this rank, she kept repeating the words, her voice becoming softer. She was beginning to believe in this conjecture. Perhaps only Magi at and above the Morning Star realm could break out of their attack so easily, leaving them powerless and in despair. After staying silent for a long while, she asked a very practical question. What should we do next? What kind of attitude should we use to face that? Lord? I don't know, Nanav laughed wryly, but what I do know is that the whole situation in the south coast is going to experience a tumultuous change soon. Whatever it is, we know one thing for sure, never provoke the Farlier family. At the end, Nanav's expression turned incomparably grim. Flames streaked across the sky. Krupp was instantly terrified by their speed once he opened the door to the carriage. If we'd hurried on at this speed earlier, those Light Magi wouldn't even have had any time to react, right? Why? Why did I deliberately slow down and let them chase up to us? Leylin reclined on the sofa in the carriage, Gus' eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was hidden by the half-mask. Perhaps Lord Leylin wanted to exhibit his strength to them. This can be seen from how Lord Leylin let them off at the end. Darlie stammered out while clutching at her skirt. You said it well. Leylin nodded in praise. Darlie was a smart girl, and her talent and qualities were all good. In addition, with the limitations of her soul vow, she could never go against the will of the Farlier family, and instead become Krupp's valuable companion. These Magi are obviously nothing to Lord Leylin, but my lord is making plans for us. My lord is taking precautions so that once he leaves, they will be too terrified to give us trouble, Darlie guessed. Patriarch, are you leaving? Krupp turned pale in fright. The south coast is just too small. This place is too barren for me and there's nothing worth my attention here. If not for the Farlier family being here, as well as some debts I had to settle, I wouldn't have returned. Krupp grew disappointed as Leylin nodded, I'll leave the task of restoring the Farlier family to you. The reputation I'll leave behind won't count for much, what you'll really need to rely on is your own strength. I'll teach you and Darlie well in this period of time. News of Leyland's reappearance did not shock most of the lower-ranked magi in the south coast. What made them sigh with sorrow was the change in the leadership of Tel Jose City, as well as the strange death of the rank 3 Magus Auric along with his friends, disciples, and family. The acolytes and rank 1 magi were too far removed from the upper echelons, and the news that spread to them was limited. Hence, they believed that Auric had been struck by some unknown curse. Suffering a curse due to some lab accident or mistaken summoning was common in the Magus world, even ones that ended one's lineage. It was just that the scope of the curse this time was far more terrifying. Though their guesses were rather close to reality, never did they expect that the one who had caused Auric's fall was the wanted Magus, the toxic King Leylin, the name that was just a symbol in their history textbooks. However, no matter which organization they belonged to, the higher-ranked magi were shaken. This trend did not seem to vanish, but instead became increasingly intense. The fall of Auric and his families was like a giant rock being thrown into a lake, resulting in immense ripples in the south coast. As a rank 3 Magus, Auric was probably one of the top 5 in the Light Alliance. Yet he'd been killed just like that. Even his family and disciples hadn't been let off. Such a ruthless power caused terror in the hearts of both Light Magi and Dark. What they did not expect was that the death of Auric was merely a prologue of sorts. The fact that the higher-ups amongst the Light Magi had surrounded the murderer and fought him was concealed originally, but eventually it leaked. The Magi that heard of the real situation sank into a mysterious silence. The news was just too shocking, to the point they believed it to be fake. 3-peaked crystal phase Magi had been grievously injured and lost the golden staff, aquatic devil seaweed and countless other treasures. Even the blade of the avarice had been reduced to pieces. Such a terrifying battle might dumbfounded the high-ranked Magi of the south coast. Meanwhile, news of Leyland's achievement spread like wildfire, and many Magus historians flipped through thick tomes hoping to find all traces of him in the historical records. The most important order now was not to provoke Leylin or the Farlier family. It wasn't just the Light Magi, even the Dark Magi enforced this rule. In such a situation, a carriage that was being pulled by a flaming skeleton horse slowly entered the boundaries of the abyssal bone swamp. Caw. Caw, a few red-eyed crows flew in the sky, causing nostalgia to arise in Leyland's eyes. Having moderated his aura, he seemed like a regular human. The only thing that showed he was not normal was the aura of nobility that he inadvertently leaked. The Abyssal Bone Swamp belonged to the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, which was Leyland's destination. As the place that had guided him into the ranks of Magi, Leylin still felt something for his alma mater. As the place that had guided him into the ranks of Magi, Leylin still felt something for his alma mater. Furthermore, Croft, Bicky, Neela, Jaden, Darat, Nissa, Leylin announced the names slowly, though a lot of them have probably disappeared. I still want to take a look. Huge tombs appeared before him after he crossed through the dark forest. Several enormous stone statues of gorillas lined the sides of the tallest tomb in the center came to life and screeched, "Invaders." Shrill alarms began to ring, and white human skulls emerged from the earth one by one. They were followed by torsos and then the rest of their skeletal bodies. The skeletons emitted a dense aura of death as they grabbed rotting metal weaponry before slowly surrounding Leylin and his party. A few double-headed dogs growled gruffly, with pus flowing profusely from the gaps between their teeth as they circled around them. Lunatics who dare offend the dignity of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, you will learn what it means to pay a price in blood. The largest stone gorilla snarled, and the undead troops began to attack. Wait! An imposing voice sounded out, accompanied by large amounts of green flames. Many human figures emerged from underground, all having energy undulations of at least rank 1. Director. The magical beasts bowed towards the new arrivals, but what surprised Leylin the most was that standing in front of the many professors was a female Magus. Wasn't the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy Siley? So it's someone else now. Astonishment flashed in Leyland's eyes as he curiously watched the person in front of him. Chapter 680, Abyssal Bone and People. Abyssal Bone and People. The director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, standing in front of their many professors, was a female Magus. This had exceeded all of Leyland's expectations. On top of that, Leylin felt like her face was familiar. Leylin couldn't help but begin to inspect her features closely. She had long, wavy blonde hair and a doll-like face. Her star-like eyes, small stature with some baby fat remaining on her face making the woman whose skin was as pale as snow seem lovable and adorable. Materialized spiritual force at the peak of rank 2 was being emitted clearly from her body. Ha! These energy undulations are different from those of regular magi, she must be from an ancient branch. Was she fortunate enough to obtain some ancient inheritance? Lord Lei Lin. The female magus opposite him curtsied, her pleasant voice sounding like a black-naped oriole, welcome back. Abyssal Bone Forest shall forever be your home. She was obviously showing her goodwill, and her voice immediately made Lei Lin think back to the bonfire at the Acolyte camp. He remembered her as a person, but her appearance had drastically changed that he no longer remembered her original visage. You are Nissa. Lei Lin spoke slowly. This female magus was the one who had been deceived by her mentor. The one who had turned into a disgusting freak due to a failed experiment. Contrary to her former nickname of swine, the Nissa now was the very personification of beauty. It's me. Thank you for all your support and encouragement in the past. Nissa's chest bounced up and down, she evidently had many things to say. Immediately after that, she ran her eyes over the surroundings. Lord Lei Lin is no enemy. You may return. Understood. The stone orangutan saluted respectfully and brought the skeletal troops back to their original places. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Lei Lin Farlier, the eternal pride of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Let us welcome him warmly. Nissa spoke with the poise of a leader to the professors behind her. She was completely different from the fragile and weak girl of the past. He's that Lei Lin. The toxic sovereign king. No, I heard that. His previous actions had earned Lei Lin a reputation second to none in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. People quickly began whispering under their breaths when his name was announced. Some of them who were ranked high enough had received some information that caused them to humble themselves further before him. The chattering stopped with but a wave of Nissa's hand. This simple action showed off her authority. She shot a sweet smile at Lei Lin, and it seemed to light up the whole graveyard. I know there's a lot you want to know. I have a lot to say myself, so it's best we continue this in my drawing room below. Lei Lin nodded. Following that, he entered the underground construction that was the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy escorted by the many magi. The surface of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was a graveyard, but it had a huge underground structure that could accommodate thousands of magi and those doing odd jobs inside. It was like a complicated but precise beehive. In the main drawing room, Lei Lin put down the black tea in his hands and listened to Nissa as she gave an account of all that had occurred after they parted ways. And so I acquired that sage's inheritance and successfully became an official magus. 2 centuries later, I reached rank 2 and was elected the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Nissa tucked her long hair behind her ear. It's been hard on you. Lei Lin watched the girl in front of him. While what she said sounded simple, he could imagine the price she'd had to pay for all these changes. However, she wasn't willing to share more and he wouldn't pour salt on her wounds. It would do him no good. However, since she wasn't willing to share more, he wouldn't pour salt on her wound. More importantly, it would do him no good. I thought I'd need to deal with some bugs and trash in the academy, but it looks like there's little for me to do. Lei Lin laughed as he spoke bluntly. 3 Magus families had managed everything when he'd been studying at the academy, even electing its director. He'd fought with the Lilytel family, which was one of the 3, and was left with no choice but to leave. Though he later dealt the family a huge blow, circumstances hadn't allowed him to completely uproot it from the academy. However, the fact that Nissa was the director and nobody from the Lilytel family disrupted his arrival was telling. I've already completely uprooted the Lilytel family, and the other 2 have been affected as well. They can't meddle with anything to do with the academy anymore. Come to think of it, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't killed a peak rank 1 Grand Elder who had a chance of reaching rank 2, the families would never have grown imbalanced in power. And that was what sparked everything. Nissa was all smiles as she watched Lei Lin. Although her words were light, the carnage behind them did not need to be described. Whatever be the situation, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was merely a small-scaled organization with its most powerful magus being Siley, who was only a middling rank 2. However, Nissa was at the peak of rank 2, which made it easy for her to push him off his throne. Since the Lilytel family has been completely destroyed, it saves me a lot of trouble, Lei Lin chuckled. There are a few other people I want to find the whereabouts of. Hearing this, Nissa's eyes dimmed. I can guess who you want to ask about. Our companions, Euricha, Dodoria, and even Jaden have all died. Only the 2 of us remain from that batch. Even Jaden, with his grade 5 aptitude, Lei Lin shook his head, looking grim. However, he would never admit his knowledge of the reason for his death. Jaden's mentor, White Bone Durat, went missing during an expedition into some ruins. News spread that his life imprint dissipated, which means there's little chance of his survival, Nissa spoke calmly. She hadn't dealt much with either Jaden or Durat, and her sorrow for their deaths couldn't compare to what she'd felt when Euricha and Dodoria died. In reality, magic study and research was filled with dangers. For two acolytes from the south coast to survive and even achieve such dazzling results was quite rare. How about my mentor, Professor Croft? Leylin asked on. Potioneering Professor Croft died peacefully of natural causes a century ago. His grave is right behind the academy, should I take you there? Leylin immediately went silent upon hearing Nissa's words, and scenes of Croft's lectures emerged in his mind. He wasn't surprised that Croft had died of old age, though he was still a little sad. The professor was merely a rank 1 magus, and even if he was adept at potioneering there was a limit to his lifespan. Leylin had no idea how long Croft had lived before he'd become his student. Since he hadn't advanced to rank 2, it was natural for him to die of old age. Such a death was actually pretty good in the magus world, and it didn't really cause Leylin any grief. It only made him think that time was indeed the largest foe of life. This event only strengthened his resolve to pursue immortality. Leylin stayed silent for a while longer before his voice sounded out, "Thank you very much, Nissa. I plan to stay here for a period of time, and there are a few other people whose whereabouts I need to trouble you for. Neela, Bicky, and Anna who's from Extreme Night City. She's a human who once took over my manor," he announced a few names. "Alright, I've remembered their names. I'll give you an answer within a week," Nissa quickly replied. "Many thanks. I'd like to be alone now." Leylin reclined on the sofa, waving his arms as if in weariness. "Then I'll take my leave." Although Nissa was the host, she seemed to obey Leylin unconditionally. She bowed slightly before retreating in caution. Croft Leslie, the lettering on the mottled black tombstone had dulled with the passage of time, but Leylin was still able to read the name out. He was currently among a large number of tombs, numerous black tombstones and upside-down crosses covering the area. It caused the place to feel ominous and cold. The tomb in front of him belonged to his ex-mentor, Croft. "Mentor. I'm back," Leylin said, the words emerging after a long period of silence. The cold wind kept blowing, causing the black trees to rustle. Professor Croft left very peacefully, and he didn't leave behind any descendants. Nissa walked over. "Also, I've gotten an answer about what you wanted me to check out." "Tell me." Leylin's voice was calm, but that only caused a shiver to run down her spine. It was as if she had met some natural enemy. "First is Neela. It can be confirmed that she passed away 129 years ago, and her family was extinguished 67 years ago due to a leak during an experiment. Those from Extreme Night City have also returned to report, saying that Anna did live there for a period of time, and even developed the organization to the perimeters of Extreme Night City. She was a very capable woman and never did marry. She later died alone of old age. Her organization withered away after her passing. As for Bicky," Nissa glanced at Leylin, "she's gone missing." "Gone missing? Clarify." Leylin furrowed his brows. "After you rescued her in the Tyler family, she left and traveled the continent by herself, apparently to look for you. Nobody knows where she is." Chapter 681, Serpent Blood Modification. Serpent Blood Modification. Nissa sounded very gentle. "The person who was the head of the Tyler family at that time has been waiting here. Would you like to meet him?" "There's no need for that," Leylin waved his arms. He'd never been interested in those who were so brazen in looking for benefits. Noticing him sinking into silence immediately after, Nissa retreated tactfully. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Neela was a very smart woman after all, while Anna was slightly foolish. "I never thought Bicky would have the perseverance to do that." Leylin knew Neela's personality very well. She was adaptable and knew when to advance and retreat. It was only expected for her to meet a good end. Anna's organization had only been a way out that Leylin had prepared while he was an acolyte. It was understandable that it could not hold out for long. What Leylin found the strangest was Bicky. With her personality, she evidently wasn't the kind of magus who liked to work hard. It seemed like that matter had influenced her greatly, to the point that her personality had changed. All three of them were good friends of Leylin's, perhaps even closer than that. If he could still see them, he would naturally want to help. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't. Leylin left the graveyard after indulging in nostalgia for a while, returning to the luxurious room that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had prepared specially for him. Patriarch. Krupp bowed deferentially. Now, however, he seemed vastly different from before. The color of his eyes and pupils had changed, and they were turning pure black. The lines on his face were more gentle, and he had grown more handsome, emitting a unique charm. How's your body? Can you get used to it? Leyland's eyes shot out blue light that scanned his body up and down. There were many methods that could be used to raise one's strength quickly, but the most suitable for Krupp was the modification of his bloodline. Krupp had been receiving a transplant of Leyland's bloodline all this while. It was rather like contaminating a lower-ranked being with the power of a higher-ranked one. Though Krupp had chosen the path of a Magus, he was still only a rank 1. With the methods Leyland had currently, it was easy for him to push him onto the path of a bloodline warlock. Not only was the aura of a bloodline warlock rippling out of Krupp's body currently, his energy undulations had quietly crossed the threshold of rank 2. I'm alright. It's just uncomfortable, like even my marrow is burning. Krupp was feeling very emotional right now. A bit of pain was a cheap price to pay for the modification to a Magus bloodline, something that would give them great power. Such a chance was rare, not something one would find even if they were begging for it. Now that he'd crossed over to rank 2 by drawing on the power of Leyland's bloodline, Krupp was completely subservient to him. That's natural with bloodline transplants. Remember to meditate using Kamoyan's pupil a few times when you return. Leyland said, nodding inwardly at the information the AI chip had gathered. Leyland had planned Krupp's modifications out. After all, the South Coast branch of the Farlier family needed a powerful guardian. And once Leyland transported a Kamoyan bloodline into the boy, his ability of control as a Kamoyan emperor have him great control over him. A rank 5 emperor bloodline will have an extraordinary effect. Just this bloodline force pushed Krupp to rank 2, and might get him to rank 3 in just 50 more years. The possibility of breaking through to Morning Star is, glints of intelligence flashed in Leyland's eyes. He'd naturally used the Kamoyan emperor bloodline, but it wasn't his own. Leyland's own bloodline was far too powerful, and just a single drop of it would cause Krupp to explode. Since a first-generation warlock's bloodline was too much, Leyland had instead given Krupp the umbilical blood that had been gathered from Sire's birth. A second-generation warlock bloodline may be weaker than Leyland's, but it was still real rank 5 Kamoyan emperor blood. It was diluted and hadn't matured, but that's what made it suitable for Krupp. Now that he carried Sire's blood, Krupp could be considered a third-generation warlock. In other words, he was effectively Leyland's grandson. At this time, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded again. Beep. Bloodline weakening graph completed. Estimated degeneration to giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline, 15th generation. Estimated further degeneration at 34th generation. The weakening of warlock bloodlines was something that couldn't be avoided. In order to keep the family bloodline pure, they had to practice endogamy or use even more sinister methods with hopes that the deterioration of the bloodline could be drawn out. However, no matter how much was sacrificed, the process wouldn't be pushed back more than a century. In other words, the chance of a rank 5 warlock appearing in the Farlier family is pretty high before the 15th generation. Leyland pondered over this thought while stroking his chin. It wasn't true that everyone with the Kamoyan emperor bloodline would become a rank 5 warlock. Even within the Ouroboros clan there were many with Kamoyan bloodlines, but only Gilbert and the other 2 dukes had reached Morning Star. Even Bevis with his rank 6 bloodline wasn't guaranteed to reach the Breaking Dawn realm and become a monarch. He only had the potential to do so. Hence, while descendants that inherited Leyland's rank 5 Kamoyan emperor bloodline only needed to work hard and would easily reach rank 4, whether they reached rank 5 was still a question. As someone who had gone through this process himself, Leyland understood clearly that advancing as Magi did not only require a large amount of resources and hard work. Luck was a very important factor as well. Other Magi did not have an AI chip at the side like Leyland. They couldn't run simulations and predict possibilities for advancement. Understood, my lord. Having been modified by Kamoyan emperor blood, Krupp's respect towards Leyland had evolved into a dependence and reverence from his very soul. He had the Kamoyan bloodline, and humility before the king of one's race had been carved into his very blood and genetics. It could not be changed. This is truly an intoxicating feeling. Leyland's eyes flashed as he continued to think, as I am right now, Krupp probably wouldn't say no even if I were to order him to kill everyone he loves and then commit suicide. He'd even risk his life for this mission. The snake dowagers control over other serpents the same. I'm probably the only one of my kind. Leyland's finger kept brushing against his cheek. His forehead had been covered by the cold mask, and the all-snake curse's mark was dead silent with no visible movements. However, Lei could sense traces of fine bloodline force being absorbed by it from all areas of his body as it increased in strength. Though there wasn't much of an effect on him now considering the rate at which it was happening, his bloodline force would be absorbed completely in 2 more years, leaving him a regular human once more. Krupp's display showed how the controlling ability of the Kamoyan Emperor was a revolt against the Snake Dowager's own authority. Were he to break through his bloodline shackles, perhaps all Kamoyans would break away from her rule. This was something she would never accept. Hence, a conflict between them definitely could not be avoided. Also, Director Nissa is waiting outside and hoping to see you. While Lei was deep in thought, Krupp had been standing respectfully at the side like the most loyal soldier or servant. He'd moved forward to make his report only when there was a reaction from him. Nissa? Is there anything else she needs? Leyland's brows furrowed slightly. It should be about other visitors. Ever since news spread that my lord is staying at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, many dark Magus organizations have dispatched emissaries to meet you. Some leaders have even come over personally, the head of the Lighthouse of the Night being one. As he said this, Krupp sighed slightly in his mind. Tyrants among the dark magi like the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night were absolute existences in his eyes, ones to be looked up to. However, they'd come forward so humbly and waited for a meeting with his patriarch. It made him feel honored. Also, a few light magi organizations have secretly sent emissaries as well. Krupp saw the calm look on Leyland's face and continued, my lord, do you think? Set a time. I'll see them all. Leyland waved his hands. I never thought my lord would visit the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. It truly is the honor of our professors and students. Elsewhere, Nissa was speaking to a Magus clad in black robes whose eyes flamed a dark green. She was accompanying him on a stroll through the interior of the Abyssal Bone Forest. The Abyssal Bone Forest managed to produce a genius like Lord Leyland. It surely has some redeeming qualities. The black-robed man was evidently the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night, the strongest dark Magus organization. With its massive network, he'd quickly gained intel on Leyland's terrifying battle achievements, followed by other general information on him. He couldn't remain seated after he heard it all. After all, this Lord Leyland was very likely a great Magus who had entered the Morning Star realm. Just some advice on his path of advancement would leave him very grateful. Lord Leyland relied on his own talents. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was merely lucky enough to instruct him. Nissa did not dare exaggerate when it came to this, and instead told the truth. Chapter 682, Granting Audience and Captive. Granting Audience and Captive. Whatever the matter, Lord Leyland is Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's greatest success and fortune. The glance the leader of Lighthouse of the Night shot at Nissa hinted at something, and no matter how hard she tried to conceal it, a hint of glee appeared in her eyes. The greater Leyland's reputation was, the better it was for the Academy. With his fame, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would definitely be able to expand enormously under her administration. She could even accomplish more than what all the previous directors had been able to. This was the petty and low reason for which Nissa was trying so hard to invite him to join them. If I could make use of their good relationship and get Leyland to become a famed professor at the Academy, just the idea had Nissa trembling in her excitement. She was perhaps smiling even in her sleep. Also, I seem to see a lot of old friends from the Light Magi here. The green-eyed Magus stared at Nissa with a half-smile. Yes, there are quite a few. Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Four Seasons Garden. Practically all the large Light Magus organizations have secretly sent people to make contact with us. Since it was basically impossible to hide it from him, Nissa just nodded and admitted it. Hugh, looks like his reputation has terrified them. The leader laughed in a strange manner, like an owl in the night. The Magi of Light and Dark coexisted in the south coast. However, the Light Magi were evidently much stronger and occupied most of the resource-rich regions, and the Dark Magi could only eke out an existence hidden in the corners. The leaders of the Light Magi had steadily suppressed them. With the appearance of the Gargamel, there was now a three-way confrontation. The Dark and Light Magi might have temporarily stopped fighting, but the enmity between them had not been resolved, only inhibited by the existence of a powerful external enemy. Now, with a Morning Star Magus who had started off as a Dark Magus, this was more than enough for the old Light Magi to be like cats on hot bricks. At this thought, a sneer appeared about the leader's lips. Director Nissa and this lord here. At this moment, Krupp appeared before Nissa, and it was as if the figure of a snake flashed in his eyes. The bloodline aura he had caused even the leader, who was a rank 3 Magus, to feel his heart palpitate. The patriarch is willing to meet you. Please come with me. Krup's hair and eyes almost turned completely black, darkness elemental particles extremely dense as they strive to outdo each other and wiggle into his pores. Such a scene astounded Nissa and the leader. Having said this, Krupp led the way while Nissa and the leader transmitted each other messages secretly. So this Magus is that lord's grandson? The descendant of the Farlier family? The leader's eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, a powerful rank 2 Magus was very rare in the south coast. Any one of them could take over an organization and still hold immense power. He's obviously only advanced very recently. While in history, it's common for that to happen to the descendants of high-ranked magi, but... A hint of hesitance appeared in his voice. Yes. This Magus isn't Sire Leyland's descendant, but only a branch from his brother. Nissa knew what he wanted to ask and gave the answer. A lateral relative? His eyes went wide, before he lowered his head to chuckle. I now have even more expectations towards Sire Leyland. We're here. Krupp brought Nissa and the leader into a large hall. There, many magi were already in wait, but there were two entirely different groups. At one side were magi, with many wearing black Magus robes. Their auras were ice-cold and evil. After seeing the arrival of the leader of Lighthouse of the Night, many drew close and greeted him like moths to a flame. The magi at the other side who saw this mostly huffed, not looking very good. They were clad in white robes, with many decorations of plants that represented life on it. Light and a holy aura began to emanate from their bodies. He called them all at one go. I've been greeting the leader of the Lighthouse of Night all this while, but this. Nissa gritted her teeth, and her expression became a wry smile. With Leyland's absolute power, that bit of authority she had as the director was probably even lighter than a feather in the eyes of the Abyssal Bone Forest professors. Hence, after being ordered by Leyland, they carried out what he asked without hesitation and even gave her the misconception that they had abandoned her. No. This wasn't a misconception. Nissa knew very well that as long as that man were to say that he wanted to be the director of the academy, she would immediately be made to renounce her position. Thankfully, he had never been fond of power and status. Furthermore, the academy was just much too small for him, to the point that he might turn his nose up at it. Nissa, who thought about this, finally relaxed, the bit of worry she had disappearing. Everyone. Krupp stood on the platform in the middle of the hall with Darley beside him. While she had not undergone bloodline modification, she'd been observing Leyland and learning from him. Leyland's knowledge was abundant and he could give perfect answers to all her questions, which very beneficial to her without her being aware of it. Flames flickered, and Leyland floated above the place where the master should be, black eyes scanning his surroundings. A terrifying and vast aura that was like countless stars in the skies filled the hall. All the magi that Leyland looked in the eye, whether the rank 2 Nissa or rank 3 leader of Lighthouse of the Night felt a piercing pain in their eyes, and subconsciously lowered their heads, even bending their waists. Greetings, Lord Leyland. Having personally sensed Leyland's aura and how terrifying he was, the magi had no disillusions about his strength. Rise. Seeing the many magi who had bowed, Leyland raised his arm slightly. Immediately after, the magi below the platform felt themselves being raised by a warm draft, holding within strength that they could not oppose. The magi could not help but stand up straight, eyes full of astonishment. I'm afraid it's true that this lord has already advanced to be a morning star. The leader of Lighthouse of the Night's pupils flashed. He now had no doubt at all towards Leyland, who had easily defeated a top-notch master of the light magi and even destroyed their final trump card, the Blade of Avarice. Leyland glanced through. Lighthouse of the Night, Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Four Seasons Garden, Skeleton Throne. Besides the representative from the spirit-slaying sect, everyone in the Magus world from the south coast had arrived. These top-grade dark and light magi organizations were very well known back in the day. Now, however, they could only creep at his feet. However, Leyland did not even twitch. The magi under the platform could not tell Leyland's expression under the mask and merely lowered their heads humbly. Leyland continued to speak, I wonder what all of the magi here have come for. The magi exchanged glances. The reason they were here was mostly to verify Leyland's might and his attitude. Based on what had happened, there was no question about his strength. Just displaying the tip of the iceberg had them gasping in admiration, and nobody dared personally test it out with a battle. Besides that, this lord's attitude towards the two factions seemed rather mild. It wasn't good or bad, as if he had no ambitions to unify the south coast. This discovery had many light magi sighing in relief. Lord Leyland. At this moment, the leader of the lighthouse of the night stood out. Speak. Lei Lin extended his arm and made a polite gesture for him to go on. Inside, he was sighing a little. In his acolyte days, he'd once seen the leader during the bloodbath for the secret dimension. At that time, just a gaze could cause him grievous injuries or kill him. However, the tables had turned. With just a look, he would immediately be stricken with terror and die miserably. Please forgive me for my boldness in saying this, but, have you already become a rank 4 Magus? The leader of the lighthouse of the night hesitated but eventually asked. Things like status had long since lost interest to him. The only thing that would attract him and cause him to invest his mind and body in was a thirst towards a higher realm. Hearing this question, the hall quieted down. Everyone watched Lei Lin expectantly. This question. Just as he was about to answer, a smile appeared about his lips. Please forgive me, but I will answer this later. Let us first meet a friend. A friend? The leader was stunned, and immediately noticed two translucent faint figures pressing on either side of a demonic being that suddenly emerged from the void. That's the Gargamel of the spirit-slaying sect. Between the two void assassins was a sole demonic being. It had a mask of a horned demon, and its body was as concentrated as a black crystal. Vast soul undulations was transmitted from its body, causing the expressions on these magi to change. This was a level that surpassed all of them who were advancing towards the path of Morning Star. Is that really the Gargamel? Definitely. This strength that's mixed with resentment and lunacy is something all magi who've seen it even once can't misidentify. Many magi whispered incessantly amongst each other, and then watched Lei Lin with reverence in their eyes. Chapter 683, Confirmation and Traveling Together. Confirmation and Traveling Together. With the appearance of the Gargamel, the magi present sank into a mysterious silence. They knew very well how terrifying and troublesome the Gargamel was. Not only was it powerful at magic, it could support its body with vengeful dead spirits, allowing it to maintain peak condition at all times. Even when struck by the light magi's final trump card, the Blade of Avarice, it had only been injured and not killed. It only went low profile for a while before making waves again. If not for the magi being unable to deal with it, the spirit-slaying sect wouldn't be able to rise in the south coast to be regarded equal to the dark and light magi. Now, however, the sect chief, the Gargamel that the disciples fiercely believed in had been seized so easily. The demon that had caused so much terror was suppressed under the platform. The huge contrast left the magi questioning whether they were in an illusion. However, they had no choice but to admit that this was reality after a few tests. Even Lei Lin's subordinates had the ability to take down a peak rank 3 Magus. Capturing someone at the same rank alive was more difficult than killing them. This was something known to all magi. They would perhaps only have a slight increase in respect if Lei Lin had captured the Gargamel himself. However, this was his subordinates' work. The effect on them was so great that it couldn't possibly be better from Lei Lin's perspective. The two void assassins bowed slightly and disappeared into the void. Such strange methods caused many magi to have changes of expressions. Now, they understood very well that with just a command, he didn't have to do anything at all. Just his two subordinates could eliminate all the magi here. Recognizing that, they no longer dared to have any thoughts about Lei Lin, fearing he would notice. Gaga, Gidge, you are. Lei Lin. A hoarse voice sounded from behind the Gargamel's horned white bone mask. It sounded intermittent, but was evidently much more quick-witted than when he'd first seen it. Yes. How's that pitiful magi mother and daughter doing? Lei Lin asked indifferently. He was obviously talking about Old Devil and her daughter in Tel Jose City then. The old witch had made a deal with the Gargamel to revive her daughter, and even tried to offer Lei Lin up as a sacrifice. Of course, after Lei Lin's counterattack, they had suffered consequences and fused to form a strange being. Them. I ate those two useless pieces of trash long ago. The Gargamel's speech became more fluent. Is that so? Lei Lin seemed to be in a daze for a moment, as if recalling some distant memories. GGA. At this moment, two bundles of crimson flames emerged from under the Gargamel's bone mask. Numerous runes burst on its body, and a layer of thick black fog spread. Crap. It's gotten out of its bindings. The magi shouted in their fear and anger, bodies flickering with colorful innate defensive spells. The home of all living things can only be the tomb of the soul for eternity, the Gargamel. The Gargamel yelled as if chanting runes of sacrifice that constantly echoed. Boom, amidst the curse, the Gargamel's body exploded and countless figures emerged from its body. There were the old, young, male, female, and the one common point they had were their vicious faces as well as eyes that were dripping blood. Kiki, let's destroy everything together. Soul disaster. The bone mask exploded with a rumble and turned into powder that flew through the air. Bits of light fused with the figures from before, the terrifying aura they emitted causing even the leader of the lighthouse of the night's expression to change. The peak rank 3 Gargamel had now was treading on the threshold of Morning Star. The dreadful attack formed by ruining its own body meant he had no thoughts that he could survive as a rank 3 Magus himself. He knew very well that once such a spell completely broke out and spread, the Magi in the hall would die, and even the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would not be spared. I'm going all out. Though using secret techniques will consume much of our measly life force, it's still better than dying here. The leader called out in a low voice, a layer of fine black runes appearing around his body. They were like tadpoles cruising through the air, as if about to collide with that soul body of nothingness. Asterisk whine. Whine. Whine, asterisk. At this moment, blue starlight descended, and the leader's body quivered. He found that his spiritual force had gone stagnant, and even the secret technique he was risking his life force for was forcefully being suppressed. He felt no weakness, and the backlash had evidently been pushed down and not consuming his life force at all. This. His eyes went wide as he watched the stars that spread from Leyland's back. The light blue starlight brought with it a cold brightness that penetrated through the layers of defense and ground of the Abyssal Bone Forest, arriving in the hall. This made it seem as if the top of the hall was a dome showing the night sky with bits of starlight projecting and showing inverted images of gorgeous lights. Accompanying the lights was a terrifying pressure that caused elemental particles to be rejected. The night domain that the leader had always been proud of exploded with a rumble in front of the pressure like bubbles. Ah, GGA, GG. The numerous spirit bodies in the sky were like bugs frozen in amber, unable to move at all. No Magi were injured. This is, the leader trembled, crouching down almost involuntarily, the Morning Star domain of a Morning Star Magus. Compared to the fake domain of a rank 3 Magus, the exhibition of a real Morning Star domain with prowess that was terrifying to the extreme made him seem to be a joke. Gargamel, did you think I really didn't notice what you'd been doing? Leylin looked calm as he watched the many faint figures in the air. He grabbed forward casually, and a soul that looked dazed automatically flew over. Immediately after, the look on the soul's face became sinister, body covered with black and 2 horns growing on the tips of his head as it growled at Leylin unceasingly. You look like you're going to implode yourself, but you actually hid your soul in one of the figures. As long one of these figures and vengeful spirits escape, you can use that body and revive yourself. Leylin coldly scanned the numerous vengeful spirits in the air. Very impressive. Perhaps regular Morning Star Magi might not notice and let you escape, but it's a pity, you met me. Leylin clenched his right fist. Boom, large numbers of vengeful spirits were like popcorn as they popped, a silver vortex forming and pulling the many figures and their remains within. No. A very unwilling roar was heard in the air before it finally became softer and disappeared. The many spirits formed from the Gargamel's self-implosion, as well as the one that Leylin had specifically picked out, all disappeared as they entered the silver vortex. Pack, the Morning Star domain dissipated, and all that had just happened was like a dream, yet had happened in real life. Anya, greeting Morning Star Magus, Lord Leylin Farlier. At this moment, the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night sounded. He knelt on the floor respectfully, looking as if he were a pilgrim. Greetings to Lord Leylin. Now, the other Magi knelt like they had just woken from a dream, faces filled with excitement. All that had happened just now and the appearance of the Morning Star domain made it clear that the Magus sitting at the main seat, Leylin Farlier, had truly entered the rank 4 realm. In the south coast, after thousands of years, a Morning Star had finally appeared once more. In that moment, some elderly Magi felt their eyes go blurry, filled with heat. In front of the metal door where many light Magi were guarding, many peak rank 1 elite troops were with rapt attention as they did their job. Not far away, there were many rank 2 Magi undulations transmitting from a few buildings. Asterisk so. Asterisk. 3 human figures appeared in the air, flying towards the metal door. Stop right there. This is the entrance to the pocket dimension of the eternal planes, and it's protected by the Lighthouse of the Night. What do you think you're doing? A spiritual force undulation was transmitted. Immediately after, the Magus standing leftmost hummed coldly, eyes emitting dark green light, it's me. Revered leader. The rank 3 Magus undulations dispersed, and the Magi who had been on their guard had their right hands on their chest as they greeted him. 3 human figures touched down, revealing 2 figures on top of that of the leader. At the rightmost was a beautiful female Magus who had an exquisite face like a doll. Now, however, she and Anya automatically took a step back and allowed a space, as if not daring to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Magi between them. The Magus in the middle wore dark golden, black scholarly robes with a cutting that was very proper. He had a very noble aura and had a black mask on his face with mysterious patterns on it. Such dressing and to be accompanied by their own leader immediately rang the warning bells in this guard Magi. Before, there had been no Magi that could stand on equal ground with their leader in the south coast. However, this situation had changed tens of days ago. The guard Magus knelt respectfully and shouted the arrival's name. "We welcome, great morning star Magus, Sire Leylin Farlier. We want to enter the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension. Make preparations immediately." Anya ordered. Leylin nodded casually and stood by the metal door with Nissa. The Eternal Plane's pocket dimension, it's been so long. Leylin watched the large metal door before him, eyes full of nostalgia. Scenes of the danger when he had advanced to rank 2 seemed to appear in his mind in that instant, every person extremely lively. Chapter 684, Benefits and Entrance. Benefits and Entrance. The Eternal River Pocket Dimension had been discovered when Leylin was just a rank 1 Magus. The fact that it still hadn't been divided into respectful affiliations was something that surprised Leylin. Looking at the detailed patterns on the large metal gate that towered into the clouds, Leylin couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd advanced. That year, he'd used a large amount of this metal gate's spiritual force as well as the souls of numerous Magi, to push himself forward and advance to rank 2 in one move. Memories of all that had happened were still fresh in his mind, yet all of the people in them had disappeared. Leylin felt slightly regretful. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." That guard immediately placed his hands on the surface of the large gate. The metal gate immediately rumbled, emitting a dazzling radiance. Eh. Looking at the guard captain, Leylin let out a soft gasp. "Did you discover something, Lord Leylin?" The head of the Lighthouse of the Night laughed from the side. Leylin nodded. "This Magus is the reincarnation of the original core of the metal gate's consciousness." When he heard these words, the guard captain's body suddenly trembled. "Indeed. We put a lot of effort in then and managed to subdue the gate's core of consciousness. We then nurtured it and had it reincarnate. Finding it a suitable corporeal body required great effort." Anya chuckled at the side. "However, with this person, manipulating the gate of the pocket dimension has become much more convenient. Now, it is our Dark Knight Lighthouse's honored professor, Jeans." "Jeans. Good name." Leylin analyzed him. Until the other party was a little creeped out, he then chuckled and a spot of light flew into Jean's forehead. The surface of his body made a futile attempt to emit a layer of metal defense but to no avail. He could only helplessly watch as the radiance entered his forehead. "Sir Leylin, this is..." Anya grew anxious, but he did not step out and stop him. One reason was that he knew Leylin's strength, that he would only invite humiliation upon himself by doing so. Another was that recent interactions caused him to realize that Leylin was not a Magus that was easy to kill. His personality was also good, so he was doing this with some unique intention. "Lad, just treat this thing as my gift," Leylin chuckled, stepped into the large gate while Nissa followed closely behind. "You guys be careful." Anya was confused, but still followed him in, only leaving behind Jeans who stood there in a trance. He didn't feel pain after the light invaded him. Instead, it transformed into a message that entered his sea of consciousness, instantly causing him to fall into a trance. Many alphabets formed the beginning, high-grade meditation technique, dark gold world, suitable for metal innate skill. "My lord?" Anya asked after he followed Leylin into the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension, unable to endure it anymore. "Relax, I'm just giving him some benefits." Leylin smiled. He owed his rank 2 advancement to the core consciousness of the metal gate to the Eternal River Plane's pocket dimension. Now that he'd found a body with the same core origin, he naturally wanted to make up for what he'd done. All of this followed his personality, but Leylin wouldn't shackle himself. If he hadn't seen Jeans today he probably wouldn't have thought of this at all. Central Continent, South Coast, Twilight Zone, and Chernobyl Islands. Leylin's gaze flickered continuously. "Once I've broken free from the threads of destiny, it'll be time for me to let go of everything and break through my bloodline shackles." Although he didn't know why he wanted to do this, Leylin had a feeling that this would bring him only benefits. Huff, after listening to Leylin's explanation, although Anya was still slightly curious as to why Leylin favored jeans, he still finally heaved a sigh. 3 rays of glaring light streaked across the sky, suddenly pushing their way through the eternal plane's pocket dimension. Light flickered continuously in Leylin's eyes. Ever since he'd displayed strength at Morning Star to subdue the light and dark magi, he'd essentially become the uncrowned king of the South Coast. The magi vied with each other to complete the tasks he wanted done. Whether they were a light magus or dark, just a single command from him would make them work desperately for him. Such an inconceivable thing had happened due to Leylin's power. It caused many uninformed people from the lower classes to cry out in incredulity. There were even some busybodies who proclaimed that the South Coast would soon welcome an era of peace. But in fact, they were all thinking too much. With the power of the masses at his beck of call, Leylin quickly made progress on finding people and dealing with past grudges. Krupp and Darley were also married in the meantime, Leylin having hosted the ceremony. With that done, they returned to the Chernobyl Islands to establish a kingdom in the original lands of the Farlier family. After everything was resolved, Leylin wanted to leave everything behind. But, the dark and light magi made a request of him. Although he wanted to leave, the Farlier family would remain behind here, and furthermore Leylin was quite interested in what the dark and light magi had mentioned. Hence, he still came to this place. Leylin and the other 2 weren't ordinary magi. They moved at extremely high speeds, and it was but a short while before they arrived at the center of the pocket dimension. A continuous building complex was present here, with the symbols of various Magus organizations in the surroundings. These were clearly large-scale ruins. There was a momentary uproar in many of the camps present at their arrival, but soon after a white light transformed into an old white-browed Magus who welcomed them. The moment he saw Leylin, he immediately bowed down in respect. Nanav pays his respects to Your Highness Leylin Farlier, the great Morning Star Magus. I hope Your Highness will forgive our rude actions before, we are willing to pay any price. This Magus was one of the impressive higher-ups of the Light Magi that had originally attacked Leylin. Ever since they'd been rebuffed by Leylin and had the Blade of Avarice destroyed, the 3 highest executives of the Light Magi fell into silence. Only, once news about Leylin advancing to Morning Star spread, Enya Ivory Ring Tower, which was Nanav's organization, carried out Leylin's orders the most thoroughly. They were at his beck and call, handling many issues with the obvious intent of atonement and to curry favor. Hence, as Leylin looked at this old scoundrel, he only rolled his eyes. Rise. Thank you, Lord Leylin. Your benevolence is like the torrential ocean, vast and boundless, as if it can contain the entire universe. Nanav stood up smiling to please him and consciously stood behind Leylin, causing Nissa and Anya who were at the side to be utterly speechless. I'm not here for that matter today, let's go. Leylin arrived in the sky above a patch of the ruins and looked over everything. The buildings were simple and unsophisticated yet solemn, carrying a unique appeal. They were arranged in a surprisingly logical manner, and seemed to surround a mysterious spell formation. This is, Leylin's pupils narrowed, and his face turned gloomy. My lord. Anya and Nanav closed up and surrounded him. Leylin waved his hands at their inquiring gazes. I can't confirm anything for now, let's talk after we enter the core hall. Of course. Please come with us, my lord. Anya and Nanav hurried to the front to lead the way. With those 2 leading, Leylin would of course be unobstructed in the remains. This place is a base that emerged after the destruction of a large gate pocket dimension. At one time, we thought that the secret of the person who made the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension was here, and fought many battles for it. In the end, we still wound up concluding on a joint expedition. Nanav seemed to be a little regretful. We initially found many good things in these ruins, even remains of the ancient wisdom tree. We finished our exploration of the place 55 years ago, but who'd know we discovered even more incredible items than that, Anya added from the other side. It wasn't convincing. As the 2 spoke, Leylin explored the buildings one after the other to arrive at the centermost ground. This was an unnamed temple. There were large white stone pillars on all sides, and with no door and no walls, it could be entered from any direction. The roof exposed a large circular gap where the sky could be seen through the dome. The hall was absolutely empty, it was only the ground that retained even more complicated and detailed patterns. Lord Leylin, look, Anya and Norav glanced at each, with looks of agony on their faces. Leylin though wasn't paying attention, mesmerized by the large patterns on the ground. This is AI chip, conduct scan, he immediately commanded. Beep. Mission established, beginning scan. The AI chip's mechanical voice echoed, and there was a response soon after. Ancient combined sealing spell formation. Already discovered technique, annihilating runes, dimensional seal, powerful isolation. Indeed, the building complex here is a part of the large sealing spell formation, and the core is right here. Lei Lin looked at the ground. The complicated patterns began to move around, as if they had a life of their own. The special nature of the ruins core caused both parties to keep fighting around it. It wasn't until the appearances of Gargamel and the primordial spirit-slaying sect that both of us united together to explore the ruins. It caused a rapid increase in progress, then we found. Lei Lin lifted his head. You found that this place was an entrance to the subterranean world's first layer, but it's been sealed. Nanav and Anya both looked at Lei Lin with shocked expressions. Even with their age they'd had to flip through many antique books before they could know, but Lei Lin could actually recognize it at first glance. This ability. Could it be that because he was a morning star Magus, he was really omnipotent? Chapter 685, Strengthening and Way of Escape. Strengthening and Way of Escape. Lord Lei Lin is extremely erudite, Nanav said in praise. Ever since the ruins appeared the seal has slowly been lifting. No matter what methods we think of, we haven't been able to stop this process. And you've come to me as a last resort. Lei Lin's snort had Nanav and Anya break out in cold sweat, but he didn't concern himself with them, instead stroking his chin as he fell into deep thought. Although the subterranean world was rich in resources, with the violent invasion of the ancient Magi many of the tribes there didn't have a favorable impression of humans. Although humans remained there, after so many years would they side with the humans or the subterranean world? The latter possibility was more likely. The subterranean world was vast and boundless, and wasn't lacking in powerful morning stars even in the first layer. There should even be rank 5 existences there. Twilight Zone was only a very small part of this first layer, just like how the south coast was just a part of the surface world. Furthermore, even in spite of its long isolation, there were many terrifying tribes there. Thus, it wasn't hard to understand why Nanav and Anya grew extremely panicky seeing the seal wither away. AI chip, based on the current rate, how much longer will the seal last? A blue light shone from Lei Lin's eyes before he had the answer. With a series of calculations, the AI chip gave an extremely precise answer. Beep. Calculating with current rate of decay, estimated time to total disintegration is 28,572 hours 34 minutes and 12s. To the AI chip which had already been renewed several times, this level of operation was only the simplest. You invited me here, what exactly is it for? If it is to strengthen the seal, I'm afraid I can only delay it for at most 100 years' time. After he finished calculating, Lei Lin stroked his chin and said to Nanav and Anya. How? How can this be? Sir is a morning star ranked Magus. Such an outcome caused Nanav and Anya to be a little in disbelief. Humph. If it's just to strengthen the seal. Although it's relatively harder, it's not that I'm unable to do it, but now, the entire Eternal River Pocket Dimension has been completely developed for several hundred years, most the remains here have also been destroyed by you. Lei Lin snorted, watching Nanav and Anya, his tone was very hostile. In fact, the entire Eternal River Pocket Dimension is a part of this seal. The Magus who set up this pocket dimension had long before installed the time when the pocket dimension would appear, he even used your greed and sped up this process artificially. Until now, the breaking of the entire seal is already something that's unavoidable. We're done for. We South Coast, are we really going to be completely destroyed? Nanav's both eyes were slightly despondent. If it really linked to the underground, apart from his Enya ivory ring tower moving to a distant place and collectively migrating, there was no other better way. On the other side, Anya's expression was also very dark. Towards the viciousness of the underground tribes and their hatred towards humans, he who had the reference of historical books knew even more clearly. Once they were attacked and occupied, probably not just Magi, even ordinary humans would face extinction. Watching these two Magi who had sunk into a struggle, Lei Lin's pupils were very calm. In fact, with the radiant moon strength and the assistance of the AI chip, if he made an all-out effort, not stinting on cultivating more precious materials, it was not impossible to entirely seal this pocket dimension. However, the crucial thing was, how would that benefit him? Nanav and Anya were both rank 3 Magi, they were small and weak like ants before the underground tribes. Naturally, they would not wish to see them infiltrate the surface and threaten their positions. But Lei Lin was different. He was already a rank 5 warlock. His military strength was outstanding and the underground world's first layer was also the weakest underground world, he totally had the premise of associating equally with the underground powerhouses. With the underground world's rich mineral resources, their legacy that had been passed down from the ancient times and the entirely different spell system, they could definitely bring Lei Lin great benefits. He believed, not just himself, even if it were other Morning Star existence in the central continent, once they knew about this passageway, they probably would not choose to seal it too. How? Have you thought about it? If you are willing, I can step out and strengthen the seal, gaining you 100 years' time. After a few minutes, Lei Lin spoke indifferently. Then, please, sir. Nanav and Anya took a glance at each other and in the end still gritted their teeth and requested. No matter what, if there was another 100 years' time, be it discussing a countermeasure or directly retreating, there was more allowance for them. Okay. Pass down my command, seal this area, I want to set up a strengthening spell. After hearing them say that, Lei Lin nodded but instead sent away the two magi who wanted to stay and help. A morning star light screen enveloped the entire central hall with a buzz. Blue radiance was emitted in all directions, isolating it from the outside world. Ancient combined sealing spell, the blue radiance in Lei Lin's pupils flickered, many materials were casually taken out from the space equipment. According to his original intentions, it was naturally to open the seal as soon as possible and gain the benefits. However, his current condition was not good, the all-snake curse was like a sharp sword hanging above his head, causing him to have to end things here as quickly as he could and head towards the purgatory world to resolve the bloodline's shackles. Hence, postponing the disintegration of the seal for a period of time was also something that was in accordance to Lei Lin's interests. Perhaps, there might be a need to move the Ouroboros clan here in the future, grasping trade with the underground world. Lei Lin had already drawn out a blueprint regarding the development of the Ouroboros clan in his mind. The expansion of the entire Ouroboros clan in the central continent had already reached its limits. Even without the appearance of the Flame Monarch, it would meet the resistance of other magi sooner or later. Although the elemental particles environment in the south coast was not much, towards warlocks that relied mainly on bloodline force, the influence in this aspect was much smaller than magi. Moreover, the entire central continent had not yet connected to the underground world's passageway. What was discovered occasionally were just a few totally sealed miniature underground space like that of the Twilight Zone. Once a passageway that connects to the entire underground world was developed, even simply controlling trade between the two places would bring about huge benefits, enough to allow the Ouroboros clan to make a rapid development. The top priority now is still to confirm if this connects to that ancient completed underground layer of the underground world or the miniature sealed area like that of the Twilight Zone. Lei Lin stroked his chin, there was even a radiance constantly flickering in his pupils. If the place this links to is really that ancient underground layer, as long as we occupy here, the profits gained by the Ouroboros clan would definitely not a little bit less than the monarch of the skies that has control over the entire central continent's airship network. AI chip. Export spell formation layout. Beep. Mission established, beginning coordination with supplementary assignment. The AI chip sound was as mechanical as usual, without the slightest emotions in it. A complicated yet detailed formation diagram was rapidly exported from the AI chip's database and was being projected by fluorescent light onto the hall's floor. The spell formation diagram illustrated by the fluorescent light combined with the original patterns on the floor harmoniously, forming a brand new formation. Beep. Separating black hole spell formation deduction setup completed, estimated rate of success 98.99%. The AI chip sounded again. Very good. A piece of mithril with black spots was melted into juice before Lei Lin, spreading out evenly onto the ground at the position where the fluorescent light had originally shone. With Lei Lin's current alchemy grandmaster's academic achievements and the AI chip's fine and detailed assistance, the entire setting up of the spell formation proceeded very smoothly and was thoroughly completed in almost half an hour. Only, when setting up, Lei Lin would certainly not do it according to Nanav and Anya's requests, he included many of his own smuggled goods in it instead. The entire spell formation continuously rumbled with a buzz, streaks of silver radiance rippled on the ground. Beep. Spell formation energy operating normally. Compatibility of connection 91.673%. Large amounts of data floated across Lei Lin's eyes, he could not help but nod secretly. It is a linking technique that is acquired after all, to have 90% compatibility is already not bad. Then, Lei Lin took in a deep breath. AI chip. Open up the connection assignment, attempting to establish a spatial link, searching coordinates. Accompanying the AI chip sound, the patterns on the ground suddenly changed, its circulating speed was continuously increasing. Faint silver light emerged, undulating in mid-air, even slowly forming into a state of a semicircular arched door. Opposite the arched door, was a patch of thick darkness and a mirror-like radiance was constantly emitted. This was the smuggled goods Lei Lin had added. At the same time, while strengthening the seal, Lei Lin also left a way of escape for himself, and could even reach the other side of the space with the prerequisite of not damaging the original seal by directly going through the crack in the spell formation. You guys guard here, no matter who comes, kill them all. Lei Lin flicked his hands and 4 translucent void assassins emerged. He faintly ordered a few sentences and these 4 assassins immediately vanished into the void. Possessing rank 3 limit strength and with the addition of this kind of ability to go through the void assassins were almost invincible existences in the south coast. For void assassins along with the spell formation outside that Lei Lin had set up, even if the dark and light magi joined forces, they would definitely not be able to fight their way in. Although Lei Lin was more reassured towards Nanav and Anya and he also knew that they did not have the guts, he would not entrust his hopes on their reverence towards him just like that. Countless historical examples have all proven that this was something very foolish. Lei Lin would certainly not do that. Chapter 686, Underground and Rescue. Underground and Rescue. After preparing his backup plan, Lei Lin swished his robes and entered the arched door in midair. An icy membrane rippled as he passed through it. The moment he materialized, Lei Lin realized he'd stepped into another place. A dark, frigid aura permeated the air, one that was specific to the subterranean world. The density of darkness and earth energy particles was even greater than in Twilight Zone. This is the other end of the spatial tunnel, huh? Lei Lin swept his gaze across the surroundings. He was currently in a palace hall of sorts, where bizarrely styled sculptures were scattered around the vicinity. Once the light in the spell formation subsided, a thick layer of dust could be observed in the area. Inextinguishable flame. Lei Lin pointed ahead and a bright and beautiful flame floated in front of him. This place seems to have been deserted for a very long while. Is it the depths of an ancient ruin? Lei Lin scanned the surroundings with his soul force, before realizing that the whole area seemed to be protected by a layer of mysterious energy. This mysterious energy even suppressed the soul force of a Magus. However, given that his true soul was at half moon, he could still cover a sizable portion of the area. It wasn't long before he discovered several passageways leading out. I hope there aren't any complex spell formations outside, this will become very troublesome. Lei Lin walked towards a large door, the unadorned yet awe-inspiring stone standing over 10 meters tall. On the left of the doors was the sculpture of a devil, on the right that of a beautiful angel. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Lei Lin stretched his hand forward as he pushed the door. Suddenly, 2 powerful streaks of lightning flashed and struck Lei Lin, but was repelled by Kamoyan scales. A pitch-black tunnel appeared in front of Lei Lin and without any hesitation, he stepped forward. I never expected that I would chance across some magi on an expedition. This will save me loads of time. The corners of Lei Lin's lips curled upwards as he blended in with the darkness, before moving at a speed that defied the logics of physics. On the other side, a group of adventurers were running for their lives, escaping from something in the tunnel. Quick! It's catching up. This group of adventurers had a warrior adorning armor, an archer carrying a wooden bow, and the one that made up the most numbers were a group of magi garbed in robes and carrying strange tools. This party composition was still rather decent. However, this small party now were scurrying away in fear from something behind them, their clothes torn and tattered. Traces of blood tainted their body, revealing profuse injuries. Asterisk dum dum. Dum dum. Asterisk behind them, in the darkness, thuds of heavy footsteps were heard. Upon hearing these noises, the people in the small party had their color drained from their faces as they continued to flee at a faster speed. Crash, a dark streak of light flashed, carrying a black long spear. It immediately penetrated the innate spell defense of one of the magi, pinning him to the floor. Xander. Damn it. The leader, a brown-haired youth, turned back and saw his companion pinned to the ground with blood streaming out of his mouth. However, he gritted his teeth and continued fleeing. Run. Hurry and run. His eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed at the top of his lungs. At the same time, a blazing flame of unwillingness and regret gnawed at his soul bit by bit. We were too careless. With our combined strength of 3 stars ranking, this vestige is way out of our league. Damn it. The danger level here is at least 5 stars. As long as I manage to make it out, I will definitely slay that damned asshole. No. Xander. The female archer slinging the bow on her back halted immediately as she knelt beside the Magus pinned to the ground. She then took out a green vial of potion and poured it on his wounds. It's no use. The leader roared, but he never stopped running. Tens of seconds later, that blood-curdling scream of his female party member sounded. The leader's face turned even more pale as he sped up. Asterisk dum dum. Dum dum, asterisk. The footsteps sounded behind him, like that of a death god who had come to reap their souls. Although the footsteps were slow, the speed was extremely fast. Not long later, the youth heard several more wretched cries behind him. It was only until now that he realized, to his astonishment, that not one of his companions had remained. No. I can't die here. I have to be a 5-stars adventure and even the crowned king adventurer. I have goals yet to be fulfilled, and to return the glory of my family, the revenge, and also my. Another beam of black light shot towards him and stopped his train of thoughts. Although the youth had attempted to maneuver out of the way, he was still grazed by that black light, causing him fall to the ground and cough out a pool of blood. Asterisk dum dum. Dum dum. Asterisk along with the footsteps, a giant figure emerged from the darkness. It was a giant that stood tall at over 3 meters, with 2 long shafts of spears slung on its back. Complex runes covered his body, giving off a metallic luster. There was a grim expression on its face, as if it belonged to a dead creature. Only 2 scarlet rays of light were projected from its pupils. It's here. The youth's teeth clattered. This undead creature that stood in front of him was a defense mechanism of the vestige. Previously, when the group had broken through a tomb-like room, it had started to chase them. The undead giant had a powerful physical attack, with a high resistance to magic spells. It led the youth to despair. He could only watch on as his party members perished one by one under the hands of this giant. Ultimately, he was the only one left standing. Asterisk dum dum. Dum dum. Asterisk the giant walked over as he unsheathed one of the spears on his back. No. I don't want to. Please, tears poured from the youth's eyes as he started to turn deranged. Asterisk whoosh. The spear thrusted forward, but funnily enough, it remained hoisted in midair. The anticipated pain did not come, which caused the youth to reopen his eyes. He saw a black shield protecting him at the front, engaging in a deadlock with the spear. I'm saved. The youth collapsed weakly and laid on the ground, with tears of joy flowing from his eyes. Aho! The giant withdrew his spear and turned his body to the back, howling towards the darkness. Very soon, he staggered half a step backwards, as if some sort of ferocious predator was in front of it. Interesting. Although it seems to be a body made of flesh and blood, there seem to be some modifications added to it. It's rather akin to a metallic-bodied demon right now, huh? Even its consciousness was wiped out, with the only defense mechanism within it remaining. Leyland stepped forward from the shadows, blue light shining from his eyes as he scanned the giant in front of it. Moreover, these runes on the body, it seemed really similar to that of branded swordsman. Leyland always held on to part of the branded swordsman's inheritance, but it was extremely lacking of information. Even after the simulation and conjecture from the AI chip, it could only reach the strength of a rank 1 Magus, which was not of much use. Right now, after the AI chip had upgraded several times and even added troves of information from the Great Library, it could raise the power of branded swordsman from rank 1 to 3. However, for Leyland, who had the backing of the Ouroboros clan and the Warlock Alliance, these branded swordsmen were relatively useless to him. Hence, Leyland did not mass-produce these branded swordsmen cannon fodder. However, at this moment, Leyland could clearly see the runes of branded swordsmen on this giant. Although the style is slightly different, with modifications made on top of the original school of thought, this is no doubt the runes of branded swordsmen. Just from looking at the runes and the energy that it radiated had gave Leyland many fresh ideas and inspiration about the branded swordsman. Perhaps, after combining the knowledge found on the continent and in the subterranean world, the AI chip might be able to produce runes which can create Morning Star branded swordsmen. Arg. Although the giant has discovered how powerful Leyland was, the defense mechanism inside its consciousness still made it reach out his hands. 2 black spears soared towards Leyland like 2 dragons. Pang, pa, a layer of black scales emerged from Leyland's palms. As astonishing scene was created accompanied by sparks and screeching sounds. The 2 black spears that the giant hurled had been caught firmly in Leyland's palms. The explosive power isn't bad, with the strength at 50 degrees of so. It is rather similar to a rank 3 Magus attack. Leyland nodded his head, but the youth at the side had his eyes bulging out. During the escape earlier, he had seen many of his companions perish under the mighty black spear. Even magic defense spells proved to be no defense against it. However, Lei Lin had managed to catch it in his hands. This Magus, is he a monster too? The youth looked at Lei Lin's appearance, garbed in luxurious black robes with a mask. Lei Lin gave off a regal yet mysterious aura, yet he did not seem to be a savage or tyrant. Groar! The giant was stupefied momentarily before giving off a huge roar. The sound waves involuntarily forced the youth to cover his ears. At the same time, black energy particles which could be seen by the naked eye surged towards the giant like water to a sponge, as the runes on the giant's body began to flicker. Groar! With the howling noises made, a spell began to surface. The image of a dark creature's head appeared, bearing its razor-sharp fangs as it was sent flying towards Lei Lin. Rank 3 spell, Darkness Crunch. This spell seemed to be missing on the continent for thousands of years. Only the Great Library in Sky City had mentioned of this before. Lei Lin rubbed his chin. A lost and forgotten spell need not necessarily meant that it was powerful. It could be due to not keeping up with the times and entered natural selection. He would definitely not make the assumption that anything ancient is powerful. The blue light in Lei Lin's eyes flashed and the AI chip made its calculations. Seconds later, the principle of this rank 3 spellcasting and even the spell model had been conjectured by the AI chip. So this is how it works. Although this spell isn't too bad, but it requires a huge amount of darkness elemental energy particles. No wonder the central continent had phased this spell out. Chapter 687, Arthur Empire. Arthur Empire. With the AI chip's deductions, Lei Lin instantly obtained the spell's model, and learnt all of its weaknesses. The darkness elemental particles just aren't concentrated enough in the central continent. Perhaps it can only be used in a paradise for dark magi like the subterranean world. Fight darkness with light. A holy white radiance was formed at Lei Lin's fingertip. While he was a dark magus himself, it wasn't like he couldn't use any life or light element spells. In reality, with enough spiritual force and access to spell models, magi could employ spells of any type. However, there was a difference due to vitality and elemental affinity. Lei Lin might be extremely proficient with darkness spells, even having an added bonus to their power, but he would find it difficult to use light and life element spells, and the power could even be diminished. Now, for instance, the light-type spell that Lei Lin was casting consumed a lot of energy to produce a spell half as strong as one by a regular magus. He'd long since solidified darkness elemental particles, something that only made it harder for him to use light spells. However, with Lei Lin's current strength, even a small portion of his power would cause the spell to be a bane to all darkness. Lei Lin seemed to move exceedingly slowly, but somehow arrived above the monster before it could do anything. The light-tipped finger tapped the center of the monster's skull. A woo! A bit of light shone above the monster's head, before it began to flicker and become more dazzling. Asterisk ka-cha. Ka-cha, asterisk like the sound of glass breaking, many cracks appeared on its head and it then exploded, melting into nothingness amidst the white light. Light-type spells can still restrain darkness-type spells, but that also depends on the strength of both parties. Lei Lin had his own understanding of the relationship between elements. If darkness elemental particles were to be likened to fire, then light-type energy particles would be like water. While a ladle of water could extinguish sparks, it could do nothing against a sea of fire. On the other hand, if the fire was intense enough, a few droplets of rainwater would be evaporated. A woo! After the monster head was easily smashed by Lei Lin, the black giant took several steps back. In its dull, mechanical eyes, traces of terror could be seen. He let out a few meaningless howls and made to escape. But how could Lei Lin let go of such a great guinea pig? Stay here. Along with Lei Lin's slight smile, a few black shackles appeared in mid-air and bound him tightly. No matter how the giant kept snarling, there was nothing he could do against these chains. Soon after, his figure shrunk in size till it entered a crystal ball in Lei Lin's hands, like a bug that was frozen in amber. The hoarding spell works, which means he isn't some living being but a magic being without a soul. While it was just a short period of time exchanging blows with him, Lei Lin now had an understanding of the composition of the giant. He had evidently gone through the refining of a branded swordsman and had even reached a very high level. His body had already gone through elemental modification and become crystallized and somewhat translucent. This material was the best to make magic beings. After elemental modification, flesh not only retained its original defensive and offensive abilities, it could use spells without obstructions. In just a short period of time, this was all Lei Lin could tell. For things on a deeper level, he would need to do more experiments and dissection. This, Lord, thank you for your help. At this moment, Lei Lin noticed the young adventurer collapsed on the ground at the side. He was evidently a magus, though he had a very low rank. This was all the strength he had, and yet had come to explore. He was rather lucky not to die from the mechanisms or curses. This language. His thanks meant nothing to Lei Lin, but the language he spoke in delighted Lei Lin. It's very similar to the Twilight language, though there are minute differences in pronunciation. There's no need to learn a new language. Lei Lin was surprised, but then found this reasonable. Twilight Zone was a part of the subterranean world, and was only isolated because of the battle between two morning stars. Before that happened, they must have been using the same language and writing as the subterranean world. What's your name? Since the issue with language was solved, Lei Lin had no desire to search his soul. The information he needed was too high-leveled, and someone with such a tiny role would not know much. With Lei Lin's dreamscape force field, he was confident he could make this person reveal basic information on the culture and geography unwittingly. My name is Georgian. The young magus was silent for a while and then stated his name. Your name is very unique. Lei Lin commented. It wasn't unexpected for the social customs of the underground world to be different from magi on the surface. By the way, where is this? What's the world outside like? Lei Lin asked without holding back. A hazy force field was produced from his body. This was the ability he had gained after undergoing dreamscape modification, and he possessed powerful illusory strength. Ever since he had gotten this, Lei Lin would not search souls or any similar methods unless it was truly necessary. A magus who played around with souls would not have a good name in the magus world. When unnecessary, Lei Lin still wished to maintain his reputation. A good reputation was still a benefit. If used well, he might even obtain unexpected rewards. This is the Thunderbird region, and rumored to be the Holy Land of the Lias family. After Lei Lin's words, Georgian first looked dazed, eyes losing focus, before he began to disclose everything unwittingly. The more he heard, the more Lei Lin looked solemn. Poor little guy. He's been enticed into adventuring into someone else's restricted area. After he'd listened to everything, Lei Lin watched Georgian, eyes full of pity. This little guy has definitely fallen into some huge conspiracy. However, this was none of his business. He'd found out that this was the territory of the Arthur Empire underground, and this was a massive empire. There were large numbers of other races outside, and had a surface area countless times larger than Twilight Zone. In the Arthur Empire, there had never been a lack of Morning Star ranks. There were even rumors of Radiant Moon Magi. Such good news allowed Lei Lin to confirm that there was a huge possibility of this place being the complete first layer of the underground. After Lei Lin got all the intel he wanted, Georgian immediately looked alert, and then turned sorrowful. My apologies, at the thought of my companions, I became absent-minded. In his memories, Lei Lin had only asked why he had come to these ruins. He, who thought back to his comrades, was lost in thought. A sad feeling rose in his heart, and he did not suspect any changes to his memories. When it came to manipulating memories, Lei Lin was at the level of a grandmaster. This little magus had had his memories altered and yet not discovered it at all. As long as Lei Lin wanted to, he could work out a brand new set of memories from childhood to adulthood for any magus below Morning Star without the other party noticing. This was obviously something normal Radiant Moons or even Breaking Dawn monarchs could do, but with the AI chip's abilities to simulate reality, it just took more time and effort on Lei Lin's end. Alright, Mr. Georgian. I understand all you've gone through. Forgive me for my bluntness, but this is a place you really shouldn't be in. It's better for you to leave with me. Lei Lin took several steps forward. In exchange for the intel he had been given, he didn't mind saving the boy on the way and send him out of the ruins. Thank you so much, my lord. Georgian's eyes were full of gratitude as he followed closely behind Lei Lin, as if afraid he would be left behind. After all the dangers today, he knew very well that if Lei Lin did not bring him along, he would be trapped in the ruins sooner or later and die by the hands of the mechanisms. Walala. Numerous pitch-black lightning formed a cage with all types of beasts roaring. A black that the size of sesame constantly grew in size amidst the lightning and eventually turned into two figures, dashing out while braving the lightning. Alright, we're out. Lei Lin shook his robes and put Georgian, who was in his arms, down. We're out. He still looked dazed. He had never known how dangerous the ruins were. Things had been smooth sailing when he had entered, but while exiting, they had met with many dangers, especially the lightning jail at the exit. He'd remembered that when he had first arrived, there was no such spell pattern sealed here. Seeing this, he was extremely relieved. If not for Lei Lin, he would probably die in the ruins even if he had 9 lives. Georgian couldn't help but look at the black structures behind him. The ruins were now like a monster with its mouth wide open, swallowing the lives of all adventurers. "My lord, do you think we should leave now?" Georgian asked carefully. He'd grown to understand Lei Lin's terrifying abilities after following him around. "That's not possible now." Lei Lin shook his head. "Why?" Georgian could not understand, and his expression quickly changed. A few streaks of blue figures appeared around them at some point, surrounding them. Chapter 688, Thorned Thunderbird. Thorned Thunderbird. How brazen of you, intruding into the restricted area of the Liar's family. The Magi surrounding Lei Lin and Georgian wore robes and had long, ocean blue hair. To his surprise, these silver-pupiled, fair-skinned people had an obvious aura from a bloodline on them. They were a group of warlocks. Bloodline warlocks. I never thought there'd be warlock inheritances in the subterranean world. Light flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. No, this is only to be expected. After all, the subterranean world is much more vast than the surface world, and it's normal for there to be ancient warlock inheritances. I just never expected that there would be warlocks protecting the other side of the tunnel in the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension. Lei Lin surveyed his surroundings. The warlocks surrounding them looked very young, but this was a side effect of their bloodlines. They were in face much older, and the aged aura created a huge contrast with their handsome faces. They're at least rank 2. Also, this bloodline. A light blue tint covered Lei Lin's eyes. The surrounding warlocks were just as shocked seeing that 2 people had been able to exit the restricted area. A chip, scan their bloodlines and match it with the database, Lei Lin commanded inside his mind. These warlocks were under Morning Star, and did not notice any of Lei Lin's actions. The AI chip quickly obtained what he wanted. Collection of bloodline data complete. Comparing with database. Determined to be ancient Thorned Thunderbird. Immediately after, the AI chip showed all information on the ancient Thorned Thunderbird. Beep. Ancient Thorned Thunderbird, rank 6 being. Rumored to be descendant of the primordial Thunderbird. Possesses powerful thunder and lightning abilities and soundwave attacks. Likes to dwell in areas with plentiful metal elementals. Evaluation, incomparably dangerous. The nemesis of ancient metal race. Bloodline warlocks from rank 6 beings. No wonder I felt the bloodline giving me some slight pressure. Lei Lin watched the surrounding warlocks with some pity in his eyes. It's a pity that the warlocks' bloodlines have weakened quite a bit and can't be purified to its original rank 6. The warlocks surrounding Lei Lin might have bloodline from a rank 6 ancient Thorned Thunderbird, but their status was similar to the Black Horal Snake warlocks of the Ouroboros clan. The bloodline had weakened and lost all the power from their ancestors. However, since they exist, there must be powerful people within this warlock family. I should be able to purify their bloodline. Lei Lin shot a glance at these warlocks with malicious intent, giving them a feeling as if calamity loomed. However, this is the Liar's family's restricted area, and you intentionally got these adventurers to enter. Seems like there's some unspeakable secret inside. Lei Lin thought about it for a while and did not eliminate the possibility of the Liar's family giving out this news in order to get blood sacrifices, attracting adventurers to come and explore. If that was the case, it would explain why Georgian and his crew were obviously low-ranked, but could enter the ruins without obstructions. Why are you still talking to them? All Magi who sully our Liar's family have only the ending of death. The warlocks of the Liar's family were urged on by someone like a leader and immediately chose to attack without hesitation. Fine, minute static electricity force field were produced from their bodies, forming a powerful domain that kept Lei Lin and Georgian within. Lei Lin could practically feel their bloodlust, and they evidently wanted to keep them here no matter the cost. This spell. Seeing these warlocks all having blue electricity shooting everywhere that formed a large-scaled static electricity field that merged and amplified each other, Lei Lin looked slightly interested. Rank 1 spell, static electricity field. Determined to be opponent's rank 1 innate spell that can produce static electricity force field on a large scale. Energy consumption at the minimum, and has effects of amplifying each other. The AI chip transmitted the functions of the spell at this moment. Kill him. The leader donned a layer of lightning armor, and 2 gigantic blue bright wings stretched behind his back, causing his speed to suddenly increase. He almost turned into a streak of blue lightning. Rank 2 Thorn Thunderbird Warlock Bloodline spell determined to be, Lightning Armor, Rank 3 Bloodline spell, Wings of Lightning. Through the opponent's bloodline activities and spells, the AI chip managed to gather much information, and large amounts of data was showed in front of Lei Lin. As expected of an ancient Rank 6 bloodline. These innate abilities are very practical. Lei Lin sighed slightly. It was a pity that there were no Morningstar Warlocks in their midst. No matter how useful a spell, they were pointless if they did not reach a certain level. Break. Lei Lin spat out a syllable and terrifying darkness-type elemental particles spread like a rising tide. Surging energy particles thundered as they turned into a giant beast with a weapon, attacking the opponent's joint static electricity force field. TSS, blue sparks flashed and mixed with streams of black gas. Immediately after, there was a dull sound of thunder, and even the ground shook. Miserable cries rose and fell in succession, and the Thunderbird Warlocks who were only rank 1 and 2 crumpled to the ground. Chiu. The leader in the air who saw this emitted a piercing cry, turning and then transforming into lightning and leaving. Get down here. Lei Lin's eyes were never on him, but a faint image of a double-headed black snake had already appeared on him, for blood-red eyes giving him a dead stare. HSS. The snake kept flicking its tongue and quickly drew this leader into its mouth. Blue lightning flashed everywhere and then disappeared. The double-headed black snake meandered to the ground and spat out the leader. However, he had already fainted, and the lightning around his body had disappeared without a trace. Too weak. Much too weak. This extent. Lei Lin narrowed his eyes. A bloodline like this wasn't enough to even arouse his interest to extract it. My lord. We, at the other side, Georgian, who had seen Lei Lin and Liars fighting had been so afraid that he'd fainted before. The Liars family's reputation was like a sun in the sky within the Arthur Empire. It was said they had a Morning Star in charge. Wasn't this Magus seeking death by provoking him? However, the crux of the issue was that whether Lei Lin or the Liars family, Georgian could not afford to offend either side and almost burst into tears. I'll wait for a while more here. Leave first. Lei Lin shooed him away. How can I leave my lord behind to confront the Liars family? He hesitated, but Lei Lin obviously could tell. Once their reinforcements come, it wouldn't be just these sort of low-ranked characters. What, you mean you're thinking of going against the Liars family with me? Lei Lin had a half-smile on his face as he watched Georgian. No, my lord. I shall take my leave first. He immediately turned pale and fled at lightning speed after bowing, as if there was some ferocious beast chasing him. Watching his back, Lei Lin shook his head. He was just a tiny character after all, and if he really did stay, unafraid of death, he'd definitely be affected. Choosing to leave was a rather sensible decision. Now, Lei Lin could not be bothered with this boy. He watched a trace of lightning shooting over from the distance, a smile lighting up his face slightly. Chiu. It was as if tens of thousands of birds were calling at the same time. When the lightning disappeared, there was another figure in the sky. You attacked them. The newcomer was very young, and his brows were furrowed in his anger. He'd evidently been angered by the miserable state of the many Liars family warlocks on the ground. They offended me. I've been benevolent enough not to kill them. If I did things like I usually do, they can only descend to the underworld and repent for their sins. Lei Lin shrugged. Voila, white electric current streaked past, as if tearing through the sky. In mid-air, the warlock's overbearing and furious words could be heard, good, very good. Then I'll let you see a bit of my benevolence. Terrifying energy from someone who had reached the realm of a rank 4 warlock and attaining Morning Star burst from his body. Countless dark clouds converged, enveloping the whole region. Rumble, 8 blue pillars of light instantly descended. Boundless lightning shot out from the pillars, forming a large purgatory. Lightning and fire gathered in purgatory and trapped Lei Lin within. Rank 4 Thorn Thunderbird Warlock Bloodline spell determined to be, Berserk Lightning Prison. The AI chip projected the opponent's spell before Lei Lin at this moment. A rank 4 spell. Looks like I have to get a little serious. Lei Lin's expression became grimmer. He, who now was struck by the curse mark of 10,000 snakes, could only display Morning Star strength and was on par with the opponent. Chi. Voila. Numerous electricity snakes surrounded by flames opened their mouths full of blood and devoured Lei Lin. Dazzling lightning was very harsh on the eyes, but a hint of black rays leaked from the electricity. The black radiance grew until it cut through the lightning, turning into an illusory, terrifying giant serpent and appeared behind Lei Lin. HSS, the serpent had shackles with metallic stings, but it still paid that no mind as it snarled at the lightning clouds in the sky. Warlock. Such a terrifying and evil bloodline force. From within the thunderclouds, the warlock's bewildered voice could be heard. Following which, the voice silenced and turned into the piercing sounds of rumbling. Chiu chiu. A streak of dazzling blue radiance abruptly burst forth from the clouds, landing on Lei Lin's shoulder. Booming thunderclap. The opponent's voice only reached Lei Lin after the electricity struck Lei Lin. Chapter 689, Meeting and Sneak Attack. Meeting and Sneak Attack. Since he was struck by an attack that was faster than the speed of sound, Lei Lin could only hear it after the fact. His expression showed his confusion as he glanced at his shoulder. His black scholar robes had already been torn up, revealing fine snake scales. However, they were now charred, and a few pieces had even fallen off. Traces of dark red could be seen where he was wounded. Not bad, you could break through my defenses. Lei Lin looked slightly stunned. Following that, terrifying black streams of gas converged on the serpentine figure behind him. It swelled up, flicking its tail forth. Boom, a pillar of lightning broke down, and as if some chain reaction had been triggered, the 7 other pillars of lightning fell in succession, causing the berserk lightning prison to crumble. The giant serpent bellowed with rage, the sound waves engulfing the entire area and causing the thunderclouds in the air to be torn apart to reveal a tremendous bird. The giant bird was dark blue, with each spike of a feather lustrous like steel. Streaks of blue lightning twirled around the bird, and it seemed magnificent, its eyes glinting with wisdom. The ancient thorn thunderbird. No, it's just an immature one that still isn't at its final stage. Warlocks with high-ranked bloodlines might have Morningstar arcane arts that allowed atavism, but they could only transform into a young version of their source creature. Bevis was the same. The misty fog giant he transformed into was only an adolescent. Only after reaching the peak of their bloodline could a warlock have the full might of the ancient creature. The Thorn Thunderbird was a rank 6 being in ancient times, while the warlock here was only at rank 4. The Thorn Thunderbird that he transformed into was naturally still young and immature. However, it was a rank 6 being after all, and even if it was at its immature phase, it still surpassed many rank 4 beings. Chiu chiu, the tremendous Thunderbird called out as it soared in the air. Boundless lightning fell with each flap of its wings. The electric arcs on his body grew increasingly dazzling till they enveloped his whole body and turned him into a large lightning bird. With ear-piercing rumbling, the lightning bird swooped down. Lightning flashed in the surrounding area constantly, creating a terrifying region of lightning. Interesting. A smile adorned Lei Lin's lips and the Kamoyan Emperor's figure grew even more distinct, as if the ancient creature had truly come to this world. HSS, the giant serpent snarled and collided with the lightning bird, giving rise to countless ripples. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the earth tremored and energy undulations swept through the region. The smoke in the air formed a huge mushroom cloud, frightening power extending into the sky. The bedrock cracked, and large amounts of boulders that were tens of thousands of tons tumbled down to form giant pits upon collision. Once all the smoke and dust settled, the area where Lei Lin had been now only had a large depression and pit. Much of the rock had just melted to form a unique crystal. Ha, ha, one figure walked out from within the pit holding a black one. Damn it. If it weren't for the all-snake curse, this mere morning star warlock wouldn't be able to harm me at all. Fury was evident in Lei Lin's expression. Most of his clothes had been damaged, revealing the muscles below. He cut a sorry figure. The opposing morning star warlock, on the other hand, had completely fainted and was now held in Lei Lin's hands. Based on the intel from before, this Morningstar warlock is only an elder in the Liar's family. There's still a warlock who surpassed Morningstar. Lei Lin turned grim. Kid, you're in luck. You might not have to die here today, but... Hack, Lei Lin tossed him to the ground casually, and a large syringe appeared in his hands. Though your body is only at rank 4, the blood concentration isn't half bad. It's enough to be used for samples and as a guinea pig. A short distance away from these black ruins were dark hills. Lights were reflected from atop the hills, making it as dazzling as crystal. These hills had peaks made out of metal, and had at their heart a metallic castle that stood tall. This was the Liar's warlock family's main base and where their headquarters was. It's rumored that the Thorn Thunderbird likes places where high-grade metallic ores are in the surroundings. Looks like it's true. Ley floated in the air, observing the large castle. The warlock from before looked dispirited while being held in Leyland's hand, eyes full of terror. Your humble servant, Leyland Farlier, is here to greet the liar's family. Leyland transmitted with a thick and low voice, not bothering with the warlock in his hands. His voice resounded in the castle, making contact with endless spiritual force and soul force. Who is it? What a terrifying and sinister bloodline aura. Look who he has in his hands. He dares take an elder of our liar's family captive. How bold. Various roars mixed with spiritual force charged out, but Leyland easily evaded them. These people who were a dime a dozen obviously could not draw his interest. What Leyland focused on was the aura hidden deep inside the castle. This person had obviously passed through the threshold of Morning Star and entered rank 5. Leyland floated in the air and waited for a long while. There were quite a few warlocks with varying abilities that came out, but the owner of that aura wasn't even alarmed. Leyland thought about it for a while, and his rank 5 Kamoyan Emperor figure appeared behind him. A trace of his half-moon soul force surged out like a huge dragon. The power of someone at the same rank immediately got the other party's attention. Violent lightning caused the earth to rumble and mountains to break as a powerful conscience came over. Who dares disturb my sleep? Terrifying rank 5 aura was transmitted, wreaking havoc like a storm. Those warlocks knelt down respectfully, Grand Elder. A streak of lightning was like a godly sword that broke through the first floor and appeared in the air, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. His features were characteristic of the liar's family, dark blue long hair, silver pupils and slightly pale skin. However, his expression was ripe with arrogance, as if nothing in the world was worth troubling himself over. After seeing Ley, his expression grew less intense, a rank 5 warlock. Why have you come to create trouble in our liar's family? No, that aura. My friend, how about we go to a remote area to discuss this further? Ley chuckled and flung the warlock in his hands into the group of people, creating chaos amongst their ranks. Come with me. The warlock took a look at Ley and disappeared like lightning, moving like a meteor. Ley followed behind him, large amounts of black gas surrounding his body. He did not move urgently, but while he didn't seem fast he kept up with the warlock with no signs of falling behind. The warlock ahead brought Ley along to a large oceanic lake before stopping. Good day, sir. I am Leyland Farlier, and I hope. Leyland began to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Dark blue lightning crashed down once more, and an attack that surpassed the Morning Star realm struck down. Booming thunderclap appeared once more. However, this time the spell's destructive ability was far more powerful than before. There were now 5 rays that attacked from different angles, sealing off Leyland's path of retreat. Afterwards, a gigantic thorn thunderbird phantom appeared behind Eam, widening its sharp beak in Leyland's direction. Terrifying sound waves brought with them the power of thunder and lightning, rank 5 spell, Thorn Thunder Cry. The opponent had cast the spells quickly, and each one was hidden quite well. He practically didn't have to think at all. If this was a regular rank 5 warlock, not having enough time to defend would be a very dangerous problem. However, Leyland was different, and his thoughts moved faster than electricity. Just at the moment the lightning was about to reach his body, the tremendous phantom of a Kamoyan Emperor burst forth and wound itself around Leyland. A gigantic black hole began to form in the snake's mouth. Rank 5 Kamoyan Emperor innate skill, Devour. The 5 streaks of lightning were instantly sucked into the black hole, turning into an unending stream of life force. Following that, piercing sound waves that were mixed with lightning and fire rushed forth and smashed into the large Kamoyan Emperor. Scales flew everywhere, but then regenerated at a rapid pace. After these 2 waves of attacks passed, the Kamoyan Emperor figure dissipated to reveal Leyland, who was not the least bit injured. Sir. What is the meaning of this? Leyland asked in a cold voice, the iciness extending to his gaze. AI chip, if I completely undo the seal, how long can I fight? Leyland asked inside his head. His bloodline was still sealed, and dealing with a Morning Star warlock was already quite tough on him. With a rank 5 bloodline warlock with the bloodline of the ancient Thorn Thunderbird against him, things were even worse. However, if the opponent wasn't tactful, Leyland had no choice but to completely unseal himself and teach him an unforgettable lesson, perhaps by ensuring his fall. Beep. All snake curse will increase absorption rate if host undoes seal. Maximum resistance time, 7 minutes and 34 seconds, the AI chip loyally intoned. In other words, after I undo my seal, I'll need to eliminate the opponent in 7 minutes and then reseal my bloodline. Even if I manage that, there should be terrible consequences. AI chip. Beep. Each unsealing will reduce the time left to the curse flaring up by 7 months, even if successfully resealed, the AI chip intoned. Chapter 690, Enhancing Lightning Runes. Enhancing Lightning Runes. Lei Lin had previously sealed off his bloodline force to stop the curse from flaring up. Naturally, he could undo the seal in times of danger and restore his strength to the peak of rank 5. However, the curse would absorb even more energy from him every time he did so. Even if he successfully sealed himself up again, the time he had left would be brought down by about 7 months. Lei Lin had only 2 years left. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely would not do this. However, he would have no choice but to use this method in times of crisis, even if the temporary help resulted in long-term danger. Lei Lin's cold pupils were fixed on the rank 5 warlock in front of him. Good, very good. Since you were able to take on my attack, you have the right to speak to me on equal grounds. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder revealed a rigid smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Im Liars. Rank 5 warlock and the Grand Elder of the Liars family. Seeing the opponent withdrawing all the electricity around his body, Lei Lin was rendered speechless. He could tell that this Im was definitely a very arrogant warlock. Unless he showed enough power to threaten him, it would be impossible to speak to him on equal terms. Now, after attacking and finding out Lei Lin's abilities, he suddenly was more approachable. Though still on his guard, Lei Lin was more than willing to avoid needless conflicts. I've already introduced myself before. My name is Lei Lin. Lord Im's way of greeting others is really quite unique. He merely smiled in answer to Lei Lin's words and did not address them. Instead, he observed Lei Lin with interest. You aren't a Magus of the subterranean world, are you? Indeed. There was no way for Lei Lin to hide this. Were he a rank 2 or 3 Magus, he could conceal himself from Im since it would make sense for there to be no mention of him anywhere. But a rank 5 warlock of unknown origins was rather suspicious. Given that this was an inherited bloodline, how could there be no information on it? Would the Liars family not know beforehand about a warlock family with a rank 5 serpent bloodline? Lei Lin had burst out of nowhere, and this rank 5 warlock had no information about him. That led Im to his conclusion. As expected, my lord is a Magus from the world above ground. Seeing Lei Lin admitting this, Im nodded and looked confident. Yes, I do come from the surface, and I'm the head of the Magi organizations in control of the passage to the surface. Lord Im shouldn't be any ordinary warlock, right? The passage in the Thunderbird Holy Land. Lei Lin shot Im a glance. To expand the passage between the surface and underground, he needed to find something like a spokesperson here. It seemed that Im and the Liars family suited this role well. Not only was he very powerful, there was nothing he didn't know about the passage. More importantly, they had long since gained control of the exit. We obviously know about it. In actuality, it's a secret that my ancestor found out. Ever since then, our Liars family has settled here, and we've been trying to make contact with the surface that's been sealed from us. Though Im was speaking in very vague terms, Lei Lin could imagine the carnage involved. Things like vying for this territory, trying to damage the seal and attracting adventurers to become blood sacrifices here were perhaps merely the tip of the iceberg. There was still much that was unknown regarding what they had attempted on the sly. What was most crucial was the fact that they had persevered for so long. Since you were able to come over, the seal at the surface world should be about to crumble, right? Im looked at Lei Lin, frowning slightly. Based on my estimations, the seal should still hold for a period of time. Actually, I secretly came over through a crack in the seal. On the surface, the seal can still hold for about a century. A century? That seems rather long. Did anything go wrong with the sacrifices? Or was the construction of coordinates on both ends not done well, resulting in a huge energy consumption? Im's expression went dark while Lei Lin maintained his silence, not admitting that he'd tampered with it. But for Sir Lei Lin to pass through the cracks in the seal must mean that your attainments in spell formations must be at the level of grandmasters. Im's gaze towards Lei Lin had now turned more gentle. People who were grandmasters in fields of magic were highly regarded. This tiny ability really isn't worth mentioning. Well then. Since we own one end of the passage each and both have great influence in our respective regions, Lei Lin mentioned what he had been preparing to say for a long time. Forming an alliance is beneficial to both of us. Im spoke straightforwardly, the smile on his arrogant face widening. He stepped forward while beaming and extended his right arm towards Lei Lin. Welcome, partner. It's my honor. Leyland grinned and extended his right arm as well. The two hands grasped each other, and golden light flowed out. Fine golden letters were like ants as they crawled everywhere. An alliance between magi was even more important and solemn than an agreement. Most of the time, a very serious ceremony would be conducted, and even a third party would be invited to be the witness. Leyland and Eam were both rank 5 warlocks. While they didn't need to go to the trouble and do all that, a basic oath was required. However, what they were agreeing to now was a general-purpose oath, and the details would be determined through discussions afterwards by their subordinates. After the oath was done with, the two of them had gained a tacit understanding. They laughed, feeling like their relationship had gotten better. Though this sort of oath could be violated, they each had control of their sides of the passage, which signified a great amount of benefits. Leyland would not want to destroy this unless he'd gone mad. As for how things would progress after this, that probably wouldn't have much to do with him anymore. By that time, he would either have broken through his bloodline shackles and soared into the sky leaving Eam in the dust, or be sealed to death by the curse mark. He, whose bloodline force had been completely severed from him, would die. Whatever happened, there would not be any issues here. Sir Eam, Leyland laughed as he spoke. Just call me Eam, Leyland, you're qualified to do so. Eam chuckled, though his facial muscles were obviously a little stiff. However, that just made this moment all the more rare. Alright, Eam. I'm quite interested in the spell you used just now and that instantaneous effect, Leyland smiled and asked. The instantaneous lightning spell was very frightening, and Eam had been able to produce 5 streaks. Leyland was very interested in this technique. Oh, this? Eam nodded. We of the Liar's family inherited the bloodline of the Thorn Thunderbird, which means we're proficient in lightning-type spells. Booming Thunderclap is one of the arcane arts we created from experiments where warlocks at Morning Star and above combine different innate spells. While the might isn't as powerful as a real Morning Star arcane art, it's quite effective. Leyland couldn't help but nod. Experiments of combining bloodline spells and creating a correct arcane art might sound easy, but was definitely far from it. A Morning Star arcane art was the fusion of rank 1 to 4 innate spells. The opponent's booming lightning thunder only used 1 or 2 bloodline spells and, matched with specific energy undulations and other spell models, formed a unique arcane art. Though I don't mind telling you the principle behind the arcane art, it's a pity that you aren't of the bloodline of the Thorn Thunderbird. You can't use it. Arcane arts like these usually needed specific bloodline spells, and some needed the usage of bloodline force. That was why Eam wasn't afraid of revealing this information. Actually, I don't want to know about that. Rather, I'm interested in the technique where you amplified a streak of lightning 5 times, Leyland said as he hastily shook his head. He could not express interest in bloodline spells, or else he'd be thought to be coveting Eam's bloodline. No matter how good their relationship might be, this would entail burying a thorn in Eam's heart. What Leyland truly wanted to know was how he had amplified the lightning force. With the AI chip, he could clearly see that Eam had only produced 1 booming thunderclap, and it was only slightly more powerful than that of the Morning Star Warlock. However, it had transformed after passing through some carved inscription that was like a spell formation, and been amplified till it was almost terrifying. Oh, that. Eam patted his Magus robes in pride, a ring of dazzling light floating around his body and creating a gigantic ring of lightning. Unbelievably large lightning runes that exceeded Leyland's expectations undulated out with a complicated radiance. This is one of the works that I'm most proud of. Eam watched the complicated lightning runes and seemed to be intoxicated. These are runes that I obtained from a primordial lightning tree. It seemed to have been created naturally, yet held some mysterious strength. I couldn't copy the strength, so all I could do was embroider it onto my robes. The silver lightning ring spell formation returned and shrank to become a dazzling silver rune, emitting a splendid luster on Eam's Magus robes. With this primordial magic robe, other lightning-type spells are amplified a little as well, but it can increase the might of booming thunderclap 5-fold. Eam lovingly touched the robes he was wearing, completely engrossed. If being in bliss is an ability, then Eam, you must be the darling of the heavens. Leyland smiled slightly and spoke flatteringly, a trace of blue flashing in his eyes. Chapter 691, Alliance and the Return. Alliance and the Return. A magic robe made from an antique oddity was extremely fear-inducing, even though the effect of amplifying the spell 5-fold was only unique to a certain type of spell. Leyland, of course, wouldn't be so silly as to ask Eam for the primordial magic robe so that he could study it for a while. He would definitely be met with rejection. He didn't even entertain such a thought, instead using a better method to study the spell formation. AI chip, how's it going? Lei Lin asked secretly. Beep. Magic robe spell formation has been recorded. Determined to be an antique lightning rune, 89.7% of it usable. The AI chip sent its feedback faithfully. At the same time, a humongous collection of lightning ring spell formation images was projected in front of Lei Lin's eyes. Over 100,000 lightning runes were clustered together, densely packed and appearing incomparably exquisite. Such a spell formation. It shouldn't be limited to just booming thunderclap or even lightning spells, it should be able to be used at other levels as well. Lei Lin's pupils shone brightly. Can't do it himself. Even though he has the spell formation, he can't perform a systematic breakdown or derivations. After all, the brain of a Magus cannot be compared to a technologically advanced brain. The operational load involved is sufficient to make him crumble in despair, but all of this isn't a problem for me. At this thought, a smear of excitement spread across his face. Great! Let's return, Lei Lin. In order to celebrate our alliance, I intend to hold a majestic banquet at my residence. Eam's pupils contained a joyous look, and he seemed to think that Lei Lin was also in high spirits because of their strong alliance. I would be honored. Lei Lin smiled modestly, as his body floated up and he returned alongside Eam to the Liars family's headquarters, which was a castle in the Metal Mountains. Night fell. Although the subterranean world didn't have a concept of night and day, Lei Lin continued to artificially use spells or sunstones to adjust his biological clock to work and rest. The lights went out in order, or rather became more dim. The castle, where the grand feast was just held, started to quiet down as though it had entered a deep sleep. Lei Lin, who was cordially received by the Liars family, was now in a luxurious bedroom. The bedroom was decorated exquisitely. All the objects in it showed indications of being maintained by spells, and they appeared to be very precious. After sending away a beautiful maid, Lei Lin laid on the sofa by himself, his pupils twinkling with the radiance of the AI chip. Beep. Antique amplification lightning rune has been recorded. Beginning analysis, with the AI chip's horrifyingly fast operational capacity, the lightning spell formation that Lei Lin had scanned previously was now being broken down continuously at lightning speed. The many lightning runes distorted themselves and looked just like tadpoles. They were firmly recorded by the AI chip, which analyzed their specific functions. Although this spell formation contained over 100,000 runes, and could be said to be extremely complicated and refined, it was an easy task for Lei Lin, who had the AI chip. It was only a matter of time. Lei Lin, who was temporarily idle, recalled the scene during the banquet, and a smile couldn't help but creep onto the corners of his lips. The Liars family was certainly not very well adjusted to this unfamiliar Magus. Previously, he'd fought so hard with them, but after a trip out he had turned into a distinguished guest. This was especially so for the warlock that Lei Lin had held captive previously. Seeing Lei Lin was practically like meeting a ghost, and he almost made a run for it, which was a great blunder. Regardless, magi and warlocks were all humans who turned superior and skillful with age. After Eam announced the news of his alliance with Lei Lin and the other affiliated powers, they had lost themselves initially but managed to adjust themselves to it soon after. Even the Morning Star warlocks who had committed a mistake earlier specially came over to apologize later on, and regained the graceful bearing unique to Morning Star warlocks. This left Lei Lin secretly impressed. Furthermore, although Eam had kept the information about Lei Lin hailing from the surface confidential, he didn't cover up Lei Lin's identity as a rank 5 warlock. After all, not any random Magus was able to form an alliance with the Liars family. When Lei Lin's status as a rank 5 warlock was declared, the other elders from the Liars family immediately cleared their doubts about Eam's decision, who was their grand elder. This was a rank 5 warlock. Such a big shot was not a common sight in the Arthur Empire. For example, the only rank 5 in their entire family was their grand elder, Eam. On average, the strength of a warlock far exceeded that of a Magus of the same rank. There was simply no doubt about that. Therefore, Lei Lin alone was qualified enough to be an ally of the Liars family. Even without Elder Eam's subtle revelations to back him up, Lei Lin the warlock possessed a great amount of influence. However, they're really being overly enthusiastic, Lei Lin stroked his chin. Recalling the unmasked anticipation in the maid's eyes, he sighed rather helplessly. He was now busy analyzing the ancient lightning runes. Where would he find the time and effort to do such things? Besides, although bloodline warlocks could bear successors with bloodline energy when coupling with magi or even some humans, for some unknown reason warlocks with differing bloodlines could never produce descendants of mixed blood. According to Leyland's conjectures, this was because the bloodline energies of both parties would fight too much, and thus mixed blood descendants were not possible. But if their bloodlines were from identical sources, such as if they were both Kamoyan warlocks, for example, this wouldn't pose a problem, and the purity and saturation of their descendants' bloodline was guaranteed. Leyland thought about something else. If Eam doesn't mind, I could probably intermarry an average Magus in the future, and obtain the bloodline of the Thorn Thunderbird. After all, this is the ancient bloodline of a rank 6 creature. Even if they want our giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline in exchange, it would be worth it. Although the Ouroboros clan was made up of descendants of Kamoyan warlocks and other bloodlines, there were no warlocks within a few external organizations. Leyland had only transformed Krupp's bloodline in the south coast. There were others who had gathered by his side over these few days, people who were initially descendants of the Farlier family. Most of them were average humans, but it was still feasible if they were to intermarry with this bloodline. But why does it not seem very possible? Even if it's a concubine's child, it's not very possible that they would allow them to marry out of their family. Many warlocks are incomparably prejudiced when it comes to the orthodox practice of protecting their family's bloodline and preventing it from leaking out. Leyland felt rather glad after tossing this thought out of his head in an instant. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered when he was extracting bloodlines today. Even that Morning Star warlock was in a disoriented state and had been confused by Leyland's dreamscape force field, leading him to believe that he was weak because of his grave injuries. If Eam knew about this, perhaps there would be more trouble. No. He might already know about this, just that he's restraining his emotions. If that's the case, I'll have to adopt some measures in preparation. Leyland stroked his chin, his pupils showing that he was in deep thought. Even though they had already established an alliance, he didn't trust Eam very much, and it was probably the same for Eam as well. In actuality, if not for the fact that both of them happened to be situated at both ends of the passage, each controlling the other's weak point, this alliance wouldn't have been established so easily. Both parties would put up the necessary preventive measures. Leyland, are you serious about not staying here longer? No, it's really fine. Leyland and Eam were now standing where the Thunderbird Holy Land used to be, outside the palace where the passage was. After briefly inspecting the area, Leyland had gained some knowledge about this region. He wanted to return above ground on the pretext of the energy needed to sustain passage crack being on the verge of exhaustion, and was bidding Eam goodbye. The trade between the underground and the surface poses tremendous profits. I believe that both of us will have endless benefits from this exchange. With cooperation from both sides, we can maintain this mode of transport for our benefits. Before he departed, Leyland looked at Eam with a sincere expression in his eyes. Of course, perhaps you might want to come with me and see what it's like above ground. Although the Magus world above ground has declined for a long time, it has gradually begun to regain its glory from the ancient times, and there are beings who are not in the least inferior to King Arthur. King Arthur was the legendary founder of the Arthur Empire, and was also a Magus of at least rank 6, an equivalent of a monarch in the central continent. There was movement in Eam's pupils. Upon hearing that there were magi above ground who were not inferior to King Arthur, it seemed as though a different kind of radiance flashed in his shining eyes, a complex emotion that was an amalgamation of restraining fear, anticipation and traces of dread all mixed together. Eam thought for a while, before shaking his head and refused. All right, but that will require a bit of time. There's a lot of family affairs that I need to tend to due to my long sleep, as well as some preparations before we begin trade. It's all complicated. Actually, I hope that the people above ground can cooperate with us to break through the seal together. In this manner, things will be a lot more effortless on my end, and we'll be able to bring forward the time of the passage opening, bringing us much more profits. Of course. I will start on the tasks in this aspect once I return. Leyland nodded and gave a slight salute. His actions were incomparably smooth, and his etiquette was so perfect that there was nothing to be picked on, just like an ancient nobleman who had put in hard work and numerous revisions. Farewell then, Mr. Eam. As he spoke, a ray of light that formed an arched door had already formed behind Leyland. I look forward to meeting you again. Eam nodded, his face expressionless as he resumed his previously proud and aloof image. Leyland smiled and stepped into the arched door. The radiance vanished with a puff as the place reverted to its dark and tranquil state. Eam stood there, stupefied, his pupils occasionally flashing with all kinds of light. His thoughts were a mystery. Chapter 692, Secretly Sneaking Back. Secretly Sneaking Back. Light flashed as Leyland's figure appeared in the central hall of the Eternal River Pocket Dimension. Enormous white stone pillars stood erect across the hall, and through the circular open space at the top one could see the light from a morning star spell formation. This expedition underground was really successful. Leyland looked around his surroundings. The 4 void assassins were still strictly adhering to his previous order. He couldn't help but laugh before putting the void assassins and defensive spell formations away. Lord Leyland. How's the situation, my lord? Once the mechanisms outside were removed, 2 silhouettes rushed in. They were the highest ranks of the light and dark magi, Nanav and Anya respectively. The impatience was clear on their faces, yet there was nothing they could do except wait outside. This won't do. The seal has been badly damaged. Although I tried my best to mend it, it's still hard to predict whether it can be delayed by a century like I said before. We might only have a few decades left, or even less time, Leyland said with a straight face, making both Nanav and Anya turn grim. Is there no other way, my lord? Nanav asked, one last glimmer of hope in his voice, but the only reply he got was a slow shake of Leyland's head. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and more than 10 days had passed. Leyland had also concluded his investigation into the Eternal Plains Pocket Dimension, and returned to his hometown in the Chernobyl Islands. Krupp had led a few of the remaining Farlier descendants there, successfully regaining control of the territory that originally belonged to the Farlier family. Under the assistance of numerous external forces, not only had he acquired their old territory back but he'd also expanded it, preparing to build an empire that would belong entirely to the Farlier family. Leyland had waited outside the castle that initially belonged to the Farlier family for days, receiving all of the descendants of the Farlier family. It was only after he put a good deal of arrangements in place that he vanished mysteriously. What the Farlier family proclaimed to the outside world was that their ancestor had already left the south coast, and had gone to a vaster part of the Magus world. Although they didn't know if Leyland's departure was true or false, and couldn't confirm whether he would return in the future, both the dark and light magi heaved a unanimous sigh of relief. To them, Leyland was a representation of the realization of a higher realm, but he was also a pair of shackles that bound them. There was simply no room for a being of morning star status in the tiny south coast. Even the historical great Magus Serhom mysteriously disappeared after his glory days. According to speculations by Magi later on, he had gone away in search of more vast worlds. Leyland did not leave behind any methods to break through to Morning Star, which made a few rank 3 Magi feel that it was a great pity. However, having one less contender suppressing them was like taking a burden off their shoulders. The influential groups within the dark and light Magi cast their sights on the empty land left behind by the spirit-slaying sect after they were eliminated. After so many years of unrest, as well as the sudden collapse of the spirit-slaying sect after the Gargamel's extermination, an exceedingly plentiful amount of space was left for the dark and light Magi. Open rivalry and veiled strife centered around the inheritance of the spirit-slaying sect, which caused numerous ripples within the dark and light Magi. The real influential powers such as the Enya Ivory Ring Tower and the Lighthouse of the Night watched on with a detached point of view, and were even secretly pulling back their powers, preparing to move at any moment. For these deep-rooted Magus powers, the few decades that Leyland had given them previously was not particularly sufficient for them to move. Just the search for an environment suitable for Magi to survive in outside of the south coast was enough to give them a headache. Of course, no matter how unpredictable the changes in the south coast would be, the dark and light Magi, and even other wandering Magi, did not dare to evoke the wrath of the Farlier family. It was a family that was sheltered by a Morning Star Magus. Krupp, who had been promoted to a rank 2 warlock, was not someone to be belittled, much less Leyland who might return at any moment. Besides, who knew if Sir Leyland had left some kind of trump card for his own family? Theoretically, as long as that Magus had bestowed a few of those transparent servants to the Farlier family, they could suppress the entire south coast. Hence, the powers within the dark and light Magi had unanimously placed the Farlier family at the top of their lists of people they could not provoke. The entire Chernobyl Islands was even seen as out of bounds to all Magi. The Farlier family, along with the empire that they had established, grew stronger and more prosperous with the passing of time. A bright flame lit up in a pitch-black environment, bringing white light to its surroundings. Numerous more flames started to burn more and more vigorously, until they eventually formed an arched door. A masked figure stepped out from the arched door, his body immediately shrouded by a layer of dense black fog. Disperse. Following the voice coming from the figure, the rays of light and undulations immediately faded until they disappeared completely. Secret technique, shadow stealth. The figure seemed to be at unease. A rune representing concealment and hiding suddenly flashed within the fog. Soon after, the entire cloud of fog shook and became completely transparent, blending in with the surroundings. Under the cover of the fog, the entire silhouette seemed to have penetrated into the shadows and the cracks, making its way through the ruins at lightning speed and avoiding a large number of warlocks from the Liar's family. Even a few of the Morning Star elders did not discover the silhouette's aura, allowing him to escape successfully. After he was far away from the Thunderbird Holy Land, the dense fog transformed into a black ray of light, and streaked across the horizon like a meteor. It was only after fleeing for a few hours that the silhouette finally revealed himself. The man wore golden robes and had a black mask over his face. There was an air of elegance about him, giving him a sense of mystery. "It doesn't seem like I'll be tracked down here," Lei Lin exhaled gently. The preparations that the Liar's family had put in place to guard against him were not what he had expected. They weren't too strict, instead too relaxed. It makes sense anyway. With Eam's haughty temperament, he must have been certain that even if I could access the passage, I would still have to go through him to interact with the subterranean world, or even dump my goods and establish commercial trade here. Thus, he must have felt secure with the knowledge that he has the upper hand. What a pity that he had the wrong idea from the start. Lei Lin stroked his chin. Entering the subterranean world was a decision that he had made after careful deliberation. He needed the Purgatory World's coordinates to travel to it. There were far too many highly ranked magi in the central continent, and Lei Lin could not be at ease at all. Furthermore, not only were the Twilight Zone and the South Coast both small in size, the density of elemental particles was too low. Initially, Lei Lin was prepared to find a random spot in the endless ocean to build the astral gate and attempt to search for the Purgatory World. But after seeing the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension, he instantly saw a better alternative. What was different from the worlds above ground was that the first subterranean level was very covert. Even if Magi came chasing after Lei Lin specifically and followed his footsteps, they might not be able to discover this place. Besides, the rest of the subterranean world wasn't like the Twilight Zone from before. Even though it was the first level, the area of all the land added together was about the same as the entire central continent. If those Magi wanted to find Lei Lin here, it would be no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Everything has been settled. What's left is the All-Snake Curse. Lei Lin inhaled deeply, and his entire being transformed into a ray of light then disappeared into the horizon. More than 10 days later, in a mountain range. This was a desolate mountain commonly seen underground. As it lacked plants and the radiance from a sunstone, the entire mountain was bare. Only a few fungi and vines that didn't require sunlight continued to grow sporadically. Vast quantities of black rocks and bare soil lay exposed outside the place. There weren't any large organisms on the entire mountain, and even the smaller darkness creatures were basically extinct. A few rooms had been opened up temporarily in the belly of this place. Remnants of clay made from mud and the radiance from everlasting spell effects were left on the walls. It was obvious that it hadn't been long since the work here was finished. Some of the rooms here had been remodeled into bedrooms and study rooms, while the one in the center had been transformed into a gigantic laboratory. A starry blue radiance illuminated the place, but was obstructed by the energy absorption rune on the wall. In the heart of the laboratory was a simple and unadorned door made of stone. Blue gems studded the door, just like stars. Lei Lin looked at the AI chip's report and the energy composition chart, and couldn't help but exhale a deep breath. Phew. Finally done. I was running out of materials. In front of him was an astral gate which had undergone several transformations by the AI chip, one which Lei Lin had invested a great amount of his life and family possessions in. It was his hope of breaking through his bloodline shackles. Upon the thought of his bloodline shackles, Lei Lin's expression became somewhat gloomy. How much time do I have left? Lei Lin's voice seemed rather hoarse. Beep. According to the current condition of the host body, the countdown to the activation of the All-Snake Curse is 2 years, 4 months, 13 days, 8 hours 55 minutes and 43 seconds. The AI chip projected a series of numbers. From the years to the seconds, the numbers were all arranged clearly, and the second counter was constantly adjusting itself, making Lei Lin's eyelids palpitate. I still have 2 years, Lei Lin stroked his chin and started to mutter irresolutely to himself. The All-Snake Curse was a curse belonging to the Snake Dowager, and was also the nightmare of all serpent warlocks. Apart from the Snake Dowager herself personally freeing the person, one could only rely on the help of a rank 9 being or break through the bloodline shackles oneself to escape it. But to Lei Lin, the Snake Dowager and rank 9 beings both represented a dead end. It was only through actually breaking the chains on his own bloodline that he could free himself from the all-snake curse and completely regain freedom. And the hope to smashing his bloodline's shackles lay in the purgatory world. Hence, no matter how much danger the purgatory world contained, he had to go there. Chapter 693, Remodeling the Mask. Remodeling the Mask. Ah, the purgatory world. Light seemed to flash in Leyland's eyes. In the ancient times, it was an extremely famous and formidable world. Not only does it have the Snake Dowager, but there are also numerous existences of the same rank keeping watch there. Moreover, the purgatory world has not completely declined like the Magus world, as it still possesses the strength of ancient times. Forget the dangers of the place itself, even finding the purgatory world's coordinates is already a considerably huge problem. Leyland rubbed his chin in thought. According to the information from the legacy left behind by the Ouroboros clan's ancestors, it is fundamentally possible to confirm that the purgatory world is located in the Calm Jade constellation. However, the specific positioning is still a problem. The Snake Dowager's bloodline shackles were still present, and the Ouroboros clan's ancestors had never given up on exploring the astral plane. From the information and experience that they accumulated from generation to generation, and adding the AI chip's analysis and deduction, it was already possible to lock down the coordinates of the purgatory world to within one region. It was a pity that the Calm Jade constellation was just too big. Finding the purgatory world in it was like finding Leyland's old Earth in the Milky Way. And what Leyland now wanted to do, was to ascertain the position of that Earth within the galaxy's myriad of stars, planets and other celestial bodies. Without having to be said, this was an extraordinarily tremendous undertaking. Even though Leyland had the AI chip's assistance, he also needed to wait for a very long time. But now, the Snake Dowager's curse evidently did not afford him that luxury. And even if the coordinates of the purgatory world have been found, this curse. Leyland couldn't help but reach up to his cheeks, feeling the icy sensation emitted by the mask of the dreamless. Although this mask had prevented him from being drawn into dreamscape, he constantly felt the ill intent from the dream world. This intention possessed tremendous cruelty, and there were constant attacks on the mask's defenses. It appeared like they were waiting for Leyland to relax, or the mask of the dreamless to shatter one day. The Snake Dowager is the master of the bloodline. I'm afraid her response towards my descendants will be incomparably cruel. Not to mention the all-snake curse. Once I appear in the purgatory world, what if she realizes it? Won't I be delivering myself to her door? Leyland's face darkened. Despite how much her power had been suppressed in reaching out to the Magus world, she'd still managed to leave him with a fate worse than death as she'd pleased. If he entered the purgatory world. Consequently, before going to the purgatory world, it was absolutely necessary to have an effective method to conceal himself. AI chip. Establish mission, conceal my aura. Find a way to prevent discovery by the Snake Dowager. Leyland commanded. Beep. Mission established, beginning to collect data, establishing simulation. The AI chip's feedback was very prompt. The preparation needed to leave for the purgatory world is really too much. Leyland knitted his brows in vexation. I need to look for the world's coordinates, develop a concealment technique, and also find time for space concealment technology. I then need to hide myself, and find a method to avoid piquing the interest of the world will, and then try to escape the Guardians. If it was a normal small-scale world, these inconveniences could be reduced a little, but the purgatory world that Leyland wanted to go to was a gigantic world. In the ancient era it was second only to the Magus world and the astral world, and there existed many at or above rank 7 there. One misstep would mean death. Actually even death would be a luxury, so Leyland absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Simulation complete. Possibility of hiding from the Snake Dowager, 89.7%, the AI chip rapidly projected the results, putting a smile on Leyland's face. The probability is quite good. What do I need to do? Exporting program. The host needs to commence modification of spiritual force and soul force, and the mask of the dreamless must correspondingly be remodeled. The AI chip specifically laid out the steps one by one, forming a checklist that appeared in Leyland's consciousness. The AI chip has stored materials and the required techniques. All I need is time. Leyland stroked his chin. I don't have much time left. It is necessary to act as quickly as possible. Several months had passed in a flash. Leyland had remained inside the belly of the mountain in this period, sequestered from the outside world. With regards to Leyland, although the subterranean world's resources and enormous knowledge attracted him greatly, under the effect of the all-snake curse his priorities had been made clear. If he couldn't resolve the all-snake curse and break through the bloodline shackles, then his path forwards would be completely cut off. This was a situation that Lei Lin absolutely could not endure. Thus, he put his utmost enthusiasm into his work, throwing himself into the preparations. I've worked hard for several months, but there's still 2 things left to do. Lei Lin looked at the black petri dish in front of him, within which a lump of dark brown liquid was spreading continuously. The mix of corrosive water from the pool of lamentation, and ground ancient bones, white powder was thrown into the petri dish, making the dark brown liquid swell up at once. Weeping spirits who creep in the abyss, in the name of the nefarious filthbird, I summon the power of chaos. The ancient curse was cast, and amidst the bleak and mysterious words the dark brown liquid suddenly transformed into a formless blue mass. Finished. A hint of joy emerged from Lei Lin's eyes, and he gritted his teeth with resolution in his face. Bang, he took off the mask of the dreamless, throwing it into the dark blue mass. Very quickly, an evil intent arrived from a distant world. It was as if he was falling, and by the time Lei Lin understood what was happening he was already in a world of ice. White trees were everywhere, and the ceiling was dotted with shards of barb-like ice. A white python flicked its scarlet tongue at Lei Lin. Alabaster devil snake, we meet again. I thought you would be replaced by a 3-headed python this time. Lei Lin laughed in the ugly face of the alabaster devil snake, waves of dark red dream force appearing in his hands. I do not have much time, I am afraid I cannot play with you for too long. I need to dispose of you quickly. Dream force spell. Lei Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of blood red, and piercing rays of light were continuously released from his body. Misty light wrapped Lei Lin up along with the alabaster devil snake in a flash. Faint trembles spread to every corner of this dream world. Schlick, the enormous serpent roared with that sound, and the misty light withdrew to reveal the silhouette of the alabaster devil snake. Only, there were many pure white scales scattered on the floor, and there was a fresh wound in the serpent's skull. Scarlet blood continuously flowed out, dyeing the white snow red. It was a terrible scene. How could I waste the blood of a rank 5 creature? Lei Lin lightly chuckled, and the blood floated up into the sky. It turned into crimson pearls that gathered in his palm, forming a ball of dark red. HSSS, at this moment, the body of an enormous snake faintly emerged outside this icy world. It only exuded a tiny breath, but even that filled Lei Lin with a sense of heavy oppression. That should be an existence at rank 6 at the least. With these endless reinforcements, I'm afraid even the strongest enemies will be dragged down completely. What a pity. Lei Lin bowed his body a little, as if he was leaving the field. He then called out to the alabaster devil snake and the existence outside, farewell, gentlemen. Boom, a gentle and pleasant light emerged, and Lei Lin's shadow disappeared into the light, leaving behind the useless roars of the 2 pythons. Beep. Set time has passed, beginning forceful awakening. When Lei Lin heard the cold, mechanical sound of the AI chip, it was more touching than any music. Phew. On the whole, there weren't any errors in my calculations. Lei Lin wiped his cold sweat. In reality, his actions today were certainly risky. Fortunately the end result was not bad, and it seemed as if fate was on his side. A ball of dark red blood was floating in his hand, undulating with a frightening strength that was faintly mixed with dream force. This was the alabaster devil snake blood that Lei Lin had collected. Dreamscape was both illusory and real, and if this power of confusion could be used properly it was more frightening than any spell. Asterisk rumble. Rumble, asterisk white bubbles frothed around the mask of the dreamless in the petri dish, and Lei Lin threw the ball of blood into it. Bang, a layer of demonic blood-red flames burnt up the surface of the mask of the dreamless. Accompanied by special undulations, traces of golden-red patterns began to slowly appear on the mask. Once dream force is intercepted, it'll take a while for it to dissipate. I need to take advantage of this moment. Lei Lin's eyes reddened as he used many complex alchemy techniques on the mask. The entire laboratory was lit up with brilliant lights and colors. At the last moment, the mask of the dreamless changed its appearance. It could still only cover half the face, but there were many fine lines on it now. On the surface of the mask were even strange patterns of red and gold. Beep. Mask of the dreamless remodeling has been completed. The AI chip's voice rang out, and it even displayed the data of the redone mask. Magic item, Mask of the Dreamless, improved model, weight, 210G materials, Loke alloy, one-eyed snake fangs, alabaster devil snake blood. Effects, 1. Can protect from the surveillance of Dreamscape, protect the true soul from suffering invasion from Dreamscape. 2. Can release alabaster devil snake bloodline and soul force undulations, and conceal the host's information. Success. Lei Lin placed the ice-cold mask on his face, and with a single thought he emitted the aura of the alabaster devil snake. Chapter 694, The Call of Another World. The Call of Another World. I can still get past the common origin of our bloodline force to hide myself from the snake dowager like this, Lei Lin stroked his chin in thought. This was the solution the AI chip had suggested previously. Using the original bloodline's power, he could interfere with the snake dowager's probes. The rank 5 bloodline of the alabaster devil snake was clearly Lei Lin's best choice at present. The method to conceal myself has been resolved, next is the issue of the coordinates. Lei Lin asked the AI chip, how is the analysis of the ancient lightning runes going? These were the runes that he had secretly scanned from the primordial magic robe worn by Eam, which had the frightening ability of amplification. Lei Lin was keenly aware that this kind of amplification ability could be applied to other things, and as a result had ordered the AI chip to continue analyzing it. Beep. Primordial magic robe analysis progress, 100%. 127651 lightning runes have been recorded, 112,319 runes fully analyzed. Lightning amplification spell formation has been completed. Possible to effectively increase the power of lightning magic by 80 to 230%. The AI chip faithfully gave its analysis. So this is the result of the amplifying magic. After completely analyzing it, a tinge of regret colored Lei Lin's eyes, such a pity. I'm not a magus who specialized in lightning. Even if I demand such magi to give everything they own in exchange for this, they'll be willing. After analyzing and reconstructing it, the AI chip concluded that this lightning amplification spell formation wasn't just limited to Eam Lyre's booming thunderclap. Rather, it could be used to amplify all lightning magic. Having adapted it for that purpose, the value of these runes increased a millionfold. As for attracting those magi who specialized in lightning, it was a given. Even Lei Lin, who wasn't attuned to the lightning element, could exceed many lightning magi with the use of this formation. The result weren't bad. Allocate this information to the primary database, Lei Lin commanded. Also, how's the progress on improving it? Beep. Data has been recorded at the highest grade of confidentiality. New spell formation setup is at 87.99%, has been constructed using data from ancient amplification runes, off-cure techniques, high-grade spell formation theory. The AI chip projected the progress report directly into Lei Lin's consciousness. Already half done, the AI chip had used a multitude of resources, the information on ancient runes occupying first place. This was the task that Lei Lin had laid down from the beginning, even though the ancient runes could only be used to amplify the strength of lightning-type magi, but with further understanding by comparison, and adding the AI chip's huge database and deduction abilities, creating another type of spikel amplification rune was a very achievable matter. Lei Lin's brows relaxed somewhat, and he shortly asked, name the new model of spell formation, the Destiny spell formation. AI chip, simulate the extent of the Destiny spell formation's amplification ability. Beep. Mission established, investigating data. Not enough information on Destiny spell formation. Beginning simulation, experiment has started. A strange spell formation immediately appeared in front of Lei Lin, the upper part of the runes looking like delicate and twisting tadpoles full of the characteristics of ancient runes. It looked completely different from normal formations. Beep. Simulation test complete. Estimate, Destiny spell formation can amplify normal spells by around 50%, and for the effects of unique magical items, the amplification can increase to above 80%. Very good. Discarding the other amplifications, if it is focused only on unique magic items, is it possible for its power to increase further? If discarding all other amplification runes, the power of unique magical items will be amplified by over 100%. The complex operation was completed in a flash, and the AI chip immediately gave a reply. Very good, do it. As for unique magic items, just use this as a template. A great amount of soul force was sent out from Lei Lin's body, entering all the data from a magic item into the AI chip. Before the Destiny spell formation was thoroughly completed, such a modification was still very feasible. The reason why Lei Lin did not hesitate to face certain danger from stealing the ancient runes from Eam was largely for this purpose. It could be said that, after obtaining this amplification spell formation, the final weak point in Lei Lin's plans had been mended. Beep. Data has been imported, starting to modify the structure. Estimated completion time, 58 hours 32 minutes 41 seconds. The AI chip immediately reported. Very good. Two of the most important preparations are almost done. Next will be some other experiments and planning. Leylin touched the substantially modified mask of the Dreamless on his face, caught in the middle of a more intense experiment. Time unwittingly passed by. In the middle of the experiment room, the radiance of the gate to the astral plane became increasingly dazzling. The rays of light above the star gems seemed connected by invisible threads, emitting even more dazzling brilliant rays. Bang! A doll-like puppet was caught by Leyland's hand, letting out a human-like giggle. The puppet clone has been completed. After the puppets had been put away, Leyland let out a relieved sigh. To make the trip to the purgatory world, he had done an extraordinary amount of preparations. However, there was not a lot of certainty. According to AI Chip's most optimistic calculations, even if there was this much preparation, his probability of succeeding of around 5% was already not bad. However, if he did not try and struggle, then it would absolutely fail, and as a result of this great probability, it was worth Leyland gambling on it. However, in light of Leyland's cautious personality, it was certain that before taking risks, all of the preparatory work would be done to the highest standard. Lucky spell formation and mask of the Dreamless are both completed, as well as my clone puppet and so on. As for the remainder, finally there is only this. From within another instantaneously opened summoning chamber, the surrounding walls were covered with a huge amount of binding runes. It was a technique with the power to isolate dimensions. Every single rune was incomparably complex and precise, to the point where it could make a rank 1 Magus or rank 2 Magus immediately faint. In the very center of the summoning room, was a black pentagram breathing out the terrifying power of evil which was continuously lingering, and from time to time it generated a flow of black air above the matrix. Crash! After a flash of light, Leylin received 2 white eggs of light. Ka-cha, ka-cha, numerous cracks appeared on the eggs of light, and they finally broke open, exposing 2 stony imprints. One by one, the evil runes above twisted, full of strange feelings, so much that even the center of the pentagram was attracted. The black stream of air above intensified, and even let out a terrible whining sound. Gluttony imprint. Leyland's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. These 2 runes were impressively from when he first gathered the leftover fragments of the gluttony monarch Beelzebub's doppelganger. From his senior Robin and from the quicksand tomb, Leyland had in total obtained 2 pieces of these imprints. Every piece contained a mysterious will and evil power. Although it could help a Magus break through the Morning Star boundary, yet it could cause the Magus himself to be contaminated by the Gluttony King, and finally become Beelzebub's doppelganger. Beep. Binding the entire open matrix, starting isolation of dimension energy technique. The AI Chip's voice sounded at this moment, and even though it was a matchless machine, it made Leyland feel nervous. Go. 2 pieces of the stony imprint suddenly flew, without entering the pentagram array. Bang! Dark black light suddenly skyrocketed, finally taking shape as an enormous portal. The keen soul power of the half-moon made Leyland tense up. He could clearly feel a deeply terrifying will. Attracted by the array and runes, it descended. Lord Beelzebub. You are the ruler of gluttony. And the god of all demons. The original power of gluttony will forever linger on in your domain, becoming the most shining star on your crown. Like a ballad, and like the sound of a funeral march, suddenly the entire summoning room was full of sound. Although it was in an unknown language, Leyland could still completely understand the meaning. This is some sort of language of ancient laws, and similar to the ancient Byron language, it is the language of laws. As long as the soul power reaches a certain level, it is possible to naturally understand. Leyland's expression was solemn and respectful, commanding the AI chip to record this unknown language of laws. Mortal. We meet again. Thou dare to take the initiative to call me. It makes me respect your boldness. Illusory black flames suddenly formed into a tall shadow. It was naturally a growing 12 pairs of wings, with horns on its head and multiple pairs of eyes. Demon, otherwise known as the devil. The power of evil dispelled continuously from Beelzebub's every pore, and from somewhere suddenly came the power of a law. Gluttony. The law of gluttony. Leyland's eyes radiated light. Beelzebub was clearly in existence from an unknown dimension or world's rank 7 laws, and had already completely understood one type of law. Even though it was only a doppelganger arriving, this type of level was able to be clearly expressed. Yes. You are the sovereign king of gluttony. The ruler of existence, but what of it? This is the Magus world. The most powerful world, so how much have you been suppressed? And besides, in this summoning room I have arranged binding runes. At the very least it can block 50% of your power from passing through. This is only your doppelganger, how much strength do you have left? In fact, I admire you as well. Fully aware that this was a trap, you still dared to come. Following Leyland's words, blood-red light burst forth from the summoning room's four walls. Chapter 695, Ready to Go. Ready to go. The demonic wings on the back of Beelzebub spread out, and wings of bone wrapped by a black membranous film collided with the wall. It let out a piercing light of thunderous lightning followed by an immense amount of blood-red and white smoke. Leyland's facial expression turned completely gloomy. Soon after, Beelzebub's many compound eyes let out a strange light. How can a mortal know the thoughts of a god? The gods? Leyland was surprised, but assumed a sneering expression. In my view, you are just prey. Just this and nothing more. And so, sovereign king of gluttony Beelzebub, until we meet again. Leyland placed his hand on his chest and executed a graceful aristocratic bow with irreproachable form. However, with this motion, the entire room was quickly swallowed up by bloody lightning. Rank 5 Emperor Serpent innate skill, Devour. His body shrunk by several times, but the shadow of a Kamoyan Serpent Emperor appeared solidly behind Leyland's back. Although it was still constrained by thorny chains, it did not reveal any trace of fatigue and instead, a frightening black hole materialized in front of Leyland. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Piercing lightning struck without pause, tearing apart the flesh on Beelzebub's body. Gigantic chunks of flesh entered the black hole without stopping, and finally became a terrifying blood-red life energy. Leyland's face flushed a little, but he did not completely absorb the energy, instead using his innate skill Devour to continuously purify Beelzebub's energy essence, until it finally became a small bottle's worth of red liquid. Mortal! Vile Magus! I will not let you go. I vow this in my name, in the name of Beelzebub. In the prison of bloody lightning, Beelzebub's voice and struggling became smaller, and finally faded away. When Beelzebub had completely disappeared, the entire pentagram star array and powerful runes on the surrounding walls had collapsed in an instant. There were even a lot of bite marks left, as if some terrifying creature had devastated the area. The existence of this type of law, even though it was only a doppelganger, it was still not easy to handle. However, Leyland resided in the Magus world and could borrow the entire word strength to suppress Beelzebub, so he firmly held the advantage. Through the array and binding runes, Beelzebub's strength was continuously suppressed, and finally it had become an excessively weak clone. In the original history of the Central Continent, Beelzebub had several clones wreaking havoc. Finally he was suppressed, but his body had been splintered into fragments, leaving behind these gluttony imprints. And so Leyland's current power was still on the strong side even in the ancient times. Consequently, handling a weakened clone was not an issue at all. When Beelzebub's voice had entirely disappeared from the secret cell, and even the laws of gluttony had completely vanished, only then did Leyland stroke his chin, with a trace of a smile on his lips. A god? This statement is quite interesting. Having vaguely guessed Beelzebub's origin, Leyland did not take his warning and curses to heart, but instead looked at the dark red liquid in his hand. The extremely dense dark red pus seemed to have the tendency to crystallize, and its evil aura continuously lingered around the area of the test tube, which seemed very terrifying. Beep. Unknown body of energy. High purity. Contains the intense power of laws. Rich in corrosive energy, not recommended for use by the host. The AI chip scanned the substance and immediately gave its feedback. As expected, even after purification and being stripped by the innate skill Devour, this type of energy from the clone contained the original Beelzebub's genes and energy particles information. Leyland stroked his chin in thought. With the existence of the laws above, it was already possible to brand his own imprint on his soul, flesh and even his energy, as well as anything else. Even this projected clone contained Beelzebub's imprint, just like with the icy world's female bronze giant. Even if there was only one drop of blood, after traversing worlds it was still possible to open the spirit, and rebirth into a new life. If Leyland were to use this type of energy essence, although he would gain huge advantages in a short space of time, and even understand the laws of gluttony, in the end he was certain that he would resemble history's many magi, such as Robin. Leyland was fully aware of this corrupt practice, and of course would not be that reckless. Layer upon layer of sealing techniques appeared, revolving around the sides of the test tube. It sealed the power of the original dark red energy, and only after completing this was Leyland able to put the test tube away with relief. The final step of the preparations has been completed. After finishing everything, Leyland did not immediately attempt his last-ditch effort, but on the contrary, he returned to his bedroom and slept very well. A sleep without meditation, without calculations, and without any burdens, relaxed Leyland's body and mind greatly. Soon after, he found a quiet room and slowly began to recall his memories. From the beginning of his birth in his previous world, growth, and after his final antimatter experiment failed and his passing, and from the Chernobyl Islands to his apprenticeship at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Tel Jose City, Extreme Night City, and the Central Continent. One by one, the fresh memories continuously emerged, along with the many people, friends and enemies. Through slowly combing through these memories, Leyland felt that the half-moon rank true soul within his point mass had become even more pure and thorough, tending towards the change into the full moon rank. This type of calm reflection continued for 5 or 6 days. Leyland's aura became weaker and weaker, and finally he resembled an ordinary person, with only the radiance in his eyes becoming more bright like the stars, and finally slowly and softly lessened, becoming like an ancient well without a single ripple. His innermost heart was peaceful and quiet, impervious to desires. Until the last moment, Leyland's heart no longer had any nervousness or confusion, only the determination to dauntlessly move forwards. He stood up suddenly, and went into the Star Realm Laboratory. The simple astral gate radiated a piercing light with a glittering blue flame forming a round arched door. Just like a silver-colored spatial mirror, at its core was a complicated black vortex and opposite was a brilliant galaxy, leading to unknown places. Beside the astral gate, there was a huge and complicated spell formation, and above it every rune was incomparably precise, minute and full of a sense of beauty. Over 10,000 of the runes seemed to swim like tadpoles, continuously sending out mysterious undulations. At the core of this formation, there was a round groove, and what it was used for was unknown. Beep. The lucky spell formation arrangement has been completed. Estimated amplification power, 107.6%. The AI chip's feedback was promptly transmitted. Leyland had created this amplification spell formation, according to the amplification techniques from ancient runes and with the AI chip's terrifying deduction and simulation ability. Due to discarding its universality and specially targeting a magical item's effect, it was amplified to over 100%. As far as Leyland was concerned, this could be considered an unexpected joy. Let's begin. Leyland's eyes had a resolute appearance. Once you fly, you soar. Success involved completely breaking free of his bloodline shackles, an unexpected and frightening result. Beep. Astral Gate has been opened, searching coordinate database. Along with the AI chip's voice, the brilliant river of light within the silver mirror drew constantly closer, until a star resembling a vortex appeared, and the screen's depiction ended there. This was the Calm Jade constellation, the location of the Purgatory world. With the predecessor's data and adding the AI chip's continuous deduction, it could only progress to this step. Within the Calm Jade constellation were tens of thousands of worlds, along with many half-planets, different dimensions and broken spaces. Their numbers were as vast as the numbers of stars in the sky. To find the location of the Purgatory world from so many possible coordinates was tantamount to fishing a needle from the sea. Although Leyland had the AI chip, he still needed a lot of time to do this. And what he lacked now, unfortunately, was time. At this step, the role of the AI chip and information has already been exhausted. I can only slowly search and rely on luck. Leyland seemingly sighed, and with a flash of golden light, a simple gold coin appeared in his hand. This shape of the gold coin was very simple, and it was surrounded by a circle of dark golden light. One side of the coin had a skull on it, the other side the pattern of a lucky bird. The gold coin currently had several cracks, and it almost split the coin apart. This was the unique magic item, Lucky Coin. It was Leyland's greatest gain from Extreme Night City. Holding it was just like grasping a thread of the power of destiny. Even in the field of star realm experimentation, the power of destiny could exert a terrifying might. Leyland was initially able to find the Black Rain world, obtaining multi-limb strength, thanks to the power of destiny. From that time onwards, Leyland had completely sealed the lucky coin and had not even used it despite several crises, preparing to get the most use out of it. And now, it was time to use the coin. Go. A golden arc flashed from Leyland's hands, the lucky coin streaked across space in a shining trajectory, into the groove in the center of the lucky spell formation seamlessly, as if they were originally one. Bzz. A great deal of light twinkled, threads of golden power were released from the spell formation, following the ritual into the lucky coin, making the coin's dark golden light become even more dazzling. Due to the material constraints of the lucky coin, it is only possible to make predictions up to the morning star level, but once it touches upon powers beyond morning stars, it will meet with a horrible backlash. Leyland watched the dark golden light of the lucky coin intensify, a peculiar expression flashing in his eyes. Chapter 696, Breakthrough and Success. Breakthrough and Success. I will first use the Destiny spell formation to amplify the power of Destiny's coin, and then draw out the power of fate from the coin all at once. I had previously narrowed down the location of the Purgatory world in the vast astral realm to the calm Jade constellation already. Staking everything on the destruction of Destiny's coin, the attempt this time, it has a 70% chance of success. A blazing light shone from Leyland's eyes, and he held up his hands, the power of Destiny. Please guide my way and lead me to the Purgatory world. Bang! At the moment of Leyland's chant, the radiance of Destiny's coin was at its highest point. The entire laboratory was wrapped up in the dazzling dark golden light. The power of Destiny reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, all of the astrologers in the entire Magus world raised their heads in amazement, sensing that the undulations of the river of Destiny was shifting. Threads of dark golden light continuously touched the door to the star realm. The image of the calm Jade constellation grew ever smaller on the surface of the silver mirror, moving slowly towards the location of the Purgatory world. Ka-cha. Ka-cha. The Purgatory world, however, was the world where the laws of the Snake Dowager existed. Even though it had merely calculated the coordinates, fine cracks constantly appeared on the surface of Destiny's coin. Warning! Warning! Destiny's coin is rapidly destroying itself. Countdown, 1.1s. 1.0s. 0.9. The A that I chip quickly produced a blood-red countdown frame. At this time, although he was continuously drawing closer to his goal, the Purgatory world had not yet appeared. Ah! It's not enough. It's still not enough. Leyland's face flushed red and he suddenly commanded, AI chip. Commence the overload of the Destiny spell formation. Beep. Further amplifying the Destiny spell formation, currently overloading at 200%. 300. 400. Along with the AI chip's voice, the energy stack around the Destiny spell formation immediately let out an ear-piercing explosion. The terrifying power of amplification emerged once again. Crackle. A vast amount of energy unceasingly flowed about in all directions. Many runes even exploded, and the entire Destiny spell formation collapsed in a flash. Just before the spell formation collapsed, the frightening power of amplification had appeared on the surface of Destiny's coin. Bang! First, the skull which represented misfortune on one side of the coin exploded. Shortly after, the Destiny bird seemed to come alive, unfolding its wings and letting out a resounding cry. Destiny's coin suddenly exploded into fragments. At this time, a ray of dark golden light slashed open the display of the calm Jade constellation as if it was a sharp sword. This caused the astral gate to show the edge of a dull-colored star on its surface. Beep. The Destiny spell formation and Destiny's coin have been destroyed. Discovered the Purgatory world's coordinates. The AI chip's voice sounded out and made a cheerful expression appear on Leyland's face. Success. The wish of all Kamoyan warlocks. There is even a method to resolve the bloodline shackles. Leyland resolutely clenched his fist. Beep. The Purgatory world's coordinates have been targeted. Initiating the opening of the space portal. Accompanying the sound of the AI chip, a blue gate of light opened up before Leyland with a loud rumble. A frightening feeling was transmitted from the gate, giving Leyland a sense of formidable oppression. The Purgatory world. It was a very formidable world in ancient times. Until now, it had never declined, and it even contained the violent existence of the Snake Dowager and other powerful laws. Taking this step, there is no possibility of turning back. Leyland smiled softly, and stepped entirely into the radiant light. Bang! The blue rays of light exploded with a flash, wrapping up the entire laboratory and bringing it along. A blue ray of light, like a meteor, streaked across the vast star realm. In this blue light was Leyland, looking at the dull star which was growing larger and larger in his field of view. It finally transformed into an enormous world. This world was shrouded entirely in a dense gray fog, and he couldn't see clearly. He could only see pieces of the continents and the ocean with great difficulty. Any of these continents could be comparable to the size of the central continent of the Magus world. The faint atmosphere of great power was emanated, making Leyland shiver a little. Rapidly, the power of the astral gate brought him to the border of the Purgatory world, which was outside of the world boundary. However, when Leyland wanted to enter the Purgatory world, there was a sudden change. Who is it? Where has this outsider come from, who dares to offend my majesty? A frightening amount of energy undulated outside the purgatory world and took shape. An enormous shadow appeared, and even the storms and turbulences of space all avoided it. There was a strong and overbearing atmosphere. The power of laws constantly undulated from the shadow's body. This shadow possessed very large and deformed wings, its entire body was as huge as a mountain. A giant skeletal hand reached out towards Lei Lin and grabbed him, as if it was a giant snatching a fly. There are rank 7 and above laws here. Damn it. There are obviously many strong people, but they are unexpectedly vigilant against outsiders. Lei Lin's expression changed, and soon after the golden-red patterns on the dreamless mask continuously flashed with light. The bloodline of the alabaster devil snake from earlier was released. This is the bloodline of the alabaster devil snake. Although it was once the master of the shadow world, now it is part of our purgatory world. Accompanied by the voice of another woman, an enormous eye with vertically slit pupils appeared. A profound intent was issued from the giant eye above. Soon after, a great amount of black lightning engulfed the giant eye, and struck the enormous hand which had grabbed Lei Lin. Apologies. Complying with the contract is the foundation of order. In accordance with the contract we had previously signed together. The bloodline of the Snake Dowager has the right to enter the purgatory world. Within the mass of black lightning, the enormous skeletal hand shattered to pieces, which made the shadow let out an infuriated roar in response. Damn you, Trial's Eye. I won't let you off, one day. One day. Chirp chirp. Just when Lei Lin had let out a sigh of relief, accompanied by a cheerful chirp, an enormous grey bird flew emerged from the purgatory world. All who belong to the trial of the contract are the enemies of this bird. The giant wings of the bird seemed to shield the whole world from Lei Lin's view. SSS, at this moment, an even more violent thought was projected over, making Lei Lin feel that he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. The phantom of a ball of snakes as large as a star was forced out from the void. Many giant snakes roared directly towards Lei Lin. An indistinct figure appeared from within the coiled snakes. With one look, Lei Lin's bloodline nearly rose in rebellion. Snake Dowager. Although it is only a phantom, Lei Lin's pupils constricted. Oh. It looks like this descendant appears to be quite interesting. Even the Snake Dowager is in a hurry to get her hands on him. The bird bantered ridiculously, as if it was a person. In that case, it fanned its huge grey wings and the obstacles in front of Lei Lin disappeared. A terrifyingly powerful space storm followed this, which rapidly increased its speed. In a moment, it had crashed through the world boundary. Bird! You dare! A rather angry voice came from behind Lei Lin's back, along with the monstrous hissing of the gigantic snake. It seemed as if many stars behind him had all exploded, and all of the terrifying energy contained within made the whole space begin to faintly tremble. The gigantic purgatory world silently endured the aftermath, showing off the foundation of a truly powerful world. The beings that appeared earlier should only be merely conscience and clones, and unexpectedly they were this terrifying. There was a trace of bitterness in the corner of Lei Lin's mouth, and also the sense of being very fortunate. The process of crossing the world boundary was viewed by the unusually sensitive rank 7 existences in the purgatory world as if bandits had conspicuously trespassed into their own home. It was impossible to not be discovered. Fortunately, although the rank 7 laws overseeing the purgatory world were not little, they seemed to be full of contradictions with each other, which finally gave Lei Lin a precious chance to take advantage of them. Descendant of my blood! Return to my embrace! At this moment an enormous will swept across Lei Lin, and made his mind tremble. Entering the purgatory world and smoothly blending in, was instead easy to handle. The stone outside is very dazzling, but if I fell into the river above, to resolve it again, it would not be such an easy matter. Forcibly suppressing the rebellion of his bloodline, a puppet suddenly appeared from Lei Lin's hands. Huh, the puppet laughed sweetly, and it continuously undulated a soul force and bloodline power which was extremely similar to Lei Lin's. Go! With Lei Lin's voice the puppet clone floated in midair, and moving to and fro like a meteor, took a different direction from Lei Lin. I hope that the puppet will win me enough time. And also... Beep! The dreamless mask is activating, concealing the bloodline for the second time. Accompanying the AI chip's voice, was a layer of fine white snake scales, suddenly appearing from the surface of the dreamless mask. Mixing with the bloodline aura from earlier, the undulations exclusive to the alabaster devil snake concealed Lei Lin's soul force and bloodline power in a flash. In the purgatory world, the clan of snakes that the Snake Dowager is in is also an enormous species. Even the other side surely cannot thoroughly distinguish between every alabaster devil snake. Beep. Collecting the laws of the purgatory world. Initiating adjustment of host undulations. With the AI. Chip's voice, many laws of the purgatory world were collected to be analyzed, and slowly altered the undulations coming from Leyland. Very quickly, Leyland's entire self resembled the natives of the purgatory world, and no longer had the incompatible feeling of an outsider from another world. Everything has been completed. Leyland breathed a sigh of relief, his face shortly flushing red. The confrontation of the different laws just a moment ago had left him with a not inconsiderable injury. All that could be done has been done, and next, it depends on luck. Leyland was just like a fallen meteorite, and now, the enormous wills following on his heels had completely lost his presence. Chapter 697, Drifting and Analysis. Drifting and Analysis. A flaming star shot down from the skies, smashing into the waters with a huge splash. Ugh! The icy cold water immediately left Leyland clear-minded, and a salty taste attacked his senses. This is an ocean. His mind was quickly reinvigorated. Those existences above rank 6 saw me, but I was lucky enough to get through the barrier into the world. I even had to let my substitute clone leave. In that case, this is the purgatory world. Seeing the dark luster in the horizon as well as the chaotic will unique to purgatory, Leyland's lips quirked up in a broadening smile. Ha! I've succeeded. Leyland had finally taken the first step on his path to breaking the bloodline shackles. The elation in his expression grew more and more pronounced. As a foreign entity, Leyland would obviously affect the world barrier while traversing into the purgatory world. Those existences above rank 6 had sensed this, hence Leyland wasn't surprised that so many conscients were present there, even making some preparations. However, the events had far exceeded his expectations. Not only were there more beings in the purgatory world than he'd expected that comprehended laws, they weren't all in the same camp. He'd even noticed a few familiar faces. It's not just the Snake Dowager, but the Trial's Eye and the nefarious Filthbird are here too. I wonder if it's their main body here, or just a clone. Leyland floated on the surface of the sea and was pushed along with the waves. With the checks by the AI. Chip, his injuries were slowly recovering and he would soon regain his ability to move. Floating on the ocean was very dangerous and could attract bloodthirsty sharks or other high-energy beings. However, Leyland had no aura undulations at all and was like a block of wood. He wasn't bothered by anything at all. While recovering, his thoughts were still moving quickly. Trial's Eye and the nefarious Filthbird. They're a group of old mortal enemies, and I never thought I'd see their true bodies. Even if they're clones, they probably possess about half the strength of their main bodies. The ancient Trial's Eye was commonly used by Magi to make contracts. As an arbitrator and protector, it spread its might across multiple worlds. This extended to even breaking dawn monarchs and all the way down to acolytes. While making contracts, Trial's Eye could be summoned to bear witness. Of course, the Trial's Eye that different Magi summoned were fundamentally different. However, in Leyland's point of view, Trial's Eye was not doing all of this for nothing. Through safeguarding these contracts and judging those who violated them, it did gain immense benefits too. The laws it comprehended could very possibly be contract and trial or something to that effect. Hence, through these activities, it not only amassed more comprehension towards the rules but could even obtain the attention of the World Origin Force to increase its strength. On the contrary, the nefarious Filthbird likely comprehended something like betrayal and chaos. Hence, the two of them became arch-enemies and engaged in battles that spanned across several worlds. Now, Leyland had found the projections of their conscience in Purgatory World. This meant that a very capable clone or even real body of these two beings were now in Purgatory World. What kind of secrets were being kept in the ancient Purgatory World? It's not just the Snake Dowager but also Trial's Eye and the nefarious Filthbird, amongst other beings, that have set their sights on this place. Leyland pondered silently over the effects the appearance of the Trial's Eye and nefarious Filthbird would bring to his plans, and whether they would be able to help him. Based on what I saw, the Trial's Eye seems to be a protector of laws, which was why it helped me out and let me off leniently after seeing I was a descendant of the Snake Dowager. The nefarious Filthbird was clearly opposed to the Eye and, after seeing that the Snake Dowager had not protected me and even wanted to kill me quickly, changed its initial plans and sent me into Purgatory World. Leyland's eyes flickered with wit as he analyzed the scene multiple times. If I really had to divide them, Trial's Eye is probably on the Snake Dowager's side. Of course, I can't rule out the fact that it was just following the contract. The nefarious filthbird obviously thinks nothing of the snake dowager. There's hatred on both ends. As for that strange beast with destroyed wings that appeared at the beginning, it's probably sitting on the fence. Of course, this could be misleading. However, these beings are very arrogant. It's too unlikely that they'd team up to cheat a mere rank 5 warlock like me, and the possibility is almost negligible, but it's not bad to be on my guard against it. Lei Lin felt himself getting a headache. Having to deduce so many secrets regarding these beings as a mortal human himself made him feel like his brain just wasn't doing enough. AI chip, how's the analysis of the surroundings and world law? Lei Lin shut his eyes and let his body drift along the waves and communicated with the AI chip inwardly. Beep. Scanning of surroundings completed. Constructing elemental diagram. The AI chip quickly projected the image of an elemental composition diagram. The water elemental particles are very dense, which is understandable since this is like an ocean. On top of that, there's darkness and fire-type elemental particles. As expected of purgatory. Lei Lin read through the analysis of the surroundings and couldn't help but nod. The concentration of elements around was slightly lacking compared to the central continent, but they were almost on the same level. That really made it worthy of being called an ancient powerful world. Beep. Deduction of host's location complete. The AI chip projected a map in front of Lei Lin. This was a scene of purgatory world that he had seen from outside the barrier. Within was a hazy continent and gigantic ocean, and on the image, Lei Lin was situated near to a continent in the ocean. He was represented as a dazzling red dot. Though I know my approximate location in purgatory world, I don't know which continent to go to. Lei Lin laughed wryly. The map the AI chip had used was everything he had seen before, and it was much too simple. Considering the startling area of purgatory world, any mistakes here would reach a terrifying extent. AI chip, check my stats. Not bothering with these longer, Lei Lin commanded again. Beep. Mission established, beginning scan. Collecting host stats. The AI chip quickly intoned the results. Lei Lin Farlier. Rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent, complete form. Strength, 32, 76, Agility, 35, 62, Vitality, 59, 176.9, Spiritual Force, 875, 2003.5, Magic Power, 875, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 88, 200, Half Moon. Though it was just a confrontation between a few tremendous conscience, Lei Lin had been caught in the crossfire and almost died. The terror of rank 7s and above were something he couldn't stand up to as he was now. Due to the curse mark of 10,000 snakes, my stats keep dropping. On top of that, I'm grievously injured. If I still had my vitality from before, I'd probably be able to recover in a few hours. It looks like I'll need around 2 days. Lei Lin observed the beautiful starry sky and sighed slowly. Meanwhile, he could feel that his body was like a sponge, with the darkness-type elemental particles in the air and even moonlight being absorbed into his cells, restoring his life force. This Kamoyan Serpent's devouring ability, or a natural occurrence in the purgatory world. Whatever it was, Lei Lin was rather stunned at this discovery. Purgatory world truly was most suitable for the Snake Dowager and her clansmen. If not for that damned purgatory chaotic intent that resulted in a bloodline illness, it could even be comparable to the shadow world before. Beep. World law analysis at 2.16%. Determined to be not letting foreign creatures and souls have too drastic reactions. At this moment, the AI chip's newly investigated conclusion was placed in front of him. In other words, the purgatory world has nothing against the entrance of the powerful. It's no wonder the Snake Dowager, Trial's Eye and the rest chose to come here. Lei Lin suddenly understood. Most worlds' latent wills were very opposed to foreigners. All those who entered would feel a terrifying malicious intent. Even their bodies would be suppressed by the world force and cause them to drop in rank. A situation like that would be very obvious in the Magus world or world of gods. However, Purgatory world seemed rather exotic as well. It accepted all foreigners and its degree of openness was second only to the dreamscape. When he had just entered, Lei Lin had not felt any pressure whatsoever from the world will. After he completely adjusted the frequency of his aura and soul undulations to the purgatory world, he was more like a native. There was no longer the feeling of being pressured and spied on by some malicious intent. What a mystical world. However, the will of Purgatory World was initially already very chaotic. That's normal. Lei Lin nodded. For world wills, all from outside were locusts that would even take over their precious origin source. Hence, they were very against this. Some worlds even had their natives in chains, and then expelled them after their strength went past a certain level. Only Purgatory World with chaotic intent like this could tolerate the existence of foreigners like the Snake Dowager. Even then, perhaps the Snake Dowager wouldn't brazenly absorb the world origin. If not, no matter how chaotic the will of the Purgatory World is, there would be a powerful opposing force. That might be my chance. Chapter 698, Gigantic Ship and Merfolk. Gigantic Ship and Merfolk. Lei Lin never forgot his primary goal. He had to break through his bloodline shackles and rid himself of the all-snake curse. Sneaking into Purgatory World and lying low was the first step to success. While he still didn't have a concrete plan for what happened later, he needed to keep adjusting and then adapting it anyway. Now that I've gotten into Purgatory World and have the help of the AI chip, my aura and undulations are now adjusting so that it's more similar to natives. With the bloodline concealing by the mask of the Dreamless as well as my wooden puppet used as a target amidst the chaos, the Snake Dowager shouldn't be able to find signs of me in a short period of time no matter how powerful she is. Unless she's reached rank 9, where there's nothing she doesn't know or cannot do. Rank 9 was the highest realm for all magi. It was said to be where one grasped truth and there was nothing they could not do or did not know. In Lei Lin's eyes, this surpassed the power of gods. However, that was what had been described in ancient volumes. Who knew whether this narration was real or fake? Even during the most splendid ancient era in the Magus world, the records of the most powerful Magus had only reached rank 8. Real great rank 9 magi had never appeared before. Perhaps rank 9 was just a fantasy for a highest rank. Lei Lin was certain that the Snake Dowager was at most comparable to a rank 8 Magus. It was impossible for her to have reached rank 9. Purgatory World was vast and boundless, and also had many rank 7s and above in charge. It was possible that even the Snake Dowager would have to search for him continent by continent. Hence, based on Lei Lin's deductions, she would probably trace back to him on the sly using his bloodline or order his capture. The most stable and possible method she would use would be waiting patiently, because Lei Lin could not break through the bloodline shackles without any contact with her. In this short period of time, it was impossible for Lei Lin to rank up several times such that he could be on the same level as the Snake Dowager. The priority right now is to blend into Purgatory World, find the natives and understand how the organizations are divided. Lei Lin pondered over this silently and then closed his eyes. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a layer of vague luster passing over his body and emitting sparkling rays within the ocean. Night passed and orange rays rose from sea level, the reflection gleaming atop the waves. At the end of the reddish-orange rays of light was a dark red sun. Dim golden light spilled down and the surrounding white fog gradually dissipated. Lei Lin, who was lying on the surface of the water while recuperating, flexed his fingers. In this situation where he could only rely on the natural ability of his body to heal, he was bored out of his mind and shifted his attention to other things. The outline of the sun in Purgatory World seems much smaller than in the Magus world. Based on my deductions last night, the nights here are at least 20 hours long, and based on the speed at which this star is rising. Lei Lin watched the first glimmer of dawn that had now entirely left sea level, and his mind began to calculate things quickly. Though incomparable to the AI chip, through advancements and nourishments through his spiritual and soul force, the ability and speed of his brain when it came to calculating things did not lose out to the top minds in his previous world. 4 hours and 15 minutes. It might be even shorter than that, but that's the time for this sun to complete a whole cycle of ascending and descending. Lei Lin was very confident in his calculation skills. Purgatory World isn't like a planet. This only has a boundless land and sea that are of almost the same volume. That's why whether it's sunrise or sundown, it's uniform no matter where I am. The day is so short, which makes sense why darkness elemental particles are so ample. Beings lacking in sunlight and energy have no choice but to focus on other sources. That's probably why the fire elements are used extensively. Lei Lin was able to see through how Purgatory World had generally changed over time. This ability to see things long-term was the result of his scientific research in his previous world and abilities in magic in this life. This perhaps even exceeded the abilities of many rank 7s. The amount of daylight in Purgatory World is rather low compared to many worlds. Only Shadow World that has never had sunlight can probably top it. It's no wonder that after the Snake Dowager failed to get control over the Shadow World, she led her people and migrated here, which is quite suitable, if one were to disregard the chaotic intent here. Leyland's lips quirked in a slight smile. The chaotic intent of Purgatory World has its pros and cons. It's precisely because of its chaotic nature that the Snake Dowager could take advantage of a loophole. However, her descendants aren't at rank 7 and can't resist the invasion of chaotic intent. That's what resulted in the bloodline hysteria in them. That can only be completely healed with the world origin force of the icy world. Perhaps I'll be able to find powerful natives of Purgatory World to help me in my plans. Leyland's eyes flashed with intelligence. Yo, at this moment, a few snow-white seagull-like creatures that were 10 times larger than their counterparts flew in the air. The giant birds soaring caught Leyland's attention. Leyland's pupils shrank slightly. Beep. Found traces of a large ship. Based on course, possibility of encountering host is 99.999%. Discovered abnormal heat energy and radiation undulations, determined to be existence of exemplary strength. The AI chip loyally intoned. It's been about only 2 days and I managed to bump into a native already. I'm in such a vast ocean, which means I have pretty good luck. Leyland turned slightly. Is it because the place where I landed is close to some continent? In the direction in which Leyland had turned where the water met the sky, a tiny black speck appeared and then increased in size, sailing over like a little mountain. Yo, the gigantic birds flying overhead in circles chirped intensely, so excited as if they had found their relatives. Someone's pets. Seems like I was discovered long ago. Leyland's injuries had yet to completely heal, and he could only do very slight movements. For this reason, he was still lying here. A tremendous black figure that covered the skies finally revealed itself. This was a huge group of ships, and there were 3 with large white sails like canopies and a hull tens of meters high. At the moment that the ships arrived, the skies above Leyland were completely hidden and created great shadows. Beep. Detected life force undulations from large creatures. Position, 1200 m below host's location. The AI chip's voice sounded at this moment. 2 large eyes that were like searchlights in the deep sea suddenly brightened from the black depths of the water underneath him. It must be some creature like the giant dragon whale in the south coast. Looks like the main driving force of these ships is obtained by subduing creatures. Leyland decided. When they were much closer to Leyland, a cry of alarm sounded from atop the deck. Great eyesight allowed Leyland to see a few heads that seemed to belong to humans from above the deck, yelling at him. The ship parted the water into waves, and Leyland's body began to move again. Finding that shouting was pointless, the sound of a bugle horn could be heard from above the deck. The sound that was low and held a hint of fragility was made from maybe a cow horn or conch. Along with the sounds of the bugle horn, Leyland could sense even more life undulations appearing from deep in the sea and arriving around him. Merman. The marine tribe. Leyland watched the beings surrounding him, shock evident in his eyes. Those who had been attracted by the sounds were a group of merfolk with the upper body being a human and lower, a large tail. There were shells, corals, algae and all type of decorations on their bodies. They looked very similar to a branch of the marine tribe in the south coast, but there were still some differences. Skngokling. There were scales on their faces and the parotid gland unique to fishes at their cheeks. In their hands were harpoons and other weapons. One of them with the best physique and that was situated closest to Leyland made a sound. It's similar to the Byron language, but it's still different. Leyland had already gotten used to the inability to communicate from the usage of different languages. Thankfully, with the recuperation in this period of time, I can use part of my soul force. Clear and cool soul force spread from within his eyes and then quickly flitted across all the merfolk, and especially the leader. Leyland's half-moon rank soul force invaded his sea of consciousness without his knowledge, and he obtained large amounts of spiritual force undulations. The AI chip worked quickly and tidied up a new language, inputting it into Leyland's memories. Looks like I'll need to invent a spell that allows me to be proficient in all languages. If not, it's going to be very troublesome every time. Meanwhile, seeing that Leyland had not replied after a long while, the leading merman asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Though they'd seen many people caught in danger from the ocean, there were truly very few who were like Leyland, floating on the surface of the water. The atmosphere was stifling, and a few surrounding merfolk grasped the forks in their hands tightly. "Oh, my apologies. I was just too emotional just now." Leyland finally spoke, using the same language as them. His gentle voice seemed to hold some strange ability that caused all the merfolk to relax. I am a traveler who got into trouble at sea, which resulted in me sustaining grievous injuries. I had to be in this state temporarily in order to heal up. As he spoke, he got up from his previous position, where he'd been lying down. Watching him get up and stand on the surface of the water, the leader of the merfolk's pupils shrank. Chapter 699, Beholders. Beholders. An exemplary. The leader of the merfolk cried out involuntarily, his eyes now holding a trace of reverence towards Lei Lin. However, he wasn't all that surprised either. From what Lei Lin had done, it was evident that he was no ordinary person. We are people from the Eden Trading Company. If you don't mind, you could come up our ship and get some rest. I believe the rest will be delighted to chat with an exemplary, the leader of the merfolk spoke reverently. This was the reason Lei Lin showed his strength. In a primitive world in an era during the Age of Discovery, there must be sins everywhere behind the scenes. The law of the jungle was utilized to the utmost. If this was just Lei Lin alone without any power, he would be robbed and then thrown to the bottom of the sea. Just the luxurious material of his clothing could be the cause of his death. The moment he showed his mysterious strength, the treatment he got immediately changed. Without making certain Lei Lin's strength and his background, the Eden Trading Company would not dare lay a hand on him. Many thanks. Lei Lin expressed his gratitude aloofly, refusing the drawbridge that they let down for him and instead flying onto the deck. Standing on deck, Lei Lin was slightly surprised by these crew members' strange appearances. The few sailors beside him all looked very strange. There were some similar to the merfolk that Lei Lin had seen, but their tails had turned into 2 legs. They wore what laborers did and clearly did not have a high status here. Besides the merfolk sailors, Lei Lin saw another type of creature. This was a person escorted by the merfolk that evidently had a higher status. However, their appearance was totally different from a regular human being and they only had a large pupil. The pupil alone had a diameter of 1 decimeter, and around its socket, large amounts of tendrils hung down, forming something like limbs. Appearance-wise, it was very similar to the beholder Lei Lin saw in games in his previous world. Alright. Though I'd long since guessed that this world wouldn't be made up of humans, this appearance is really quite rare. Lei Lin ridiculed it in his mind. Perhaps due to adapting to the environment or some other reason, there were multiple different tribes but they all had bodies similar to humans. A head, 4 limbs, a torso became the most common structure of all beings, and there were at least 1 or 2 races similar to humans. Like the merfolk he'd seen, while they maintained having a tail on their lower bodies when in water, that instantly turned into humans' legs once they got on shore. Creatures that were completely different from humans like the beholder did exist, but were never that common. Lei Lin had already named this being the Beholder tribe. In Purgatory World, it was unexpectedly this sort of race that was in charge and enslaving those similar to the human race. Revered exemplary, please accept the sublime respect of I, Geiger Guguno axed. One of the beholder's tendrils went upwards, and Lei Lin suddenly received spiritual undulations. The greetings within seemed to be rather flattering. Greetings. Lei Lin obviously had a more profound understanding of the usage of spiritual force, which was why his usage of it was effortless. However, what he found strange was that this beholder tribe used spiritual force, which was similar to brainwaves, to communicate. Perhaps this form is because they're highly intelligent creatures. Lei Lin nodded inside. You must be someone of the Seraph continent, yes? It is only at that area that there are humans. The gigantic beholder pupil stared hard at Lei Lin, and he could even see an inverted image of himself in the eye. After a short moment the beholder sent spiritual force that held information. My apologies, but I must keep my origins a secret. I promised my mentor that before I gained any fame, I would not reveal my history. Lei Lin answered righteously, but that only made the other party more grim and respectful. Your mentor must be an amazing exemplary. To become famous far and wide was extremely difficult even if on just one continent. To be able to do that meant he must be an extraordinarily powerful exemplary. He is indeed an elder worthy of respect, full of wisdom and resolution. A hint of nostalgia rose in Lei Lin's eyes, and he then asked Beholder, I met with some troubles at sea and had to float on the surface for a long time. May I know where this is? Oh, this is the end of the shipping route of the Hail Continent, which makes it very close to the Hail Continent. You came so close but still got into troubles, and I can only say that you and your boat have very bad luck. The beholder seemed to say without malicious intent. Noticing the slip of its tongue, many tendrils waved around, flustered, oh, my apologies. I didn't say that on purpose. It's just that there are far too many storms and ferocious beasts in the ocean, and because there's no law or regulations, even the Golden Deity fleet can't say they're safe until they reach the port and stand on land. I understand, Lei Lin waved his arms, but a hint of sadness and lingering fear showed on his expression. I'm quite tired. Would it be possible for me to have a room and get some rest? Also, please send me to the nearest port. I'm willing to pay for it with something of equal value. While speaking, Lei Lin astutely realized there was someone spying on him from the shadows. This should be the exemplary that he had discovered previously. Their strength was not half bad and seemed to be at peak rank 3. They also had a few powerful magic artifacts and unique magic items. Seems like this is the protector or owner of this fleet who's at rank 3. With the AI chip's adjustments, his aura was also at around rank 3. With his mask of the dreamless, he was rather charming. This beholder seemed to hesitate, but immediately after, a streak of concealed spiritual force undulations was transmitted that caused it to change its words. No problem. We were planning to make a stop at the nearby Elias port, and you can get off there. On our ship you are our most esteemed guest, so please don't mention anything about paying. Beholder's eye squinted, which seemed to be a way of expressing its respect. All right. Lei Lin nodded, and under the guidance of a merperson that the beholder called out, entered the hold of the ship. My lord, here is your room. If there's anything you need, please tell us. The merperson humbly lowered his head, and once Lei Lin got familiar with his room, retreated. It's not bad. Lei Lin looked around his surroundings. This was the higher levels of the ship, and besides important personnel, perhaps even the leader of the merfolk did not have the authority to stay here. Light blue shells and red coral decorations adorned the room, making it look beautiful. Inside, there was something like a bed that was covered with the fur of some unknown being. Just by looking at it, it was obvious that it was soft and smooth. What attracted Lei Lin's attention more, however, was the large blue pearl at the heart of the room. In the AI chip scan, the pearl seemed to be breathing, sucking in the turbid air in the room and, after going through some unknown transformation, released pure oxygen and was even able to clean the air. This eliminated the fishy smell of the ocean. AI chip, scan. Lei Lin commanded. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scan. The AI chip intoned loyally, and immediately after, probing undulations scanned through and did not miss any corners. Scan completed. Yet to find any suspicious items or spying spell formations. The AI chip intoned. Alright, looks like they aren't playing any tricks. I just need another layer of protection so I can be at ease though. With a tap of his finger, a blue rune appeared and rapidly disappeared into the wall. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent blue layer of light appeared within the hold of the ship and quickly disappeared. Defense and warning spell patterns completed. Activation of comprehensive control. Simultaneous detections ongoing. Once the AI chip sent information over, Lei Lin could finally completely relax. Ha, he lay on the soft bed and huffed out a sigh. At least I managed to regain a portion of my mobility before they found me, or things would have gotten complicated. However, after recovering up to this point, the rest of the injuries aren't that bad. I can even use external items. At this thought, Lei Lin's palm touched at his waist. Silver spatial rays flashed and a dark red healing potion appeared in his palm. With Lei Lin's attainments as a grandmaster at potioneering, as well as the vast amount of resources provided by the Bloodline Union and Do's imperial city of the Blazing Flame Monarch, he'd long since made a huge quantity of potions at the grandmaster level that he constantly kept at his side to deal with any unexpected situations. The expedition into Purgatory World was of utmost importance, and he obviously brought everything along. With my vitality and rank as a warlock, high-ranked potions probably won't do much for me unless they're primordial potions. The dark red potion didn't taste all that good and even had a spicy taste that seemed to sting his nose. However, without even a flinch, Lei Lin drank it. The potion worked quickly. A flush first appeared on Lei Lin's face, before the sound of cracking was heard everywhere in his body, as if his bones were breaking. At the same time, it was flourishing with life like a plant. After treatment using potions was used a few times, Lei Lin no longer had the feebleness of before. Chapter 700, Continent and Dignitary. Continent and Dignitary. What's most important now is to figure out the general geography of Purgatory World. Lei Lin's face was extremely solemn, hidden beneath the mask of the dreamless. He only had about 2 years left, and the Purgatory World had quite a few continents. He had to determine where the Snake Dowager was. If she'd gone to another continent, it would take years of journeying to find her, which was something he just would not accept. It's a pity that those merfolk sailors aren't that intelligent, and even the beholder didn't seem to be very knowledgeable. In order to gain more precise information, I'd have to rely on the concealed rank 3 Magus. Knock knock. At this moment, the door was lightly rapped. Come in. My lord. The merperson from before reservedly bowed towards Lei Lin. Esteemed guest, Lord Geiger Dole has invited you to dinner with him. Dinner? Lei Lin grew slightly confused by that. It seemed like the healing process he'd gone through had taken quite a bit of time. Of course, let us be off. However, he reacted in time. This Geiger Dole should be the powerful being he'd sensed on the ship before. With his identity as one who gave the orders, he should have great understanding of the purgatory world. Lei Lin had now recovered about half of his original strength, which was enough for him to take control of the fleet of ships and even search the soul of the rank 3 Magus. However, this was the purgatory world. Lei Lin needed to keep a low profile, and the bloodline force he had as a warlock was best not exhibited. If not, the chances of the Snake Dowager finding him would be increased by a great extent, which would be very disadvantageous for him. Besides, now that his safety was guaranteed, Lei Lin was willing to provide something of equal value to these people who had helped him, in exchange for what he wanted. Whatever it was, using violence to solve problems might be simple at the beginning, but it was easy to get addicted to this method, resulting in the firm mindset of using violence for all situations. Lei Lin felt that he hadn't gotten to that point yet, but it was necessary that he change. My lord, please come with me. The merperson led the way respectfully, while Lei Lin followed behind at an average pace while speaking once in a while. Most of the time, Lei Lin was the one asking questions while the other party answered. It didn't seem abrupt at all, as if he trusted Lei Lin and even bared his soul without reservations. Occasionally using dream force and all sort of confusion techniques didn't make Lei Lin feel the least bit ashamed. It was a pity that the merfolk weren't that intelligent and information about their world was less important than filling their stomachs. Hence, Lei Lin heard things like, the meals of the basic sailor aren't that tasty. That kelp should be fed to beagle beasts, the caviar of the list fish is the best. The large Tamaha spur octopus during the flood season have the most tender flesh, and similar information, which rendered Lei Lin speechless. These merfolk probably have gotten off their ship once or twice. They move about only on the ship. Lei Lin clutched his forehead, giving up on conversing with him further to gain intel. Looks like if I want to do anything, I'll need to deal with that beholder. With this thought, Lei Lin followed the merperson to the topmost floor in the hold of the ship. A scarlet carpet, white tablecloth, silver tableware and a candle holder had Lei Lin feeling like he'd returned to Earth and its aristocracy. The four walls with decorations used by different races as well as this person of another race at the main seat reminded Lei Lin that this was Purgatory World. Hee, welcome, exemplary from afar. I am Geiger's father, and my name is rather long, so just call me Geiger Dole. Sitting at the head of the table was a large beholder. Compared to Geiger, the body of this beholder was even larger. Some of the tendrils on the ground were snow white, and seemed to be aging. However, the dense spiritual force undulations that it emitted showed that it had reached peak rank 3 if using the rating of the Magus world. Greetings, Geiger Dole. I am Lei. Thank you so much for your help. Lei Lin introduced himself, and then sat at the other side of the table. A spiritual energy that isn't half bad. Such purity means there's a possibility of developing into soul force, which seems quite similar to the spirit-sucking creature in the legends. Lei Lin sized it up, realizing that the spiritual energy it emitted was different than that in the Magus world. The owner of our Eden Trading Company is a very benevolent and just sage. I imagine they would not mind us saving you. On the contrary, if they were to find out that we had met someone in need and ignored them, they would probably get mad. Geiger Dole, who was in the middle, chuckled and then transmitted a spiritual force undulation, served the dishes. A few female merfolk from the kitchen carefully walked out holding earthen jars that emitted heat. One of them stood beside Lei Lin and placed the head of the jar towards Lei Lin's silver bowl, beginning to pour. This. Lei Lin was slightly disconcerted. Seeing this dish that he had no clue was soup or the main course, he began to hesitate slightly. In front of him was clearly soup. Amidst the dense and creamy light green soup were reddish and white eyeballs floating. These eyeballs' shape and size were similar to humans, and Lei Lin frowned slightly. AI chip, scan. A flicker of blue appeared in Lei Lin's eyes and quickly scanned the soup in front of him. Beep. Scan completed. Derived composition, protein, glutamic acid, high-energy albumin. Unknown trace element determined to be from the eyes of a physically large tribe. Great effects in regaining energy and can restore some spiritual force. What? Dear guest of mine, do you not like it? The beholder Geiger Dole opposite him ate with gusto, its many tendrils agilely using the ladle and making slurping sounds. The merfolk eyeball soup from the deep gem coral sea is quite famous. Oh, I was just wondering about that. Lei Lin laughed and scooped up some soup. No matter what the taste was like, it would at least give him nutrition and help him restore spiritual force, which was not bad. Could it be because it has such a large eyeball that it has a huge desire for the eyes of other creatures? Seeing how the other party was devouring the food, Lei Lin judged him silently. With the dinner, time passed quickly. Lei Lin and Geiger Dole chatted. While conversing, Lei Lin astutely found that Geiger Dole had secretly made inquiries and spied on his history, and had even set up discreet spells that would detect lies. Lei Lin could understand where it was coming from, since it was strange for there to suddenly be a strange being in the middle of the deep ocean. However, what kind of wily old fox was Lei Lin? He not only did not reveal his past but spoke in a roundabout way, obtaining much information from it. After the dinner, Lei Lin returned to his room and closed the cabin door. AI Chip, how is it? Immediately after, Lei Lin half lay on the bed and closed his eyes, silently communicating with the AI chip. Beep. Conversation from before has been recorded. Deleted 68.23% of useless portions and obtained definite intel. Beginning reorganization. Soon enough, a 3D projection of the map was projected into Lei Lin's mind. As he had been able to see a rough outline from outside the barrier to the world, the map was now more intricate with information from Geiger Dole, and even the precise scale had been obtained. There were 7 gigantic continents in Purgatory World. Each had an area as large as the Magus World central continent. Between each continent, there was an enormous sea, and their large organizations within the sea that even rank 6 magi did not dare intrude on. Around the continents and sea were a series of small islands that were like gems and pearls on beaches, decoration for the ocean. Determined host's location. Nearby the Hale continent, a blue shipping route had been clearly marked out. The area where the route began was where Lei Lin was situated, marked with a red dot. At the heart of the shipping route was a fragmented mark of an island, as well as a sign with Magus letters, Elias Port. The Hale continent. Lei Lin stroked his chin and sunk into deep thought. Based on what Geiger Dole said, the Hale continent is land governed by another race filled with barrenness and primitivism. Many areas still have yet to develop and find joy in killing as well as giving up offerings. On the Hale continent, there is one species with the most beings around, and that is the high-energy snakes. It's rumored that deep inside Hale continent, there are temples for all snakes. If I didn't guess wrong, the Hale continent should be the Snake Dowager's territory. Lei Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled with light. While traversing through the world barrier, he intentionally moved based on his bloodline and landed near his bloodline source. It seemed that while he was slightly off, he wasn't that off. If he were to land on some other continent, Lei Lin would just die of tears if he had to travel such a distance. Meanwhile, Lei Lin was pondering other things that Geiger Dole had mentioned. Based on what it said, there is a dignitary leader on each continent. They have the power to destroy the continent and are worshipped by all races and turned into a religion of sorts. The Beholder tribe evidently worshipped the ancient Trial's Eye. Lei Lin thought to himself.